midnight glory, heartbeat thumping, another story. Green and red, flashing voices loud. Future kings standing on their cloud. Checking the charts with her AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, checking the charts. Midnight glory. Splintering in awe, it's blending. Mind on fire, never ending. Dreams of gold, relentless fight. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night.
Y'all, what's up? I had the power go out yesterday and all my monitors are all switched up. That's funny. You guys get to see my Twitter on the intro there. That's hilarious. What's up, y'all? Hang tight. I don't know which screen it's going to focus on. The power went out even through my UPS, and one of my UPSs needs a backup battery though. Whatever, I'm just going to skip through it. Good morning. How are y'all doing? We had crazy thunderstorm last night. I don't know if y'all had it where y'all were, but yesterday, it just kind of came out of nowhere. Good morning, team. I'm watching the intro and it's like showing all my monitors are reorganized in different order. So give me a minute where I figure out which we're gonna play. We're gonna play a game called Find Out Which Monitor I'm gonna show next. Good morning, friends. Matter of fact, hold on. What I'll do since it's early, I'm just going to cut the stream. Don't go anywhere. Hang tight for like a minute. What's up, guys? All right, we're back. Back part 2. You saw the storm, but you and Brad were fine? Oh, that's good to hear. Oh, it's nuts. That's so nuts. Anyways, good morning, friends. Slightly slow Matt today. Slightly slower Matt. Today's a mini giveaway bonanza. Oh my gosh, I'm reading my notes for my team today. Okay, team. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Howdy, friends. Don't forget to sign up for Prop Score to enter all our giveaways. You guys know the drill. My name is not Brad. I'm here to stream with you guys. Oh, nice. Nice full day. All right. Morning. Trady. Good morning, Badger. Happy Pro. Good morning, Trader 007. Rondi Fraser. Yas Mendiola. Happy Pro. Says, morning, dudes and dudettes. Good morning, yeah, Finster. What's up? Good morning, Victor, Mark and Vision. Morning, friends. Where's everybody from? You're from Fort Collins, Colorado. I'm from Houston, Texas. Good morning, everyone. First, you get to watch my Matt's show, Tune the Brad's Night Shift. Awesome, awesome. We have a lot of fun today. The morning show is awesome. Yeah, I started like 6 minutes late because the power went out here. And I realized one of my UPSs, the battery is just at life's end. So it didn't save anything for like the 10 minutes, you know, everything happens. I usually just shut everything down or whatever. And then I woke up and my computer is all weird. I was scrambling a little bit. Morning, friends. Morning, friends. Morning, friends. Top of the morning to ya. Jay Redbird, Zorro, Eric. Eric AC, sorry. Bird Banks, Green Hunter, Travis Sonic, Rick Rocket, ID, Lucas, RTK. Boom, boom, boom. Trady, what's up? Good morning. All my friends, all the mods, all the team. Morning. Surf City, North Carolina. North Carolina is awesome, man. I have an uncle that lives there. We go there quite often. Usually every summer. Go to his little he's got a beach house up there, and it's nice. No way we're outside of DD bands on NASDAQ. We are? No way. That bull up. All right, yesterday, guys. Yesterday was clean. I was long right here at MHP. MHP was sexy. Now, I didn't make too much. I should have made more. I told myself just to hold through it and be like, whatever. I took my 40 points and ran. I had this hunch that it was going to flip bullish and be big bullish. So I was like, maybe we should just hold it. As my friend always says, if you have a hunch, buy a bunch. Should have bought a bunch. There was that, and then there was weekly hedge pressure was here. So I bought right off a weekly. Oh, it's beautiful. You guys trade off MHP last night? Once S&P cleared it and supported, it was just game over. Game over today. Chat, hit that like button. I went back and checked through some of my stuff. I do actually honestly believe I am on a 2-month winning streak. There's a debate on whether I had a losing day at some point. Some people say they remember one. I don't think anybody says they remember 2 or 3 of them. It's been really great because I was on that streak with Lucid, remember? And I showed my Lucid dashboard for those accounts, and I didn't have a losing day for the entire month of May. Lucid. Like some of my accounts, even though I'd blow up an account or so because I do my rotation trick, never blew up all of them. One of my accounts was green the whole month. So I remember I was like, I had a pretty solid month or 2. It's been great. Back to trading, the 100K challenge. It's not a focus of the stream like the last time, but it will be presented on the stream. The stream still focus is going to be whatever prop journey I'm still trying to go on to go live, to go, cycle through them one at a time. This will be the 6th prop firm I go live with Blue Sky. I took another payout yesterday. Total of a week and a half with them 10K payouts from start till now. Only been a week and a half since I started trading evals, not even. So I'm on a streak with that, with Blue Sky as well. It was an eval that I blew that day. Oh, okay, yeah. I think I remember that day when I was like, it was a really crummy day, and I was like, well, it's just a bunch of evals. Let me just play some evals. So it's kind of hard to count prop accounts in a win streak, anyways, because what is an eval? I guess if you do commit to an eval, the only thing that you lose is $100, even though the P&L was upside down. The only thing you'd actually would lose would be the cost of the eval, I guess. Similar to like, I'm just going to paper trade today just to kind of do something, I guess that's what it's equivalent to. MHP is goated. So ultra goated. I know. So ultra goated. Don't brag so much about winning so much, because a lot of people, they just keep trying. Oh, well, that wasn't bragging. I wasn't saying like I'm on a 2-month win streak, I'm better than everybody. Let's just stay in the fact. I was stating a fact to brag. I wasn't celebrating it. I was just letting you guys know it's been an incredible journey so far. I'm on a 2-month win streak. My cock is 10 times bigger. I didn't say that. Sometimes profitable day. Yesterday I lost $900 yesterday. Yesterday was choppy and weird. Transitional days like that can be weird. Just the ups and downs. Especially like yesterday when it closed up here. When it popped, dropped, chilled like right here. right at the open, I took a long, and I didn't get the full, you know, 150 whatever points. As soon as it popped, like here, as soon as that happened, I just closed out. I was sitting there for a couple hours watching it do this. I literally longed right on that first bounce, and I was watching it like flat, profit, flat, profit, flat, profit, flat, and then that I was like, whatever, I'll just take it. But then it just kept going. Pew! It's kind of crazy. We are opening above DD band. You guys know the rule here. No shorting above DD band. I long at the band if I can. If we lose the band and lose the yellow, it can fall all the way to bottom band. So one of the rules is if it's here and it drops below here, more than my strike distance, like usually 40 points, we get out of the way because sometimes it falls pretty drastic when you lose the upper band. Rare that happens, whatever. Good stuff. But on YouTube, we're the best to do it. All these other YouTubers out there are pretty bad at trading. I always don't brag on that. Good morning, guys. Welcome to the stream. Howard, it's not bragging if it's true. That's funny. Muhammad Ali. I'm a little confused about the second stage with Blue Sky. Do you keep what you're in that stage? Yeah, you do. That's your buffer. So like in Blue Sky, an example here. These are my Blue Sky accounts. When you do your second stage and then go to your third, your middle buffer stage and go to your next stage, then on Blue Sky, your drawdown includes what your buffer was. So an example is if you pretend it's $3,000, your second stage you make 3,000, then you go to the third stage. You start the third stage with 3,000 of buffer already there. So it's your buffer for payout. So it's included in your drawdown. So basically you're just building your drawdown in phase 2, and then in phase 3 you get to use it. It doesn't start over. Phase 3 continues on top of phase 2, so it's like the same phase. They just separate out the buffer phase as a separate stage, so you can reset in that stage the way that they build it in Tradeify's backend, or sorry, Trade8's backend, where you essentially, if you want to reset a specific stage or section, you have to make a separate physical stage to make it all work technically. When you pay the activation fee, whenever you pass the first eval. Yeah, so with Blue Sky, that whole second phase, that buffer phase, is the same buffer phase TPT has and My Funded Futures has. They just don't make it a separate phase. It's still there, but the thing is you can't reset it in that same stage. An example is TPT has eval, and then you have buffer and funded. You have to achieve both in the same stage. We'll call it stage 1. Stage 2. And Blue Sky, they actually just do it like this. So essentially, if you fail any of this, you got to reset the whole thing. Reset the whole thing. It's 1,500. Reset the whole thing here. I think it's like 200. TPT's an example. But with Blue Sky, they just do it like this. It's the same thing. They just do it like this. Same length, same distance, same whatever. But you can reset the funded for 15. You can reset the buffer for 250, and you can reset the eval for whatever it is. I don't know, 100 some whatever bucks. So the idea is they since they creatively allow you to reset the middle phase for cheaper, it makes your journey less like it's once you're funded, you can reset your funded like up here, but you already have your buffer in it. When you reset your funded up here, you have to build your buffer all over again. You understand that? So if you reset your funded with Blue Sky, it's infinitely better to have that buffer already pre-packed into your account. See what I'm saying? You reset here, you gotta rebuild your buffer. So it only, as soon as you get here, you're golden. And then here you just reset funded. And then, oh, I failed. Reset funded. Oh, I still have my buffer. Reset funded. You get to keep your buffer every time you reset. It's kind of nice. It's a nice little neat sort of unique, you know, like everyone's prop firms are all the same for the most part. There's just slight differences between them. But to have like a unique approach like that is kind of cool. Little value adds here and there. Okay, market's trading up. MHP break, S&P side pushed up higher. Now we are sort of oscillating here. Relatively decent gap up 20 points. Everything's pretty bullish and solid. We know the drill, especially when you see this NASDAQ. It's that DD band. I'm always willing to long the next yellow. This will be a nice, solid 200-point play if I can get it. I hate chasing here at the start. So high up like this. Especially with the Iran war stuff going through. But I think this is the start of the re-rally. Hopefully, the re-rally back up. Feels like it. Looks like it. Smells like it. Yesterday's sort of chop, and then sort of gracefully pushing higher. Looks good. VIX is still in the oh crap zone, so we can get just a nice little, you know, VIX explosion. This just dumps again. But anywhere in here, I'm willing to bet that there's whatever the biggest dip of the day is. I'm gonna try to make sure I build up on it for the longer haul here. That's pretty solid. What does it remind me of, like a day like? When it starts to rally up slow like this, rally up slow like that. Whatever your big dip, whatever the big dip is, whatever it is. Whether it's we break DD to lower DD, I'm gonna load up. So the first big retrace, I'm gonna take it alongside. Especially if we fall to MHP. Like if this just dies today. Remember, monthly maps still imply a big nasty bearishness. How much to reset? On the buffer phase on next gen, I think it's 250. Do I recommend orbits, launch, or propel? I would say, I personally think that now that the orbit doesn't have DLL, my answer would have been the same. Launch, I think launch and orbit are the two strongest plans. Orbit, it was like the Lucid Pro, which was for like more advanced traders. 1 day pass, then 3 day payout, 3 day payout, 3 day payout. The launch is you go through like the 5 day buffer or whatever phase all the way to there, and then it's same day payout, same day payout, same day payout. They're both extremely similar otherwise. Now they just revamped their plans. They're all the same. So launch should be more for like the most aggressive trader. You gotta do a lot of work up front, and you're free to do whatever with the 1 day payout. I would say that as of right now, I've enjoyed orbits to this point. Orbits will get you a faster first payout, but then by the time you get to your second and third payout, launch will take over. Launch being an activation fee model is great for people that fail more. It's cheaper. Orbit's a little more expensive. It's better for traders that are a little bit better. In all honesty, it's hard to say which I like better. I would probably lean towards liking the launch better personally. Because the same day payout is obviously my favorite type of account. But the orbit is just too cool. Not saying I like it either. I'm trying one of each. So far, the majority of my payout has been from orbit accounts, but that's because you get your first payout faster with that one. Funded after buffer, blue sky reset is the same as TPT. It's like $1,500. Boom, 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 boom. I don't know if they're going to run a discount activation fees. I know. But today, guys, we have a huge thing going on. Right at market open, there's an exclusive flash sale today, here only. And I mean here only. Just like always, we get exclusive deals because we're so cool and no one else gets it. There is 50% off of My Fund and Futures Rapids today. First time new users, 50% off. My Fund and Futures Rapid, I was just talking about. Blue Sky Launch is similar to My Fund and Futures Rapid. My Fund and Futures Rapid is the top ranked account on PropScore now. 2 days to pass, 1 day to payout, same day payout, same day payout, same day payout, 10K max per account per day. You can make 50K per day by day 3. It's that aggressive. 50% off new users, 40% off of current users. You get one use of that, apparently, on the coupon. No one else has that deal, period. That's just a prop score exclusive discount. Kick ass. Grab yourself one rapid, you guys. That is those accounts, Blue Sky Launch, MyFun Rapid, TPT Pro, I consider the best accounts in props right now. That same day payout is just goated, man. You cannot beat that, chat. Let me add a little thing for this. All right, now the goal today, where are we going to long this market from? That's the real question. It starts at 9:30. Doesn't start yet. You got 20 more minutes. Noted for it. It starts at 9:30. 9:30 only. So you got 22 minutes. You gotta wait on that. My bad. How do I feel about trading New York? I love trading New York. But New York has made me a very well-off person. Trading Asia is a lot easier than trading New York, though. Like lately it has been. What did I do yesterday evening? I longed at MHP right out the door, or hedge pressure right out the door. We had the blue line isn't drawn here, but there was weekly hedge pressure and monthly hedge pressure. Right when we landed on this one, I just loaded up. And as soon as the market pumped there, I closed out. I didn't expect it to go as high as it did, but the choppiness was making me a little nervous. I longed, I'll do that. I went up, broke even, went up, broke even, went up, broke even. I just waited. And finally, when I saw this candle right there, I was like, you know what? Let me close out. So I basically got, I don't know, maybe like 80, 60, 70 points on that. Nothing crazy. Can I play Battlefield with you? Yes, you always can play Battlefield with me. Did I miss the big news? No big news, not yet. I leaked an exclusive deal we have with MyFun Futures in about 20 minutes. Only here. Only here. Tell all your friends. Tell everybody. I will wait all day for something to happen. I will. I had a winning day on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and now going for Thursday. Even on Tuesday, like Monday was a great winning day, and Tuesday started off as a losing day. Remember Tuesday? Tuesday started off as a losing day, and then by middle of the day, I turned into a green day, which is kind of great. I wait. Even if you see me at the start of the day, it's kind of like watching the Argentina game, all right? You see me at the start of the day, I'm down 2-0. You stay, don't just leave this shit like, this guy, whatever. Everyone takes losses, right? I will find some trades that are worth it. And that day I found some trades. Market fell, I took my losses, and I waited, and I waited, and I waited, and I waited. And then I loaded up to the long side, and I scraped it long all the way up. Turned it to a green day. I will find some trades. I'll get some goals in the last 5 minutes of the game. What's my strategy? Volume prediction. We use gamma exposure tools to find volume pivots, and then we use internals confluence to forecast or to determine my confidence in direction to allow me to change my position size, or confidence and strength. You trade more minis on Asia compared to New York? Well, okay, in Asia, or in this big account, I always trade minis. I don't trade micros here. These guys, they're all at max. Like, these are all accounts that are all maxed out. I built buffers in all of them. I could take a payout every 7 days or whatever, or a max payout. So I can't make more if I wanted to. It wouldn't make sense to make more because I just have to keep working harder. So I'm just making the bare minimum with these guys. It's needed to keep going. These are all blue sky accounts. This is my 6th firm to go live with, or to attempt to go live with. So even if I traded minis with this, it wouldn't make a difference because they have, like, these accounts have, look, like this one has $13,000 of buffer in it. I can take $3,000 out every 7 days. So I've got enough for like the next, what, 3 payouts before I go into the buffer. So these I'm making like, this I'm making like 2,000 a day here, 2 to 3,000 if I can, to build a bigger buffer. This one I'm making about 1,000 or 2 a day. This one I'm making about 2,000 a day. That's it. So you only need to do micros. When markets are volatile and VIX above triple B, baby, you only need to do micros. But that contango midpoint, that market's going to dance around a lot. Micros will get you there. How do I calculate the yellow lines? The boot camp will teach you how to do it, man. For now, just copy my lines. Maybe ask somebody in chat if you want them to teach you now. I'm not going to go through a lesson on how to do it. It's pretty involved. It's an easy technique once you learn it, but just copy my levels today. If you could bet on you when I'm down to turn it around, you would. Open up a Kalshi bet. Will Matt turn this red day green? Irrational market today? It is not. There's no such thing as irrational to the upside. Markets behave extremely rationally when you bull up into even what we call a catalyst. A risk interval distance to the upside is not considered a catalyst, only to the downside because volatility explodes. So usually markets pretty gentle even when it rallies like this. Which my funded futures account is best in your opinion? The Rapids. There's not only the best my funded futures account, but it is the best account in all props right now. The only reason it's slightly better than TPT is because the profit split is better and you don't have to wait 3 flip days on the eval account to go funded. But at the end of the day, they're both pretty goated. They're like, it's hard to compare the two. They're literally neck and neck. But it's slightly better. Can I adjust my screen so it's clearer? Is that better? This camera trigger some y'all's epilepsy. My screen is, I'm streaming in a perfect, flawless 2K, my friend. You might want to check your resolution. Go to little gear on YouTube and make sure you're streaming at 2K or 1080 at least. Odds on Kalshi would be shit for you to turn it around. Probably 3K wins you 300. You need to try. I'll try Battlefront 2. You keep talking about it. Yesterday I was thinking about it. I was like, man, maybe I should download it and get into it. I'm trying to 100% Crimson Desert, man. That game is so grindy. There's just so much to do in that. I'm trying to finish it so I can move on to something else. But I'm dedicated. Just like I'm gonna play Elden Ring, 100% of that game too. Picked up every item, got every chest, got everything. Killed every boss, every side quest. I think I'm about a third of the way through Crimson Desert. Whenever it launched, I've been throwing a couple hours into it every day. They are better because I'm an affiliate. Yacht 3167. I don't understand what that means. That I'm saying they're better because they're an affiliate. I'm an affiliate with 52 prop firms, my friend. That argument makes no sense. Makes absolutely no sense. I'm affiliated with everybody. By the end of this week, it should be like 55 because we added 3 more. I'm affiliated with all of them. Oh, you're just joking. You're just joking because people say that. Oh yeah, the Top Step kids back in the day. You think this is better than Top Step just because you're not affiliated with them? I heard that a long time ago. Been waking up 2 hours early just to play Crimson Desert for the last 2 months, only like 40% of the way through. Dude, it never ends. It's so crazy. And what I actually started to like about it, although I wish it was even better, the combat mechanics are actually pretty cool. It reminds me of Black Desert Online if you ever played it. It was very much like a Terra where it was almost like a fighting game in an MMO. You can do all kind of combos and stuff. You can't really do combos in this game as much, but you can like switch up your attacks, not just spamming one button, which is kind of cool. Like run up, do a spin dash slash, jump over somebody, hit him in the back, pick him up, throw him off a cliff. It's kind of fun. But Black Desert Online, if y'all played that, had like easily the best combat mechanics of probably any PC game ever made. The thing was crazy cool. Like PvPing people was like just a giant dogfight. How bad the honor of playing with Let Me Solo Him? Nah, but I've seen a lot of videos of him. And that's just crazy. To me, honestly, I'm not gonna lie. People were like, Melania was the hardest boss. I think the hardest boss is the last boss. I didn't have any trouble beating Melania when I fought her. It took me a couple tries, but the mechanics were actually not that hard. The last boss I was having a lot of trouble with. The freaking serpent, or the giant thing, you know, the creature thing. It was kind of hard. Yeah, but the 3 different characters, different combat styles. Oh yeah. BDO was an insane grind game, dude. I spent so much money in that game too. For like trying to get all my gear up. Stupid waste of money. If you ask me. You be here for the second time? Nice. I didn't play Wukong. I thought when it came out, I think it was when I was like really balls deep in a Battlefield. The double gargoyle fight, that one was really hard too. On Elden Ring, oh shit, yeah, that one was tough. That one was really tough. I remember that one. That one was really hard. You know, when I played the DLC on Elden Ring, I was like, I'm gonna 100% this either. I didn't even beat the thing. I got like a third of the way through and I just quit. I got so burned out on Elden Ring because I played like back to back, so I was burnt out. I was like, I gotta play something else, man. So I actually never finished, never got to go beat Radahn or whoever the final boss was. Does Rapid have trailing? It does until you build your buffer, then it goes end of the day drawdown, or then it goes static. Once you build your buffer, it goes static. Assassin's Creed Black Flag? Assassin's Creed's always a good time. I always played the first ones like on Xbox. I played Assassin's Creed a lot. But I've not played any of the other ones. But did you hear? I heard that The Witcher is coming out with another DLC. Did y'all hear that? Did y'all hear that? And speaking of The Witcher, Henry Cavill, I heard, is a massive gamer. Like, I didn't even know this until I saw it on my doom scrolling. He's a tabletop gamer, a board gamer. Because he played Geralt in the show, but he also plays the game. He said he played the game dozens of times. And that's kind of cool. We'd all be friends with that guy in real life. We'd probably play Settlers of Catan with him. Did I play Final Fantasy? Yeah, I played every Final Fantasy. As a matter of fact, whenever I was a kid and I lived behind Hollywood Video, I would walk to Hollywood Video, rent Final Fantasy 3, which is Final Fantasy 6, Final Fantasy 3 for Super Nintendo, and I would play it and turn it back in, and I'd rent it again a month later. And it still had my save file on it. Never got erased. I was probably the only kid in my entire city that actually rented that game. So I constantly would rent Final Fantasy, Secret of Mana, Chrono Trigger. I was always renting those. Can I answer your question, please? TT_trading has a question. I don't see your question. Oh, do you think we keep pumping the session or we see a massive pullback? especially the ongoing Iran war. Right, it's news driven. The minute somebody says something about Iran, it's going to dip really hard, and I mean really hard. For me, I'm looking for my first trade is to long up DD. Everybody knows above DD band, I long on the band itself. I'm going to long on the band, long at half gap, pretty much it, or long at liquidity pocket. So this is a buy the dip day. Yes, sir. Scores affiliated with Traders Launch and trying them. Really like them so far. We actually talked to the people at Traders Launch yesterday. We just got it all set up. I don't know if it's working yet, but give it a day or two. I actually met with those guys today. And let me tell you something interesting about Traders Launch. Traders Launch account ranked at like a 9.9 or something like that. Their accounts, the first ones we put on there. Oh, here it is. Yeah, it is here. It is here. Look at this. We have no code set up yet. We just signed up for it, but they have an account that's a 9.9, which is up there with the bigs. So I'm really excited. That's why we were like, well, let's meet with those guys too and see what's going on. It has an uncapped payout. Yeah. We'll talk more about that probably in the next week. Cavill he is one of us, bro. I bet you he degens, trades props. Oh yeah, he's one of us. When I was doom scrolling, a video popped up of him, of some pictures of him building a PC, and I was like, my best friend that I never had. How do I approach Lucid Pro funded accounts for taking a payout? I usually like to build 3 or 4x times the amount of buffer myself personally before I take my first payout. So an example would be if Lucid, you could take $3,000 payouts. I like to put at least 9,000 of profit in before I take my first payout. That way payouts 2, 3, and 4 are much easier, but that's just me. For most people, I'd say comfortably, if you're not really that talented of a trader yet, I would put at least double what you need to take out. You need to take out 3, make at least 6 sort of thing. But that's up to you to decide how much further you want to go. You're still risking losing the whole account. I do that, but I make sure I build enough buffer in it. Like here's Blue Sky, right? I only need to make $3,000, but I built 10,000 minus the buffer. I built an additional $10,000 of P&L in that account that I don't need to. That's just to cushion me so I can make big mistakes later. Henry C's a huge nerd. Yeah, 100%. I played Final Fantasy X as a kid twice. FFX crushed me. Final Fantasy X was cool. A lot of people like younger generation, that was like their first Final Fantasy game or whatever. But I played 7 when it first, like when 7 came out, it was a cultural phenomenon. Like when Nirvana came out as a band, you know what I'm saying? Like a cultural thing. Every kid, whether you were like a gamer, a nerd, a dweeb, a football player, whatever, every kid that I know went out and got a PlayStation to play that game. It was such a huge cultural phenomenon in the 90s. 7 was the thing. Now, when you go back and play it now in hindsight, it's kind of like, it doesn't seem as cool. But when you came from like the cartoony world of the original Final Fantasies and the Zeldas and all those games were like sprites and 2D, and you go to this 3D dark, you know, post-apocalyptic city that's dying, it was so radically different for the series. And it was like infinitely cool. So I got a PlayStation 1 for my birthday for that game, and I was like glued to it for months. I probably played it 10 times. Played it, beat it, played it, beat it, played it, beat it. I know you don't trade with crew, but take a look at Varus, work like magic. Like I said, we're starting to find out Varus is probably one of the greatest discoveries of the 21st century. What you guys are talking about it. I hear Elon Musk is going to invest in the company now. It's so good. It's going to put it, Varus going to put us on the moon, on Mars. Any chance Props Chris I could have a section that describes the transition to live requirements? We thought about it in the future to add like a whole dedication to live. We were going to see first if the project panned out. You know, Prop Score was doing what it designed to do originally before we kept investing further into it. And Prop Score has exceeded our expectations by like tenfold. So it does make sense to keep additionally adding value to it. But obviously like the transition to live is a whole different, it's going to take a long time to build something like that because, you know, we had to staff up for and everything and learn all this extra stuff about live. Do I have a limit buy order set at DD band before the market opens? I don't. I usually like to wait for the market open and get those conditions and then decide. Probably with this much up, DD ratio is greater than half. We are trading up into the upper bear market though. Remember this, there's bear market resistance on monthly maps. So this might pop to there and sell off today. The fact that it's lining up has me a little concerned because we're still volatile. So I'm not going to bet that we go up and up and up and up without pulling back. Any hint of a ran, any hint of whatever, we're going to do something and pull back. Do I think Blue Sky will have 50% on their launch again? I'm sure they will at some point. I'm sure they will. If you wish it, it will happen. Just close your eyes and tap your heels together. Cavill's the best Superman. He's good. It's hard to say. I think him. It's hard to say because him and what's his face. My brain is completely. Christopher Reeve. I grew up with that. Right. That Christopher Reeve is like my version of Michael Keaton's Batman. You grew up with it. It's hard to accept another version of a Superman, but Henry was like, okay. In my opinion, they're tied. I think they're both good. Like Christopher Reeve's like the OG. Castlevania Symphony of the Night. That and Final Fantasy VII are my two favorite PlayStation games. 100%. After signing up for My Phone and Futures, your data on Ninja's delayed. Go to maybe go to like the Tradevate app, like the desktop app. Sign in and see if you have to sign your data form. Sometimes you have to do that to trigger it. It usually doesn't open in the web version. Will Varus be integrated in RS? Yeah, they're building it right now. You have to buy it separately, and you're supporting the maker of Varus. So Varus is going to have their own sales portal for it, and it'll just work with our platform, which is really cool. So like creators in our community can make something, and you guys can support them. The orange and blue lines overnight. Orange is based on monthly options. Blue lines based on weekly options. That's it. The monthly is considered the stronger pivot for trading. It's also the stronger determinant on if it's a bull or bear market. Like when you're in the down, when you're below monthly hedge pressure, we say bear market. When you're below weekly, we don't say bear market. What's up, fam? What's up, Sir Darb? Here to watch the goat. All right. So initial thought plan out the door is small trades, always small when above DD band. Small. This itself is a pivot to see if we go higher. That puts us close to here. A little bit on half gap overshoot wherever it is. We are at yellow lines, so be careful because yellow line breaks always can sometimes crash the market too. It'd be very rare for us to break through this and go, but it'd also be pretty obvious if we do. I'm always hesitant here to chase along against strong resistance, but we should be all right. I think I'm going to buy the dip around here, and I'm going to wait and get it to trade back up to that. DD band is always along at the band when DD rates are greater than half. All right, guys, hit that like button. Get ready to go. We are about ready to get started here. I'm on a 2-month win streak. I'm on a win streak. I'm on a win streak. All right, resilience is negative. Might pull back a little bit further. I'm gonna wait. Negative resilience, not good for this opening drop. This will probably bounce back up here and tap this and maybe fade a little. The negative white number implies gap fill, or at least pull back to half gap. So I'm gonna wait for the bigger pullback. Not buying the half gap here. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Delta's real heavy. It feels heavy on the tick chart. But that's just the opening move. It's always feel heavy. Okay, we got liquidity pot. Good. Okay, cool. That's exactly what I want to see. No, pull back a little bit more. A little bit more. Okay, great. So we've got all of this is bull pocket trade here through here. This is all support. S&P lost MHP. So be careful on this one because MHP, actually, we actually closed below it, so it's not bad. MHP is resistance all the way down towards hedge pressure. So this could fall all the way down to here. Negative resilience could fall all the way down to there. Be careful it's not a day that falls, consolidates, and continues to fall, or else we'll touch in lower band. Let's let this pull back a little bit more before I engage in a small scalp long. And I'm not longing for breakout anymore. I'm just longing for scalps on the bounces at the pocket. Let it lower. How does this panning out? Oh, so guys, Nasdaq's monthly maps have cleared out some of that bear zone, and so is the S&P. Oh, bull market's back. Bull market's back. I knew it. I had a theory. So the bear zone is disintegrating. It's like an ice cube melting on the sidewalk. You see it? It used to be thick. It was a thick boy. So was this one. They're thinning out. So the markets, unless we get another event, greater bull market's back, but DD ratio less than half though. Boo. Boo. All right. Probably get, okay. So with this on the edge, it's close enough to half for me to not be too scared of it. Arbitrage is also negative. Not bull bias just yet from here. Let's let it pull back a little bit further. Just a little bit more. How many points? My scalps are usually about 40 points on NASDAQ, depending. Now, the volatility here in that first candle, about 70 points. We need to allow about 70, 80 points overshoot. Means I need to pick a big, fat range right here to trade on. I might pull back today. What do I want to do? Do I want to take a short scalp? I hate doing this. We don't short above DD band. Yeah. Want to get a little lower. Random. I missed the entry though. I don't want to do any short scalps here today. I was waiting for it to go to here to do that. And sometimes you miss. Sometimes you miss it. That's all right. MHP tap with MHP resilience being negative. This can be some downside play. Technically speaking, one could short MHP right now. Let me show you what it looks like. Okay, never mind. Actually, let me show you what it looks like with 3 micros. The idea being that MHP resistance with negative resilience is a potential bounce point from here. Although I don't like to short above DD band on NASDAQ, but this is a potential play. If we do break above here, I'm going to go. I'm not seriously doing this. I'm just demonstrating the potential of this trade. If we break through here and then keep going, then I'll be bullish on the bull zone, on the bear zone flip. Wait for new high of the day. Yeah. I was just demonstrating. Maybe it won't work. 10 points over. Whatever. Didn't work. All right, guys. My Fun and Futures sale is live right now. Exclusive to prop score only. Rapid accounts with My Fun and Futures are 50% off code SCORE. First time users of My Fun and Futures. It is the highest ranked account on prop score. It is the GOAT of GOAT accounts, and everyone else 40% off. You can buy one with the code. Exclusive deal just here, just this morning. Feel free to grab one. Let me tell you a little bit more about the rapid plan. It's a 2-day pass, same day payout. You can have up to 5 accounts. No consistency, no DLL unfunded. And you can make 10K a day at 90% split times 5. So 50K a day after the split. So 45K per day. Exclusive here only. $50% off new users, 40% off everyone else. They usually only do a 20% off sale, but we convinced them to give us a exclusive deal for Rapids for more than that today. You know what I mean? First time using on stream? Yeah, and that also may be something we don't have. All right, so maybe what I'll do is I will take the bear zone break to the upside today. Let's jump in every single time to the long side. Is this a funded or is this an eval? Okay, this is funded. Let's grab it with 1 mini on the bear zone break. Like I said, I'm just going to try to do the MHP reject, but it didn't work. I'm going to trade from pocket to pocket top. And that Nasdaq, we should have grabbed that long at the bottom. That would have been so clean. Let her rip. Just this one. I'm not trading any of the other accounts. Just this one. Oh, that was juice in Nasdaq. Yeah, I was like, let me do with micros. No, that didn't work. Well, negative resilience though is usually a chance to do that. That was just a scalp back down to a lower low. But here, let's ride it up to pocket. MHP support is good for the bull side. DD ratio is greater than half. Monthly maps back to being bullish. Nothing's really bad today. This is going to transition into a pretty sizable, probably up day. When Nasdaq does this, it usually flies, and I'm talking like flies. Let's see. You'll be careful today. We won't get any kind of Iran news. Kind of shock the market up a little bit. Varus at the top band. Is that what you guys are saying? I do like the fact that monthly maps have cleared up a little bit. That you can't go wrong with. Come on, EST, baby. Bear zone, bull zone. Let's pop it. One of my favorite setups from here to here. Nasdaq's going to experience a little bit of resistance here, though. All right. Hopefully hold the MHP. Flash sale. My funded futures, everybody. Flash sale. Score code flash sale. Only here. Only us. My funded futures rapid. Let me add to it there. 50% off. Code SCORE. First time users. One use only. 40% off everybody else. Normally it's 20, but it's 40 and 50 if it's your first time. Rapid is the top ranked account in prop score. It is 2 days to pass, 1 day to pay out, 10K payout on day 3. Straight up. 90% split. No consistency, no deal unfunded. The goat of goats. DBT and my funded futures are at the top for a reason. We have an exclusive sale only here. All right, now we see if this goes up. For all account sizes on Rapid, yeah, all account sizes. Come on, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Don't crash out on me today. Come on, baby. Hit that pocket. Hit that pocket. Liquidity pockets are golden. Not working for 100Ks and 50Ks. Hold on. Let me look up on it. It's only 15 and 50K. Only 25 and only 50K. Okay. It's only, yeah, it's 25 and 50K. Sorry. 25 and 50K here. Let me type it up. 130. %50 off. $25K and $50K. All right. Let's run it up the pocket. Let's get it. Let's get her done. The discount is valid until 1:30 Eastern, so just for half a day. Now this, I can only make 2K today. I don't want to make too much on this account. So let's get up to the pocket and let's close out. Let's take the profit. That was so fucking easy. There's my 2K. Done. Done. I only make 2K per day. Good stuff. Oh, that was simple. Did you guys have fun with that one? Sometimes you don't need to do too much. What was my biggest trade in life or today? On the stream, I've had multiple days where that you guys have seen, even in the last challenge I did, that were like $200,000, $300,000 of move. The pocket method, liquidity pocket. When DD ratio is greater than half, we trade from bear zone top to bull zone bottom. Here to here every single time. Nice and beautiful, nice and beautiful. So pocket to pocket. Now the next setup I look for, let it play around here. Volatility is still there, but we might actually get through it. It's for 25K and 50K only, by the way. 25K and 50K only for the flash sale. If it does break through here, I don't chase on the break. I wait and let it pull back. Like wait at least, you know, 10, 20 minutes. Don't just the first couple of candles. If it breaks, give it some time, let it pull back. Test bull zone, trade number 2 on a bull zone, break and reclaim, break and retest. If it drops back to bull zone, bear zone when I enter, every single time. Yes, sir. Every single time. We play a song cut every single time, every single time, every single time, every single time. Every single time. All right, so this is the next one I'm gonna do. So this one's done for the day. Let's move this to the side. This bad boy's up next. You want to see, wait, you can see Matt doing yoga? You guys know I'm like a professional yogi, right? Y'all want to see me do some yoga? Hold on, let me see if I can see something. Y'all want to see me do some crazy arm stand balances? Y'all want me to show, you want me to show off? Somebody said I want to see Matt doing some yoga. All right, we can play some micros here. Wait. Oh, it's 1500. Hold on. Did I already set a limit on this one? Hold on. Oh, this one is maxed out. Hold on. Let's get one that's not maxed out then. Okay, this one. All right. MES. Good long scalp. Hold on. I can't do yoga yet. Hold on. Let's get a good long scalp here. Let me let it simmer down a little bit. I could put a micro on it, maybe 2. I like to trade the pocket every time. And if it fails, it fails. I just inch forward a little bit at a time. If we lose, now here's the thing. We open below MHP. Here are the stats on that. 70 with the confluence, 90% of the time. The day will close below MHP 90% of the time. So the idea is it kind of wants to get there, especially with negative resilience, and we open below it. I'm going to trade this very, very, very lightly. I'll take the pocket trade every single time, but I'm going to trade micros because I'm just a smidge away from it dropping through it. So be careful here. Negative resilience on NASDAQ could also sell things down a little bit. Trade my real account? When a market's irrational like this, I'm not a big fan of trading my real account. I like to have steady, solid pivots before I engage in the real account. This is more like, not as steady. Like we're way outside of DD band. I don't want to risk it. Don't forget, guys, 50% off my funded futures rapid. Lasts until 1:30 today, so just a half day sale. Exclusive here only at Score. Second trade, second trade, second trade. Every single time I take it. But it's only light. Not putting too much into it. I never like to go against Darb. I know, right? We'll take the trade one more time to the upper bull zone. Pocket it. That's 2 wins in a row. I know I just grabbed some micros, but you know the drill. Let's be technically correct. All right, 2 times in a row. Do this all day. In and out, in and out, in and out. Pretty simple. In and out. Just scalps only. You guys enjoying it? Yeah, your friends might have told you, man, these guys do something different over there. Not the usual. You know what I'm saying? It's like we got something going on here. I make that trade every single time, man. Every single time. Is Fun and Family legit? Yeah, Fun and Futures Family is good. We've got to code with those guys too. Where's your Smeg toast? No toast today. Ordered pizza yesterday. Well, Mark's market irrational right now. Irrational is not necessarily a bad thing. It just means it's going to be a little unstable and kind of harder to manage trades. Anytime you break through monthly hedge pressure or you're outside of DD bands, market's always irrational. So here it can irrationally squeeze to the upside. Like, don't get caught in a bag holding situation here. If you're trying to short this. Like, originally I was like, let me put a little small couple micros on the MHP just in case it nose dives with the negative resiliences, and it didn't. Then I flipped long and then got the long trade twice. Pretty simple. Above DD band, it's fairly bullish and irrational on Nasdaq side. It doesn't mean it's going to it's just gonna be harder to predict. Sensitive, choppy, irrationally exuberant. There you go. There you go. Where did I learn to trade? I am self-taught. I've been live streaming for a decade. I've been trading for 16 years. Just like everything else I've done in life, I'm pretty self-taught with most everything. Self-taught programming, self-taught mathematics. I tend to like bury my head in stuff and figure it out. The School of Hard Knocks. There you go. Do we have FOMC today? Not today. Didn't we have the minutes yesterday? That was yesterday, right? Oh, we don't have. There's really no news this week. This is kind of a light news week. It's bull market today, baby. You can feel that bull pressure. Nothing. Yeah, nothing today. Nothing tomorrow. Wait, hold on. Wait. That's the wrong day. Should be nothing today. Nothing. Yeah. Oh, we should have SpaceX liquidity map today. Hold on. No, it doesn't. I told my again. Bum, 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 bum. Every single time. So no SpaceX liquidity map today, but it is in resilience though. But not MHP resilience apparently. What are my thoughts on Bookmap? If you need order flow software, it's good. If you need that, I think it's useful if that's something you need. I've never needed it. It helps you determine how the order flow is shifting around. Then you can see in real time where that flow is going. I never really needed it, but it doesn't mean it's not a useful tool. I'm just such an old school trader. It helps automate a lot of that, like feeling that you need to understand, like feel the market flow. I can start a tick chart and feel the flow. Feel that flow surge through me. My Fund and Futures code is SCORE for 50% off your first rapid. It's the GOAT account. The GOAT of GOAT accounts. Man, my Mr. Bean sticker is starting to peel off my bottle here. I need to order some more Mr. Bean stickers. Hold on. Important stuff. So here on a bull side break, what you do is wait, and I mean wait. Wait for it to do, like, I don't chase it. I don't use this as a chase. I even miss out if it keeps going. What I do is I wait for it to have the quote unquote breakout, and then I wait for it to retest, and then I re-engage a second time. A lot of times playing right in here can be a fake out and it pulls back. So I always give it a little bit more time. All right. Let's see if I can find some Mr. Bean stickers. I'm serious. I need one for my car. But only Mr. Bean. I mean, need one for my my bottle here. Whoa. Look what I found on Amazon. Hold on. I didn't think I was actually gonna find a Mr. Bean sticker, but I did find this for your car. If you'd like to really just, like, you know, troll people while you're driving by. yeah. That'd be kind of awesome. Burn. I definitely want one of those. That'd be the best $15 ever spent. I'm gonna put it in the oh, but it's only facing one. I wonder if I can, if you can flip it both directions. I'd like to put it on the side of the new Rari when I get it, just right there on the side. That'd be very awesome. Just as I'm cruising by. Or maybe I can put it on my side. Let's be careful on this. Remember, we don't long at bull zone at the tap. Bull zone, you let it break and then you let it return and then you let it go. Give it 30 minutes. Give it some time. We're gonna wait. I'm 2 for 2 today, which is good. Or actually 2 for 3. The original micro trade I was demonstrating went under, and then this one went up. So I did lose that one little trade there. I forgot about that already. You can't just order. Nobody just has a set of Mr. Bean stickers. Maybe I should just like glue this to the bottle. It's the best one ever. I got this in an escape room. When I beat the escape room, they were like, reach into the box and grab yourself a prize. It was full of like little kid toys and, you know, like, and stickers. I was like, oh, I'll just grab myself a Mr. Bean sticker. It looks good. All right, I'll take one of those. But it was an assortment. It wasn't like it was only Mr. Bean stickers. I found it in the mix. So I guess it's not going to exist. But I do have some Beavis and Butthead stickers. That'd be cool. I could put these on my water bottle. $12 sticker pack. Hey, feels. Dude, did they make new episodes of Beavis and Butthead recently? I think I saw that on, did they make a new season recently? There's new season, right? Fire, fire. Right? I swear to God, I see it. It popped up. They made new seasons, right? Recently, last couple years. I haven't seen them though. Like 3 new seasons. Did I see the SNL skit? Oh, with Ryan Gosling as Beavis. That was fire, dude. That was good. They had the 2 guys. Have y'all seen that skit on Saturday Night Live? Oh, dude, it's way too funny. I'd play it, but I might get a copyright strike. So it was like this serious like interview, but there was a guy in the audience that looked just like Beavis. And then it panned to another guy that looked just like Butthead. And the whole joke was like, you guys don't know each other. They're like, I don't understand what you're talking about. Oh yeah, so Google SNL Beavis and Butthead skits. Probably one of the funniest skits they ever made. Hands down. So good. Oh, the old, like Liquid Television in the old days. Oh, with like Beavis and Butthead and Aeon Flux and what were some of the other ones they had? Liquid Television. Dude, my parents didn't have cable. And they didn't know what Beavis and Butthead was, but I was afraid they wouldn't let me watch it. My grandparents had cable. So we'd spend the weekend at my grandparents all the time. And all I would do is sit there and just play Beavis and Butthead. My lovely grandparents just thought we were watching cartoons. They didn't know what was going on. You kids having a good time watching cartoons? Yes, ma'am. Frog baseball. The Max. Oh, dude. The head guy. The guy with the thing in his head. Whoa. I remember that show. The Max, and they had the other guy, the head. Yeah, that one. The Max was like the superhero guy thing. What was the guy with the thing in his head? Like the alien thing or whatever. Dude. That's like taking me back. I don't know if we're gonna, I don't think we did some downside today. The market looks like it's floating up. What's Nvidia doing? Nvidia's selling off a little. Arbitrage is negative. Apple's chilling, bull up. Meta's chilling. Microsoft bearish. Okay, so some of the big tech still maintaining that bearish structure. But usually when you break through a yellow line like this and support and consolidate higher is usually pretty strong and bullish. So I would be completely dumbfounded and blown away if this did sell off. Usually this holds. Despite confluences not looking super strong. Usually this is a hold, and it could be a hold to there, but we're still not in the clear when it comes to volatility yet. But that monthly map certainly cleared up, didn't it? It looked kind of tidy. VIX is still above Contango midpoint, which means the minute somebody says the word Iran, this market just dies for a hot minute. That Nasdaq hourly candle was a beaut. I think trendline traders will try to fade this, but this is solid. I mean, that's what last night I was longing for, something like this to happen. We'll see how today pans out. I don't think we get downside, but it might not be super tradable to the upside. You might have to just kind of put some money in it and cross your fingers. Just hope it keeps going. But we're gonna wait. Like I said, I grabbed liquidity pocket twice, and sometimes that's all you need, right? How's Matt doing this morning? Matt's doing fine this morning, like Matt always does. What's up, bro? Hey, Paul, what's up, man? What's up? Can I relay the risk interval numbers, please? Yeah, you go to rocketplace.mat and then you buy the platform. You can have them. But I'll give them to you today for free. 68.75 S&P. 266.50 for NASDAQ. NASDAQ. How's Brad doing this morning? He was up so late last night, and I let him out of his cage to go on a road trip. So he's doing good. They're doing something. I don't know. They went somewhere. Hey, your name's Green Silence. You are a member now. Hey, there you go. There you go. I got another payout last night from a payout request last night from Blue Sky. I'll let y'all know how it goes. That'll total over 10,000 with these guys. Oh, well, the launches I can take a payout every day, I guess. So I can request another payout today. Do you guys know it's my first time trading Blue Sky launch? The $3,000 per account every 7 days, is that just for Orbit or is that across the board with all their accounts? That's my question. Y'all know the answer to that? LP again. EST every single time. Let's throw one micro. Oops, I got in pretty late on this one. That's a horrible fill. Look at me being that's so sloppy. Let's not do that. We're longing for the Bears. Yeah. Sometimes I hate when I do this. I keep the charts are like this. And I think I'm close enough to it, but I'm not looking at the actual numbers. That was like 5 points away. That's noobish. I closed that micro out. I mean, be careful today. With negative resilience, it can try to fill the gap. Be careful. Conditions I hate, and I hate long against ARB. I feel like I'm overstretching. You know what? I'm not going to do it. I know I should take it every single time, but arbitrage has been relatively negative this entire time, and so have your resiliences. It doesn't mean the market's going to sell off, but I'm losing confidence that they're not getting stronger even though we're popping up to higher highs. So let me choose not to take it. And chill. 7-day rotation. Is it in all the accounts? Like 7 days total per account? Also including launches, right? I don't work with limit orders. I don't use limit orders now. The reason, because the Nasdaq and S&P are so liquid. I just made a mistake there. Speed is more important than accuracy for the most part. I'll lose a tick or two filling to get in where I want to get in. But the thing is, I'm usually longing on a red candle anyways. So usually when I fire a market order, the ask already drops anyways into my order. So it's like a limit order anyways. I don't long into green, which punishes you for doing that. I long into red and I short off a green. Like right now would be like, okay, let me take it with a micro. Now that it's red, I got filled exactly at my target. I should do it. For some reason, I feel a little nervous today. Do y'all feel nervous? I feel nervous about this one. For some reason, ARB never got positive on this breakout. I'm very nervous. Y'all feel nervous? I feel nervous, guys. This can fade all the way down. You think it's going to crash today? I don't know. Every single time I should long this. But sometimes when irrational and outside DD bands, I can consciously choose not to do anything. Feel sketchy? Does it feel sketchy to you guys? You seem a little off your game. Wait, today? Long and in the middle there? I don't want to be sloppy. I closed out, which is kind of a good thing I did that. I'm up today. I'm green across the board, baby. Full port long apple. Let's go. Yellow line, reject, resist. Be careful here. Losing this can accelerate a nasty fall back down the band, if not the lower pocket. So be very careful today, guys. If it's got a weird feeling, we hit MHP again. This is a long setup from here. It doesn't have the strong confluences you'd like for a good long setup, but it is a long setup nonetheless. Downside whoosh fan. All right, you guys dare me? You dare me to put on the whoosh? You want me to put on a whoosh shower? The opposite of a whoosh fan. Whoosh showers hang from the ceiling. Time to clean off this market. It feels weird. I'm gonna stay out of this one. You know what I'm saying, guys. Let's let it come down. Let's let this guy come down today. My Fun and Futures flash sale today. Rapid accounts. Type in the word flash. Let's give away like, I don't know, 8 of these things. 50K rapids, 25K rapids are 50% off your first time use if you've never used My Funded before, or 40% off if you have one time use only, exclusive here with code SCORE only on our code. And this right here is the top ranked account on Prop Score. Kind of feels crashy here, guys. It might fall back and test the open. I don't know. The rapid account is a 2-day to pass, 1 day to payout, 10K payout per account, up to 5 accounts total at 90% split. So that's $45,000 you can make on day 3 once you start, including eval. There's no DLL and no consistency on funded. It is the best you can see. It's like across the board. 10.0, 9.2, 9.3, 9.9. I mean, like the score is off the charts. It literally sets the curve for the entirety of all the prop accounts in the space. It's so much better than everything else by an infinite degree. Exclusive sale only offered to us because we're the biggest and best. You guys know it. They all want to be like us out there. But nobody loves us as much as these firms love us. No, I'm just kidding. But it's pretty cool they offered us this flash sale for you guys. My Fun and Futures experience to live is my second favorite experience. My first one was TPT, which is exactly the same account. TPT Pro, My Fun and Futures Rapid is the same exact account. That's my 1 and 2. My 2 favorite experiences in props. So normally the Rapids are 20% off if they do a sale with anybody. So they did 50% off for first timers, 40% off. I promise you're not going to hate the account. You're going to have a good time with it. As far as props go, it's pretty good. So I just popped a short on that yellow line retest right there, just to scalp it short in my big account. Closed out, made 13,000 on that short just now, or actually 9,000 to add to the 4 that I had. So my challenge account is now in 3 days from 100 to 130. God, I'm so fucking good at this. I'm so good at this. God. Took that just quick short right there for 100 points. Woo! Woo! Let's play the song again. I could hold for more, but again, in a bull market, I only short scalp. Can I be more transparent when I did that? I thought I said it. Can I be honest with you guys? Can I be real with y'all? I don't take my ADHD meds anymore. I'm pretty bad at multitask. I mean, I forgot Christopher Reeve's name earlier. It kind of sucks once you start getting older. Type in flash, guys. I swear I said it. Did I not say it? My bad. My bad, y'all. So, you know, I used to be, okay, again, at just a short scout. I used to be a, I used to wake up, slam my coffee, take my Adderall, drink an energy drink. And since I went fully drug-free in my life, like literally drug-free for the last year, because I had a health scare, right? I was hospitalized a couple times, high blood pressure. They thought I was gonna stroke out. The doctor was like, you need to cut everything out of your diet, or anything out that's bad. So all I do is I sip on a little bit of coffee now, but I used to wake up, I would take Adderall and drink coffee and slam an energy drink and sip coffee all morning. I was a complete crackhead when it came to that stuff. Like, just, guys, I'm trading today. Like, I was a complete, like, tweaking out, you know, like, terrible. I'm surprised I didn't have a stroke. Anyways. But so I'm on, no, Brian, I'm on my BP meds. Actually, I forgot to take them. They got me on the, losartan BP meds. I just had a bad feeling not to take the long, and I think that was really smart of us today to avoid it. Well done, everybody that said it felt fishy. We felt like it felt fishy, right? We stepped aside. Sorry, let me update you guys on my P&L. But anyways, what the point I'm saying is I went completely drug-free. I'm talking like no more microdosing, no more mauling. We go to the club, which used to be my favorite thing to do. No, I don't even do THC gummies anymore. I'm completely like clean. I'll drink a little bit, maybe a cocktail, and then I'll sip a little bit of coffee. I've never felt better in my entire life, believe it or not. Anyways, the point of what I'm saying is that I feel like most of my memory and skill set were based on the drugs I took. Molly is brutal over time. Yeah, it can get pretty bad. So I forget things easily. I'm multitasking with prop score, with rock score, with everything. Sometimes I think I do something and I don't do it. So that was the whole point of that story, is I started to realize lately in my life, and plus, you know, you turn 44. I was like, what's his name? And somebody's like, Christopher Reeve. I'm like, yeah, Christopher Reeve. I wouldn't have forgotten that 10 years ago. So anyways, I swear I thought I said hopping in a short right now, but maybe in my head I did. Anytime you lose the yellow line and retest, I usually always slam a short very quickly on that one. So this is actually a pretty decent day today. I only had that one little tiny micro loss here. And then when I jumped in on the micro, I got a bad feeling I jumped out of the way. This was beautiful execution. Using my, again, when you have that breakup and it continues to go and you don't have that confluence with arbitrage, I'm usually scared to engage further in a long. I got one pocket, two pocket. Now this could have just been a regular loss, but I used my spidey senses to get out of the way early, which was kind of nice. And then it fell. So from here, is there a long play? Well, when ARB goes positive, it can be a possible long setup from any of these pockets here. So keep a lookout on that one. If we fall below DD band with any kind of velocity, it's going to fall to the lower band more often than it doesn't. So don't get killed today, guys. I need some more bear market. I need some more bear market songs. All right, this one's all crash and burn. Okay, we got two flash, two My Fun and Futures Rapids giveaway. Rapid 25K and 50K are 50% off today with code SCORE. Only here, nobody else gets it. We're the favorite. You enjoy being in the Discord and learning from the other traders new to trading, and cannot afford full Rockstar platform yet. So your question is, can I get the full Discord for $20 boot camp? $20 boot camp gives you access to the Discord, I thought. I think it gives you access to the full Discord. I hide the winner's name? Oh shit, my bad. Thank you. Elise, see, I'm telling you guys are gonna remind me of stuff. I'm losing my brain. I know I joke about this now, but in freaking 10 years, I'm gonna have to have somebody behind me with like cue cards to help me remember where I am. Yeah, let's not make dementia jokes. I'm gonna knock on wood. Where am I? Matt, you're streaming. Who are you? How did you get in here? I'm having to learn how to function for the first time in my life drug-free. When I say drug-free, like Adderall-free. When I got on that in college, in my 40s, I'm finally completely off of stimulated medication. So having to function and run prop score, run rocket scooter, run the dozens of things I'm doing outside of that, and multitask, it's quite a challenge. I tend to become more forgetful. If I didn't have my amazing team at prop score, I wouldn't be able to function. These guys have to like spoon feed me what to say, what to do every morning. Because I used to be really on fire. Cash craft your channel. Lee's futures, man. Another winning day, huh? God, it must be lucky. You know, I don't know, man. Actually, let's do 4. Let's kick off with a bang. Let's do 4 really quick. These are for 50K Rapids, the GOAT of GOATs. The best account, period, in props because it's so quick and it's so easy. Moderately priced and the payout is big. That's what makes it the GOAT. Oops, no, wrong person. Oops.
Trapped in this profitless hell, numbers swirl a cruel ballet.
You also can't multitask. I used to be so much better multitasking. Okay, so here, this is the EST long on NASDAQ for the scalp through the same pocket. I'm not taking it because I fell quicker than I thought. But you see how even liquidity pocket, boom, boom, still in the same market plunge out there, still a scalp there. How many people scalp liquidity pocket on the way down there? This song is called Dip to Rip. Caltech Slip. Cat active, isn't it? If it's 200 something points lower, let's measure it real quick. Hold on. Got to spin that thing a little bit faster. Hold on. From the top here, about 200, what's it, 233? Yeah, it's probably cat active line somewhere in there, yeah. Yo, I just got first look. Our merch guy just got back to us with some initial designs. Let's see if I can show y'all some concepts of this. Hold on. Oops, that's not what I want to do. I'll leak it. We got some concepts here. Oh, do you think we keep pumping this? All right, hold on. Check this out, guys. Merch shop coming soon. Merch shop coming soon. This is the Rock Scooter side, and we'll have a prop score merch shop as well. So far from the print company, they've got us like hats and stuff, and that's like a first sort of go at that. Caltech, Scotch Crafter, Elise, and one more for now. I'm telling you guys, I'm not gonna lie, it was a huge adjustment to get off of Adderall. It really was. But I can tell you, I've never felt healthier my entire life. And I'm on this like huge health kick. What the heck? Oops, my song thing just crashed. I never felt healthier in my life. Oh, come on. But I also am more forgetful, and I should be a little bit better. Them hearts all down, and when they discovered the funny thing was ADHD wasn't something that was diagnosed to kids. But I had a very severe case in high school and stuff. And then college, when I was like dangerously close to flunking out of college, my very first year, because it's the first time I ever had to study in my entire life, apart from when I was like 5 or 6 years old, studying for tests or whatever. When I was a kid, I was studying and learning algebra and calculus in elementary school, like quickly. And I never studied again. I got to college, didn't know how to study. I didn't have the patience for it. I didn't want to do it. And doctor was like, test me, and he's like, you've got ADHD. And I'm like, what's that? He's like, just take these medicine, that'll make you feel better. And I took the medicine, and I'm like, and then I graduated like third in my class. I was like, all right, now I'm focused. So I didn't realize that I lived my whole life with undiagnosed ADHD until I was in college. But yeah, that shit'll fuck you up. Because I ate Count Chocula growing up. Is that what fucked up my genetics, eating that chocolate cereal? All right. So you guys, even on the sell-off, I don't know, how many people here took that pocket trade on NASDAQ? Even when it's crashing out, it's still liquid enough to bounce. Y'all see that? And I'm missing all kind of trades right now because I'm chatting with you guys, and that does happen. But had I been watching, I might have built in my original setup I told y'all this morning was to trade into this little pocket here. Y'all grab the pocket. Y'all got it? As long as you guys got it, then that's good. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Huh. We're the best to ever do it in this community. I'm telling you. I don't know why some people watch those doofuses out there that stream, those other guys. They ain't winning shit. They're burning props. It just, doesn't it feel like something we have is kind of magical in a way? Giveaway's over for now. Chill, the 4 winners. I need y'all to do me a favor. Make a prop score account, A. B, go to prop score Discord. And then go to the Claim Your Win channel, and that's it. And I feel like something we have is kind of magic, right? It feels that way. The whole every single time philosophy of liquidity pocket is something that's been really nice. Like here's EST on S&P, right? Let's just grab some micro trades on the EST. Even though I'm late to the freaking trade, why not? Let me get 2 micros here, 3 more micros here on the dip, and I'll play it, lose MHP, I'll stop. Let me just show you the trade again. 2 micros here, 3 micros here, stop 10 points under. I'll buy the same pocket that I did earlier. Same shit, different day. I know I missed the other ones doing the giveaway. Talking about my ADHD while being ADHD at the same time. It's a curse and a blessing. I love this song. By far, Bradley, my friend, it's the best song you've written of all of them. This song needs to be in movies, man. And if I'm wrong on this one, I'll be wrong very, 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 very small. If you're over or under the consistency by less than $1, will that count against you? Some firms, yes. Some firms, no. It depends on firm to firm. Some firm, you got to be exact on the money. Some firms give you a couple % leeway. It just depends on who you're trading with. So 2 at the pocket, 3 on the dip, 10 points under. I'm done, which is going to be 20 points on 2, which is just what, $200. See, 20 points on 10 would be 1,000. So 200 under, 150 under with 3. So I'll be under 3. Like this trade, I'll lose 350 if I'm wrong. So the whole time I'm trading, I'm always knowledgeable of how much I can lose. So if I buy 2, buy 3 more, stop at 10, I'll lose 350. Now the candles are just about 10 points each. Maybe if I give myself a little bit more volatility, maybe 15 of overshoot. Let's give ourselves 15 overshoot instead of 10. So that'll be about 400 something loss. I'll still be green for the day if I'm wrong. Let's stop at 38. Well, actually, resilience is positive. Let's hold through 38. Let's allow it to bounce. Let's go to here. Let's go all the way down to 34. Let me give myself a full 15-point drop. Actually, 33. Because I don't want to stop here at half gap if it does bounce. And let me take the 3 and then buy 3 at the overshoot instead. Let's reformulate this trade now that res is positive. Let me let it overshoot a little bit. And I'll do the 3 more. Go down a little bit more. A little bit more. 44. Okay, let's add the 5 there. 5 micros. I'll stop at 34. If you want help while you're trading, did you know you can go to the settings on your DOM here and show your estimated P&L on the DOM? And it will show you about where you're going to stop, what you're going to lose. If you can't do the math quickly in your head, this one, if I stop at 34, see I'm down 380 bucks when I said earlier about 350, 380. So I'll still be green if I'm wrong. Green for the day. Hold on, we can hear that song again. Love that song. Song is so good. Matt, thank you. I just passed live on Phidias. Wait, why are you deleting that person's message? Oh, you're just deleting the repeats. Okay, he's just... It's okay if they spam the same message to me because they're celebrating or they want to know. Oh, that's cool. Never mind, Kevin. You just deleted 2 of the 4. Okay, that's fine. Matt, thank you. I just passed live on Phidias. I could take my first $800 withdrawal. First withdrawal ever. Daniel Jesus Cruz Ortiz. Dude, I love hearing it. I love first payout ever is like music to my ears, man. I love it. So many stories like that here, man. I love it. Okay, let's take it. This is an overshoot on POC with MHP resistance. Now, again, I'm not trading it super hard because, again, the confluences are negative, and this does say resistance. That's why I'm trading it light. Okay, so I got my initial 2. Now, technically speaking, I would trim out the 3 I just dove in. Let's just teach you a little cost basis management. I bought 2. I bought 3 more. Let's close out those 3 and get my initial 2, and I move my cost basis down to 46. Y'all see that? So here's the trick. I call this rolling. I do this all the time. If I pick a cluster of pivots like I did here, and I bought 2, and I bought 3 more, my choice was to long 2 from here. So when I add to it and return to there, I better get back to my original position. I don't buy 2, then buy 3, then hold 5 the whole way up. That's not what that's not what the point of that is. I have a cost basis here of my first 2. I bought 3 more. I closed those 3 out. 2 contracts broke out even. 1 contract took a profit, and then I shifted my cost basis of my original 2 from here to here. Professional trading position management technique, rolling your cost basis lower. And what that point of that does is it allows, if I chose to take 2 risk here to move, then because it dips and comes back, why would I be in 5? My original choice was 2. So when I get back to the same spot, it better be 2. That's the risk. That's the position management tricks. When you're actually deciding on how much to trade, it doesn't make sense if I bought 2 and then it fell, that's going against me, and I got 5, and then I'm here and I'm like, well, whatever, let me be in 5. It already showed it's trying to move against you. Don't have any more risk at the same pivot. Never. What is that? What? You're like holding it like Indiana Jones freaking in the Temple of Doom. Oh. Is this song on Suno? I don't know if Brad put the I'm Still Here song on Suno. Dude, it's creamy today.
Creamy.
Frothy.
Is that good or bad?
It's good. What's in it?
Cream.
Look at this. Look how frothy it is. It's lovely. It's like a good texture.
Like frost. I would like
Oh, the froth
hot.
tastes like a milkshake. It's good. Love you, babe. Thank you. Look at this. We made money. We're not broke anymore. You ordered batteries for the Dyson? I ordered batteries for my my UPS. This one's dead. Oh. My UPS is dead, so I need to get the batteries. They only last for like 3 to 5 years anyways. You should replace them. No, it's cheaper to do replacement batteries on UPS. UPS will probably cost 150 bucks. Batteries are probably 30 bucks. All right. Just relax. I got a haircut today. I don't remember. Oh, right, like I want. With me? Yeah, you can come with me if you want. In River Oaks. All right. Creamy and frothy. Thanks, babe. There's pizza and stuff in there if you're hungry. No, the arugula. I ordered a box of arugula for you to put on whatever. Yeah, they had extra arugula as like a side. When you build your own pizza, you can add whatever you want. So I was like, I wanted to add $3 worth of arugula or whatever. You can sprinkle it on your pizza or whatever. So, yeah, what time? At 1 o'clock, right? France and Morocco play today, yeah. You know, guys, it's like, I was so used to having like 3 games a day. Now we're back to like 1 game a day. Yeah. France and Morocco today. There's that 3. Newton says, let's fucking go. One of the best out here. Have not been here for a minute. WWW. Thanks, brother. Appreciate it. Is that the babysitter? Yeah, that's my live-in nurse. She brings me healthy stuff. Where's Catline validated? Yeah, let's draw it really quick. We've been a little distracted by goofing off. Catline isn't validated when you return to the anchor point that started it. So an example would be here. So for 915, we're going to subtract a risk interval from the top of it. So it's going to basically be at 50 on the dot 650. I want to check my mental math. About 650 is about right. So this is a potential catalyst until we return to this anchor point that started it. So if we pass up the highs, I'll delete or pass up this candle right here, I'll delete the purple line. All right, so position rolling. Do you guys understand how that works? Let me explain it again. Let me draw it off to the side, give you a little bit more information about it. Let me just invent a scenario. Position rolling. Let's say that all of these are within a range that I want to trade all of it. Okay. Let's say that I've designed an entire trade that would long here, and I'm just making up some pivots. Pretend that all 3 of these are high volume pivots and they're all close together and I want to trade all of them. I decided that if it's going to bounce somewhere inside of the cluster, let me add a position, all of it. Say that my normal choice would be 10 contracts to long at any pivot. So I'm watching this right here. I'm going to close this out where I'm going to touch the top of the pocket one more time. Well, I got to turn my pencil tool off so I can do that. Just micros today again, man. It's been hella stellar. This has been such a straightforward day. Super straightforward. As a matter of fact, for the sake of the lesson, I don't really need to be making too much on these. This is that launch account. Let me get my pencil back. I'm going to cut out because I can't close the position when the pencil tool is activated. I should hold for longer, but I don't want to interrupt the lesson. Top of bull zone close out would be the next trade. So here, ARB is spot on most days. Dude, ARB is by far the best thing I've created lately. It's so good. Okay, so back to the lesson, position rolling. If I were to long normally 10 contracts at a pivot, I'm super confident everything's good, but I got 3 pivots nearby. I would choose to split up to 10, 2, 3, and 5. Then I would calculate what my stop is, and my stop is always a distance of X below my lowest pivot, okay? Simple as that. And normally you would say it's 10 points. So I would calculate 2 minis losing all of that. Rather than 10 losing 10, 2 losing 5 times the distance is the same amount because it's a fifth of the position size. So spreading out your position allows a small position to make a little bit if you're right, a medium position to make a little bit more if you're right, a big position to make a lot if you're right, and then your loss is really small. If you crash through 3 high volume pivots, it's really rare. It's going to hook one of them usually. So I like to take a bet and spread it out really wide and then calculate what's the total loss of 2 that distance, 3 that distance, and 5 that distance. And I come up with my total loss. And I can say my total loss, as an example, would be, you know, I have a budget. I don't want to lose more than $3,000 and my total loss comes in less than that, then I'm good. Comes in more than that, then I'll adjust the position. I'll move it heavier near the bottom and take less of a loss up top until I get my budget kind of right. And I can do this quickly in my head, usually pretty easily, but have a spreadsheet on the side to do that. Now, the trick is if I chose to do 2 here and 3 here and 5 here, and say that price does hit all 3 of those and hit this one, what do I do now? Now I've got 10 contracts. Now I'm close to my overall stop. What do I do? Well, what happens if it rallies to there? My original entry point was 3 there. Then I added 5 more, came right up to there. Anytime I reclaim a previous entry, I always close what I dug in with. In this case, 5. That way I return to my original cost or my original position size at the same level. Now I'm long 3 at the same spot, but my cost basis got lower. And I ride that up to there. Then I close out the original 3 that I added the second time, and I have my original 2 left. You see how this works? So if I chose 2 and I chose to add 3 and chose to have 5, I'm sorry, I did this wrong. This should be 5. And this should be 2. On the way back up, if I chose to have a total position of something here, if I dip and add to it and return to it, I better have that original something the same. I'm going to trim everything else out because it went against me and I returned to the pivot. The chances are less likely that it's going to rally because it's trying to go against me. So I don't want to have a heavier position the second time around. I want to have exactly the same position. If I chose 3 here, I better have 3 there the second time. Does this make sense, everybody? The risk profile hasn't changed to the better to give me a better shot at winning, so I don't need a bigger position size when I return the same pivot. I'm always trimmed back out to the original thought. If I have a bigger position upstairs, you should be telling yourself, I'm more confident that this place should rally. But if it dipped against me, I'm probably naturally should be a little less confident. So in no way do I want a bigger position repassing through the pivot. I bought 2, I bought 3, I closed out 3, I had my original 2. What I did by doing that is I took my original 2 and moved the cost basis down to here and made profit on the one contract that made money. Let me explain, let me draw it out so you guys can follow the math there. If I bought 2 and I bought 3 more here for a total of 5, and then it goes to there, then I close out 3 at the same spot. My net position is 5 minus 3, which is 2, the original 2 at the same spot. But also, of my original 2 contracts, it's first in, first out. I'll explain ARB after this. If I bought 2 and bought 3 more and then closed out 3 here, then first in, first out. 2 of those 3 broke even. I chose to break even on 2 of my trades because it kind of went against me. I'm not as confident. Let me just break even and get out. One of the contracts made a profit and closed out. So when I bought 2, bought 3, closed out 3. 2 of them closed out flat. 1 of them closed out with profit. Now I have a position size of 2 at the cost basis of my second entry. I took my original 2 and I rotated the cost basis slightly lower. And I'm at the same position at the same pivot that I chose to originally be on. The only way I'd want a heavier position at the same pivot is if for some reason I'm more confident that's going to go in my direction. Say like indicators became super bullish at that place, then maybe I might buy 2, buy 3, and then close out only 2 or 1 and have a heavier position there. The only time I'll have a heavier position at the same pivot is if the conditions are better, right? And so that rolling technique is always superb when playing clusters of bull support. And right now, everything kind of says resistance right now. So I'm not buying 2, buying 3, and then holding 5 for a big ass rally. I'm just in, out, scalp, trim position. I did close out the other 2 here, but technically I'd still be long the 2 at the same pocket if I was still doing that. But position management is key because what it does is that you don't have to actually, you don't have to get it exactly right where it pivots. You can just play an area of pivots and build a position around it. Just make sure you're aware of how much you can lose in the overall position and never go beyond your budget. All right, ARB. All right, you guys want a lesson what arbitrage is? Okay. It's the best technical indicator on the planet. Let me give you, allow me to regale you with a tale about gapping. You guys ready for this? Hold on, let me crack my knuckles here. Y'all want a lesson on gaps? This concept is gold, say Reno. Oh, thank you. I mean, honestly, that's half the reason I do so well is finagling that position size. Like moving it around is the key. Trading is not about guessing the market right. I'm no good at predicting the market better than anyone else. But the idea is how I maneuver around the market. It's like somebody that gets two poker players. One person gets cards, they just make one bet and leave it at that. But this guy meticulously bets as the odds change, and they're constantly changing the size of their bet based on the odds. That person's gonna do better because they're using odds-based confluence for bet size, right? That's literally the secret to being a successful trader. It's not predicting the stock market. Those of you that are like, I have an indicator, let me just jump in, I'm gonna long here, and you think that 5 years from now, your trading dreams will come true. It's not. The skill set you'll be working on exactly what I just taught you. Position management, the managing of your bet is how you become consistent. There's no predicting indicator on the market. Even as cool as liquidity pockets are that have been working every single time today, you know, every single time I make that trade every time. It doesn't work every time, but it works most of the time. It's not just that. That helps carry, yes, but also the way I trade around it is actually more important than where I trade at, right? You've been filling gaps since you were a young lad. I love it. We need our merch for Prop Score to have some hilarious, like, show me your P&L, wick tickler, gap filler. There we go. All right. Why is that not averaging down? Jim, I don't understand the question. Why is that not averaging down? That is cost basis management. It's short-term averaging down to move your cost basis lower at a place you have a high probability of bouncing from, but you're not certain that it's going to bounce and keep going. You're just certain it's going to play through it. A liquidity pocket's the best example. A bull zone is a support and a bear zone top is also support. In this trade, I take every time. So if I buy, if it falls and I long here and I long here again, they're both likely to bounce. Buy some more. It goes there and immediately close out my second dig. What I call a dig, I dig into the position. In and again, out. It's a short-term DCA to serve the purpose, not adding risk for the long term, adding a little bit of risk in the short term for the desire to lower your cost basis for the long term, to give yourself a better cost basis. That technique, again, like it, don't like it, argue, don't argue. Doing that is what makes me wealthy from trading. Those techniques, not just that one, but that mindset, managing positions, not predicting the market, not here's the long, good luck, let's get it. I get the market wrong half the time, just like anyone else. It's how you bet and how you know to get out of the way and how you feel the market conditions are. Let's not trade. And the other side of that is when you don't trade, choosing not to trade. Combination of managing your cost basis and choosing not to trade when you shouldn't be is really the secret to being profitable as a trader. Like any monkey with thumbs can press buttons and make money, but it really takes a little bit of brains to not lose the money you made. All right, arbitrage. Let's go. All right, Brian. All right. Hey, were you here yesterday when I quoted you? I said I should have bought more. I have a friend that always says, because I had a hunch, and I always go, when you got a hunch, you buy a bunch. I didn't buy a bunch though. Okay, arbitrage. We all know how gaps work, guys. You can chart, you can do, our indicators are in our platform, but they're also in the NinjaTrader platform as well. Okay, gapping. Every stock opens and closes per a protocol called MOO and MOC. That is a protocol where the market makers say, hey, everybody, you want to buy this for a large amount? Instead of fighting the market to fill your 100,000 share order, just send an order to me before the market opens. And then at that moment in time, submissions are closed off. So anytime in the pre-market, somebody can submit an MOO order to the market maker and says, I want to buy 100,000 Apple, 50,000 Apple, I'm going to sell 50,000 Apple. And market maker collects a stack of the buys and sells, doesn't execute them, but whenever the market does open, they quote and open the market at a place where they fill everybody at one amount. All the buys and sells get filled at one price, the fair price, where they determine the market to be most liquid. So that's the least impact. That way the market's not unusually volatile. Sometimes ETFs or funds will rebalance and they'll always be buying thousands or tens of thousands, 100,000 all the time. But they don't want to day trade it. They just like, we need more. Let's just buy, let's buy. And they'll just buy at the open price. They don't care about the micro changes. They just want it. So that process is what leads to the open and close of the market having the highest volume of the day. We always see at the open of the day, see this volume spike is huge. That's all of those MOO orders market on open and MOC is market on close. Orders getting filled all at once at the same price. That's all of them. It's all that hedge funds and banks and shit buying pre-market, and they all get filled at one price. So if there's a lot of buyers and sellers at that price, we call that price a liquid price. When buyers and sellers are in close proximity, then the market's liquid. Well, we can all agree that it's liquid here. I'm about to teach you guys the best indicator you've ever seen. This is a predictive indicator that will predict movement in the market. You need to pay attention to what it does. So it's liquid at the open, and the close of the previous day is the same thing. We all agree. Lots of buyers and sellers is liquid. Lots of buyers and sellers at the close. The same process leads in the close, also liquid. Volume is high at the open and close. So the middle of the open and close is called the half gap. So we either gap down or gap up, which is a space that exists on a daily chart, but it's the distance between the previous day's close and current day's open divided by 2. The middle is the half gap, which is extremely liquid. If the edges are liquid, then the middle is double liquid. You got buyers and sellers all throughout this area and that area. So in the middle is very liquid. And the middle is called redistribution zone. When the market gaps up or gaps down and there's an imbalance in those orders, the dealer takes the other side of the trade. So they have a position they're forced into when the market gaps, whether they're long or short. And inside of the middle, the market maker is trying to get out of that position to neutralize back to neutral, to zero. And so we call that the redistribution zone because that's where the market maker is redistributing their position that they offset the market that made a gap to begin with. The imbalance. Y'all hear about imbalances every day, right? Okay. Long story short, Apple today gapped down and went to the middle. And at the middle, there's mysterious high volume. As we teach you guys, all of our pivots have volume because the middle's extremely liquid. When shit's really liquid, you expect it to have a lot of volume. And that's exactly what you see here at the half gap. There's volume here and volume here and volume here. As you get close to it, there's just volume. So the neat thing about it is that when the market's liquid and balanced, it doesn't need to go anywhere. So price is actually at a really nice little harmony here in the middle. Liquid like the Taco Bell dumps. Yes. So if all stocks, this is Apple, for example, if all stocks are in the middle, the market is in perfect harmony. That's as liquid as it can be. But if for some reason one stock moves in a direction, either up or down, then the market is somehow suddenly illiquid. There's now an imbalance to the harmony, and so the market needs to adjust. So if Apple goes up above the half gap, then you have to think of the sort of postulate of markets go up when dealers are looking for sellers, and markets go down when dealers are looking for buyers. So if the market goes up and dealers are looking for sellers, then we create an algorithm that looks at this and says, well, where are the sellers going to be? Apple moved up just a smidge off the half gap. Where are the sellers? So as I just discussed, there was a huge amount of sellers at the open and close. So the algorithm will guess, or not guess, it'll calculate how far it needs to go to find the next guaranteed bump of sellers. So in this case, it'll go to fill the gap this way. There's an additional distance Apple could go that hasn't happened yet. We call this the implied distance of Apple. So if Apple moves a little bit, we're going to calculate Apple can move a little bit more. And that little bit more is extra value the S&P could have if Apple were to fill its gap simultaneously and rebalance the current slight imbalance you had. The rebalancing effect is to fill the gap. So what we do is we take all 500 companies in the S&P and do this calculation with it. We find out if Apple can move an additional 1 point, and maybe Microsoft is here and Microsoft can move an additional 50 cents, and Tesla is here and can move an additional $1. All of that adds a certain amount of market cap net to the overall S&P market cap. So we recalculate a new S&P of what the S&P could be if all the stocks were to simultaneously fill their gaps in whatever side of half gap they're on. You snap your fingers and they all go flip. And at that moment in time, you have an actual implied value of the index. What the index could be if every stock suddenly found that new equilibrium. Are you guys following me so far? So what arbitrage does is it looks at the current S&P versus what the S&P could be based on the current shift of liquidity to that new illiquid state, and says there's a difference. We're sort of lagging 15 points behind that. So there's 15 points of potential for the S&P to move. So that's layer one. And layer two is we convert it to futures, and we take the amount that futures are also behind the actual S&P. So if the implied S&P is here and, or sorry, S&P is here and the implied if S&P is here and the implied S&P is 10 points higher, then ARB would say 10 plus the distance that futures are behind the actual S&P as well. So if futures are 2 points under the regular index, it'll add an extra 2. So we'll tell you how many points right now futures are ahead or behind that implied value. So it's designed to be a leading indicator. As an example, with this arbitrage indicator being negative most of the day, the potential of movement is downside. So as we popped up and popped up and popped up with a negative arbitrage, the implied value of the index was pulling lower while the futures are pushing higher, and it snapped back down into place to get right back on path with what it was trying to do, which is negative potential. And the actual amount is the distance that you expect the trade to take off. So if I hit this yellow line and I'm like, maybe I should short it, arbitrage was negative earlier, and that's why I took the short. And I probably is in the middle of talking to you guys. My ADHD brain didn't explain it good enough. But we fell through here. We tapped against it with negative ARB, and negative ARB said 23. It's 23 points overshooting what it should be, and then it just snapped back down into place. Arbitrage is like that rubber band that tells you how far futures are away. So I'm calculating a delta between the actual and theoretical. Mario, if you explain it that way in a math sense, if that's what you mean by delta, yes. Not delta like options delta, but yeah, a change, right? So it's a difference between the actual and the theoretical, and then it adjusts it even further for how far off futures are from the current spot price. So an example would be if I were to put S&P futures says 75.62, and I were to put so we adjust it to match the futures price as well. And I do SPX, because remember, futures are trying to guess what the index will be at expiration. So an example is SPX right now is 75.15, and futures are 75.62. There's a 50-point distance already between index and futures. That's adjusted for it as well. So the futures being at a different price are likely already somewhat accounting for some of that discrepancy, because futures are always trying to price in the future. But at a further out point in time, you can still use ARB if the futures don't stretch fast enough or stretch too fast away from the implied index value to use it as a swinging indicator. It's a universal resilience. It works at every pivot. If I get to the top of a pocket and ARB is negative, I'm certainly closing it out. If I get to the top of the pocket and ARB is positive, then it's more likely to break and keep going. How's my ARB calculating? I just explained it. Go back like 5 minutes. I just explained the whole thing. It's a market cap sum. It's the sum of the market cap implied delta from 1 to 500. We take the implied value of the index, the sum of all implied deltas. We subtract the index value. And it's all market cap weighted, so I'm not putting this in market cap terms. I'm just giving you like pseudo math here. You add up all the implied S&P minus the actual. And then you add the we'll call it the contango delta, or the futures minus the actual delta, like the change in the futures. So we make an adjustment for futures. So it's the amount of market cap that the S&P could gain if every stock will simultaneously fill its gap, and then it's converted to futures as an actionable level, and how much futures hasn't already accounted for that discrepancy, and it gives you an additional discrepancy. So if futures are lagging behind that potential, then you've got a pure arbitrage indication, and it's a leading indicator. So much so that people have called it the best indicator I've made. It's a universal pivoting confluence. It lets you know. Now, again, when it's close to zero, like it is now, it's just showing you that we're tracking on point. Futures have already adjusted for that discrepancy. When ARB is sitting at zero, you've noticed, even though futures are trading 60, 50 points higher, it's already adjusted for that. Because remember, futures are trying to price things in ahead of time. It's already adjusted for that. People have already priced it in. But if for sometimes ARB gets low enough, they haven't. See this case right here? Look at the top. We went higher and higher and higher and higher. And arbitrage, look at my screen, negative 80. Negative 80, y'all see that? Negative 80. Market's going higher and higher and higher and higher, and the rubber band is stretching lower right here. You see that? Negative 80. That's when I was like, I don't know. I feel weird about it, right? Everyone here felt weird about it. It says we've overshot 80 points. And so then it just traded down that 80 points. And when it traded down, ARB still said negative 60. So it kept falling another 60 from there. So 80 points from the top would be down to 50. And ARB still said minus 60 when we got there. So another 60 would go all the way down to 790. Which was here, 790, which is that level we sat at. Exactly 790. See how it's trying to catch up with it? And then here it still said negative 13. And then it just dumped. And when it dumped, ARB went positive. So if you were shorting this, the minute ARB went positive, you close out your short, which is what I did as well. Right? And once ARB went positive, you can almost, if you see it like this, you can almost see the market trying to adjust for it. It's like, shit, we've overstretched. Let's adjust once. Oh crap, we need to adjust again. Oh crap, margin calls. Flush everybody out. And then the spring sort of like oscillates a little bit and then stabilizes. You see that? It's like, and then we're back to normal. Pretty neat how that works, right? Market's going higher and higher and higher. This is negative. All your resiliences are negative too. So then we just got out of the way. And then when it fell to there and make that second adjustment, ARB was wickedly negative and it bounced off of it. And I used it as a pivot off of yellow line. If I need indication to help me do confluence on yellow line, it's always ARB. Here, we're back to bull zone. It's very likely to support. This says support, and this also is positive. So I wouldn't be trying to fade it from here. Right? This is bull up again from here. Everything's back to being bullish. So I use it as an indicator to dispel the trend here. This market went higher and higher and higher, and ARB was negative. So that's why I wasn't so eager to take the chase on it. Right? I invented arbitrage at a wedding, a Vietnamese terrace tea ceremony, which is basically a wedding. And the bride and groom were doing shots with everybody at the table. Everyone they had shots. Everyone would give a toast and we'd all do a shot. And someone else, toast, we'd all do a shot. I had 6 shots, back to back to back to back. And like 30 minutes later, I had a pretty strong drunk going on. And I was sitting there at the table with IDOC and her parents and her sister and her sister's husband, everybody, like the whole family was there. And I'm just sitting there like, I was just like staring off into space while everybody's eating. I wasn't paying attention. So this is going up still, guys. Everything's up from here. How can I purchase indicators? Link in description below. Has a link to Rocket Place with all of our tools in it. So IDOC's mom, the funny part was like, I'm sitting there and she flaps me across the, I'm sitting there, I had this like that. And I'm like, what's up? She's like, well, and she says something to me and IDOC like turns, she's like, my mom says you're being rude. I was like, yes, ma'am, sorry. Like, you're being rude at the dinner table. You're staring off into space. You know, be present. I was like, I'm sorry. I'm like, I'm so sorry, mom. And I told IDOC, I'm like, I'm coding. I'm in the zone. I'm not being rude, but I got an inspiration. And I sat there always thinking, I was like, man, I need a way to create a universal resilience type indicator, but that I can use any single point in time to adjust it for futures to try to find a leading indicator at anywhere, because resilience works at the half cap and at the hedge pressures and stuff, but at the pivot, I was like, I need a universal resilience, something that does the same thing but everywhere. So I excused myself from the table. I was like, I'm so sorry for being rude. I'm gonna have to excuse myself. I'm in the zone. And IDOC explained to mom. Mom's amazing. She's fine. She gets it. And IDOC was like, hey, he's working. He's doing his thing. And she's like, oh, go work. She thought I was just like not paying attention while everyone was talking. And you know, culturally that is rude. They're all talking to each other at the table and I'm kind of staring off into space. So pay attention. So I ran out, like I'd excused myself and I went inside the house and I went to a corner and I wrote the code on my phone really quick so I wouldn't forget it. And that's the story of where ARB came from. True story. Tell her, mom, I'm thinking. Like, pay attention. Like, oh, I apologize. Well, it's also because her dad was talking. And if you guys know culturally, when you're at the dinner table and the dad is talking, you need to pay attention to the dad. It's the elder. So you listen and you're involved and you're intent. You ask questions and you're impressed with what they're saying. He was talking. If you're Vietnamese, you're probably going, oh, Matt, you fucked up. Even though her family loves me, the dad was talking and I was staring off into space. You don't do that in Asian culture, especially Vietnamese culture. Dad's talking, you stop and listen. But her dad's actually like the nicest, kindest guy. They're super cool peeps over there. Bullseye retest. Yeah. So like when it does move and bounce off of it, I'll take the bullseye retest, the last one. Yeah, we're at the dinner table when the elders talk. You listen and you sound impressed, even when you're not. And you ask questions. But her family's really cool and also progressive at the same time. She basically told her mom, she's like, no, she's like, Mom, Matt's cooking. Yeah, basically. Matt's doing his thing. So I was like, let me excuse myself so I'm not being rude. But I was inspired with the tequila shots. They were back to back. It was just like, I don't drink that much anymore, so I become such a lightweight. I got a good buzz going on. How many minis do I take for that 13K scalp? I believe it was 8. How do I set my stops properly? I use 10 points, S&P 40 points, NASDAQ, unless it's volatile, then I adjust it to the largest 1 minute candle of the hour, below my lowest strong pivot. How many stocks? The ARB calculation? It's all 500 companies in the S&P. How come you didn't use that insight to short? I did. Jaime, I shorted today. That's where this came from. I didn't shorten these accounts because I don't need to make much money. I've only been demonstrating with these guys. They only need to make a couple thousand a day. I'm already at max profit. Okay, so let me demonstrate the final bull zone tap trade on here with R being positive, indicators positive. This is actually a pretty solid trade. So let me 60. I'm not going to be super picky on this. Let me just buy all through here and through the pocket. I'm gonna do the same thing. 1 and then 1. Let's just do 2 right here on the first bounce. Let's add 2. Everything's positive. Let's just jump in on it with 2. It's consolidating here. Look, all the indicators are going up while I'm in the trade. Perfect. We got 12 points to go. We're going to rip. So I'm going to add to it inside of the same range as earlier. Conditions here are better than they've been all day. Everything is looking good. If I go to Rocket Scooter and I go to the events feed, I can see that Apple's crossing up, AVGO's crossing up, Microsoft's crossing up, Meta. See, all of these stocks crossing up half gap is why ARB is now going higher. It's like stocks right on the edge that pushed over. The potential has gone up. You see how they've all crossed up on the half gap, as I explained earlier. All the AVGOs and Microsofts have enormous potential to go up and fill their gaps, right? At the same time, they've all moved, which is kind of good. Oops. Let's go, baby. See how Microsoft is sitting right above half gap? The potential is tremendous. Now, as it's consolidating here, that Microsoft can now add a certain amount of market cap to fill its gap. ARB is accounting for all the stocks breaking through half gap right now. Let's add 3. I feel super confident now. Again, micros, not trying to beef it too hard. But yeah, I think we're still going higher. If we dip in the liquidity pocket, I'm going to buy again on the challenge account. So the 100K account I started this week is now up to 130 in just the 4 days of trading. So not a bad run to get 32% in 4 days. Back to back wins. When's the bull recess invalid? 10 points underneath bear zone top, or if any of these conditions change, like ARB goes way negative, then I'll close out. So now as the market's going, an advanced technique with this is as the market's going up and up and up, I'm monitoring. As long as this is positive, then the potential, you're going to feel the delta sort of like continuing to, you know, you look at that, y'all like watch the order flow or whatever. The order flow is going to feel bullish. The index is trying to find that liquidity. An average trader would see this and go, ooh, let me short it because we popped up high and we just sold off and now we're at the high again. Let me go ahead and short it. But a pro trader like us will look at this and say, you know, the potential is higher. Let me actually jump in here and ride the long up, and I'll ride this. And the minute ARB goes negative, it means those stocks are losing their half gap. Now on the side, we kind of give you the clue here. When the stocks have broken through half gap, you see we have those green arrows pointing up. We've got support with Apple, Meta, Microsoft, and Tesla all pushing higher. The Nasdaq has 70 points of stretch and S&P has a full 10. So it gives me at least a 1-to-1 trade. It's the amount, it's the distance. I try to get 10 points in the S&P. This tells me 10 points are possible. And from here, I've got a full 17 points to next pivot. So everything's a good setup. Let me get some contracts here. I'll buy some more here. It could, remember, the market's random. Anything can happen. People can come in and start dumping the stock if they want to. But as long as there's no event or no anything, the potential is up rather than down. So I'm going to do 3 contracts here. If it dips in, I'm going to add 7 right there. And then I'm going to stop right on the other side of MHP, slightly lower than this low. And that's it. We're going to let it ride. And I just explained how ARB works. And I'm using ARB to chase at the high. And it's going up. I'm long in at the high of the fucking day. I'm even so confident, I'm going to go to the bathroom and not use a stop. I'll be back. Donald Trump didn't tweet something. Okay, we're good. Uh-oh. Okay, good. I'm just being dramatic. Don't ever leave your computer without using a stop. That's bad form. But it's only 3 micros. I didn't care. But seriously though, at any moment in time, we could have something happen with Iran and this market can just flush. You be very careful. Iran. I know. I'm in there taking a whiz and I'm like, hopefully Trump doesn't tweet something, but it's 3 micros. I wouldn't care. I'm not trading in any other account. I'm just scooping through these accounts one at a time. The potential's now moved to 76. Can't even watch hands that quick. You can see my hands are a little wet. Okay, let's do another giveaway, my friends. We got some more My Fun and Futures to do. I type in the word whiz, W-H-I-Z. We took a quick whiz there. My Fun and Futures rapid exclusive sale happening here only at Prop Score. Today until 1:30. 50% off. Only us. No other influencer gets this because nobody's as important as we are. Clearly. Biggest and best. They love us. No one else got invited to the party. 25K rapid and 50K rapid, 50% off. It's usually only 20 with all the other influencer codes. We're 50 for code score today. First time rapid purchase 50% off. If you've already bought a rapid before, is 40% off. One time use code as a thank you to everybody here in the Prop Score community. Now let's wait. Again, as the market's pulling back right now, the arbitrage indicator is positive, which is good. I have a trade. I can trade all through here. And if it goes negative, then I might pull out with a small loss. But again, I'm just playing with some micros. I'm going to demonstrate the principle here. This is where it should continue its journey up. NASDAQ is holding yellow line with volume, which is good. Everything's looking solid. There's always a transitional phase when all your stocks push higher through half gap. All things being equal, maybe this can move. We'll go. We'll see. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But the odds are good, right? The odds are stacking up. They look good. Bum, 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 bum. Let's do a bunch more. Let's do a bunch more. Let's do like 5 more of these bad boys. Let's do 5 more. Huge, huge, huge. Are you guys enjoying yourselves here? Some of y'all, it's your first... It's your first week or first couple days in chat. Are you guys enjoying yourselves? We're a little different than your average streamer. Honestly. Gonna toot my own horn a little bit. I think we're probably the only streamers out there who got a true edge on the market. Give a free membership. Maybe. That whiz didn't cost you 250K like those flowers. Guys, if you were here in my first million challenge, where I did 100K to a million the first quarter, that challenge, y'all missed out on the $200,000 day where I took a loss of 200,000 bucks because I got delivered some flowers. It's a horrible, crazy story. If you look at my P&L curve on that, where I dipped as much as I did, there were 2 Trump tweet events that caused me to take big losses, and one of them was leaving my computer for 10 minutes without setting a stop. And Trump ruined the party. Here, hold on 1 second. Here. This day. This day right here. Ugh. Lesson learned, kids. No, it wasn't on stream. It was afternoon. Neon was streaming. It was an hour for market close, and we were hitting a resistance. It was actually a bear resistance, and I was short 20 Nasdaq contracts, just 20, and I was actually up like 10K. And there was like a ding dong, and I ran down to answer the door because they kept ringing the doorbell and Pickle was barking and all this crap. And I was like, okay, let me run down there and open the door. I peeked out the window to look down. There was a truck and the person was there. Ding dong. I was like, must be an emergency, something. Pickle wouldn't shut up. So I run down, open the door. It was Ecuadorian roses, 100 of them. It was this big around, like literally this big around. Hold on. Thank you for the roses. And I'm like standing up. The stems are like 3 feet long. Crazy, huge. It was from our franchisor because we're franchising a massive fitness brand and bringing it to Houston. So they gifted us those flowers, and it was a nice delivery. But like the thing is, I'm like holding these flowers. The door is open. Pickle's trying to run out. I'm like holding Pickle back with my foot. I'm like, and the lady's like, "Can I get a photo of the flowers? Because I got them." And I'm like, "All right." I'm like, "Take the photo." But she's like, "Yeah, but you got to come outside because I need the photo. I got to get the photo of the whole thing." And I'm like trying to open the door. These flowers won't fit in. Pickle's trying to get out. It's a whole mess. Anyways, then she takes a photo. I close the door. I go back in. I take a picture, send the eye doc. I'm like, "Hey, they just delivered us some flowers." She's like, "Oh, that's cute." I'm like, "Yeah, it's nice." And I'm like, "Anyways, I'm going to go back to work. I'll see you later." I run back to work. Nasdaq flew up hundreds of points on a Trump Iran something. Iran this and that. Crap that it always does. And I took a nosedive in my P&L. That was this hit right there from 480 down to 240. A $240,000 hit on the million challenge. And again, this was another Trump tweet thing here. It created these effects. That's the whole effect of the war shit. And I was trying to aggressively trade this to make $1 million in a month like you told me. I only ended up taking out 805,000. I didn't make it to the full million, but I got pretty close. I was excited to withdraw 805,000 bucks. That was kind of nice. Then you know, we got the flowers as a gift. You know, for the franchisor, and to celebrate iDoc opening her first business and franchise, I bought her a Ferrari to celebrate. So that was my present to her. She got flowers and a car. So that was it. So by the way, they didn't accept my offer on my new Ferrari. The guy won't come down on 580. I want to go to 550. He won't come down. I might still pull the trigger on it. Anywho. Don't leave your computer without putting a stop, kids. Even if you think it's only 10 minutes. Even if you're in the trade and making profit. When Trump is president, he will ruin your day no matter. And look at this. Arbitrage trade going up. Let's keep our eye on the indicator. It's still positive. Still good to go. You see how this works? Longing at the high for that breakout. Even if I just want to take a 10-point scalp, that's enough. I can hold all the way to green line, and I should. But I am kind of distracted, so I'm going to go ahead and take the profit so I can still draw on my screen. See how that works? Pretty simple. Daddy Day Trading, what's up? Yeah, I've watched for so long, I feel like I need to give back for all the entertainment and knowledge you provided. Feel free to do as you wish with the community. Love Rocket Scooter. My brother. Oh, appreciate the dono, my friend. I will also donate 150 bucks to the community, and we'll turn that into 10 boot camps to give away to the folks here. Let's put old 10 on the screen for y'all. All right. Shut the fuck up, 2260. You told me I talk too much. I bet you that's somebody that in real life doesn't like me. They probably talk shit about me in another Discord. And they just wanted to make that their name so they can see it on the screen. You go back to the other Discord and be like, look at that, I totally won one of their giveaway accounts. I'm just kidding. Shut the fuck up. Don't shut the fuck up right now. You need to talk. You need to talk to claim your prize. This isn't the time for you to be silent. He's literally his namesake, right? No! He forgot that he had to talk to claim the prize. My brother. That's the opposite of what you need to do to claim your prize. You must talk to claim your prize. He was too busy in the other Discord going, I totally won the giveaway account. I trolled him. No, I'm just kidding. It's probably one of our longtime viewers. I'm just messing. Nigerian goats. Hopefully you won't be quiet and you will claim your prize. If you don't type and claim your prize after the minute's up, we got to re-roll to the next person. Nigerian goats, baby. All right, cool. We got 3 more to go. If it drops here long again, this was the trade. I don't think it's going to drop from here. And I can't give you investment advice, unfortunately, to long or short. Am I going to trade? I'm satisfied. I'm pretty done for the day. Which one of these is an eval? Oh, the 1500 is an eval. So my fundeds are 29, 35. So 16,800 today. I'm pretty satisfied. I can scalp for the last 10 points from here, but it's kind of splitting hairs for now. The liquidity pocket trade all day long. I'll pocket trade all day long, but this bull zone break and go, that was it. It usually doesn't bounce a second time. NQQ scalper, like it's gonna go. And I just closed out for the scalp. I could hold for more, but I am gonna be distracted with my pencil tool because I won't be talking somewhere. NQ scalper. Scalper ready to go. Scalper. So my funded futures rapid account is the #1 account on prop score. If I was trading my funded futures as an eval trader, I already went live with them, so I can't do their currently I can't do their eval program. But if I did, it would be the rapids. Ooh. Ooh. Some of y'all aren't here today. It's got another Lucid 50 Flex 10 minutes ago. Nice. Wait, you passed or you bought another one? How many is that? That's 3? Okay, let's do 2 more. Congratulations, Eldon Burpatolomeus. Iden Burpatolomeus. Hopefully I'm saying that right. Sounds like I'm saying it right. You're a wizard, Harry. You're a wizard. You're a wizard, Harry. You're great. You're quick at whizzing. Today was a perfect trading day. Oh my God, it couldn't have gone any perfect. Everything was working so well. Trading the pocket, trading the pocket, trading the pocket. Then ARB went negative. I ducked out. We lost yellow on Nasdaq. I shorted really quick for the flush. Got all the way when ARB went positive down here at the pocket. Beautiful. And then I chased a long setup here at the pocket again. And then I waited and took the long play here on positive arb after giving you guys a lesson on arbitrage. That's 5. Congratulations. Again, everybody here make a prop score account. That's how you enter our giveaways. It is a free service and a free site. We'll do 3 more in about 20 minutes. We got some blue skies to give away today as well. Huge day, huge day. The sale ends at 12:30 Central or 1:30 Eastern. They can't do what we do here, the YouTubers. They all want to be like us. Hold on, 13, 14, 15, 16, about 17K. Oh, not bad. So 17K. All right, that's it. All right, we're going to chill for a minute, guys. Good deal, good deal, good deal. All right, let's chill with some jams a little bit here. Giveaway over for now. We're going to chill. So, chat, I'm a good man, Matt. Well, thank you, David. Appreciate that. If I already signed up, do I have to sign in? No, no, you just have to have an account. That's like required. In the future, we will do all of our giveaways through the website. We're going to build a whole giveaway thing there. Well, you'll be able to go to the website, like enter there. Or that the website will like read chat. Like it'll integrate YouTube. We're gonna build something to where we do the giveaways there and you claim the prize through your Rob Score account that way. How tall am I? 5'10" and some change, give or take. Are you opening a write application in my name? You trying to fill out? You need my social security number and my address as well. My driver's license number, just let me know. Do 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 do. You get a Final Fantasy below the YouTube video. Is it listening to you? It isn't listening to us talk. It's recommending Final. I'm telling you, man. Your phone is listening to you. Whatever you talk about. Need my date of birth. Mother's maiden name. You want me to whip it out? Hey, Mr. Cooter, what's your mother's maiden name? I love it. Oh my god, I'm sore. I did like a tricep workout 2 days ago. Freaking sore. Have I been gaming at all? Yeah, I've been playing Crimson Desert in the in-between, waiting for Aeon 2 to come out. So have you guys ever played the first Aeon? I was a very, very, very hardcore MMO at that point in my life. Aeon 1. It was such a kick-ass game. So Aeon 2 comes out in a couple of months. I'm gonna probably try that out. In Aeon 1, I was a griefer. I was a PKer. I used to go set up a Kisk, which was like a little respawn point in enemy territory. I would fly around just ganking people. That's what I did for fun. And people got pretty angry at me. They actually had to patch the entire game because of something I was exploiting. They called it the Menace patch back in the day. What I used to do was I used to go to enemy territory, and then when you would PvP somebody, you had this like point system. You'd accrue points when you'd kill other people, like an elo. You killed somebody much higher than you'd get a lot of points and they'd lose a lot. And you use that to spend on like gear and stuff. So I used to go into the safe towns when you weren't allowed to, and I would stack my character up a certain way with I read they're called the runes, they were called, whatever, where I had so much power that I could one-shot kill anything. With this certain thing I could do it once an hour. The right amount of buffs and everything, I could one-shot kill. So I used to like hover, sneak around. I'd find like their highest ranking player and I would just gank him. I would just fly above him, I'd gank him. Over and over and over again. And people complained so much they had to put a patch out for the one skill I was using so they couldn't one-shot people anymore under those conditions. But then I still figured out a way to do it, because what I would do is I'd hit the person and then I'd fall out of the sky, and then because the guards would instantly kill you if they caught you attacking someone. So I'd hit them, and as I'm falling out of the sky, I had a couple instants I could throw, I'd still wipe them out. And anyways, they patched the game because I was a scoundrel. But it was a war between two factions, so all things being equal, the unfair part was our city on my faction was designed to where there weren't any blind spots. I found blind spots where the guards didn't see you. And there was a blind spot right near the bank where people would go, and there's their storage. So there's a blind spot where everybody would accumulate. I found one. It's kind of nice. They call me the Belusilin Bomber. That was the name of the city. Sounds like WoW. It's got a lot like WoW. Like Horde versus Alliance kind of thing, yeah. But in Aeon, it was like two different factions, like these winged angelic characters. So the cool thing about it was you could fly around, flap your wings and fly around. But the thing was you could PvP mid-air, like giant siege PvP, like castle siege between thousands of people, and everybody's flying around like these are the winged things flying around, shooting magic at each other and attacking each other. It was pretty kick-ass. So anyways, let's give away 10 boot camps, you guys. I'm gonna take this exact participants list we just have and throw out some boot camps for you guys. It was a lot of fun, but the fighting, somebody said, was legit. Yeah, that's what made it really cool. I like fighting games that aren't just like standing around spamming spells. It was actually like dogfighting combat. It was actually pretty nice. So I'm excited to see if the second one's any good. Plus, ArcAge 2 is coming out, but ArcAge 2 is not an MMO anymore. It's like a giant single-player, multiplayer campaign kind of game, which I was kind of sad about. I played Pirate Faction on ArcAge 1. That was fun. I was pirate. You know I'd be a pirate. I would not be a pirate. Any game that gives you the option. Ashen of Creation looked so freaking cool too. I was excited for that game to come out. It was doing everything right. King of Almer. I never played the game. Have you watched Obsession? No, but now you can watch Obsession at home. You can rent it from... You can now rent it from Amazon. All right, 10 of you guys. Pegasus Flyer, Newton on the markets, Flow Trades NQ, Torona King, Lady Liquidity, Houdini V2, Drop Trades, Loving the Musical, Loving the Music Full, Futures King, Raz MQ. You guys have won boot camps. Now claim this prize. You must go to the Rocket Scooter Discord go to the contest channel and talk to Slacks and get your prize there. Congratulations. Free boot camp is free access to Discord. Free access to boot camp videos for a month. $20 prize. Booty camp. And look at this. You see how it's going up and continue to go up with that positive ARB. Now ARB is pulling back a little bit. That potential is going away. So as soon as like the S&P pops up and as soon as ARB gets back to 0 or negative, then the trend is over. You see how it works? I just closed out because I thought I'd be drawn like with my tool, but I'd still be long if I wasn't. On Blue Sky Launch, you have to pay the activation when you pass. There is no promo code for activations. You thought it was an auto target and click button game. When Terra and Black Desert came out, it's been hard to go back to old MMO. Dude, it's so hard. Like I couldn't play WoW PvP if you paid me to. Terra and BDO like ruined PvP for me. It has to be a game like that or else. I need like combat. I need it to be like playing Street Fighter while playing MMO. BDO was insane. Terra was the start of that, but BDO was even more insane. Like point and click, like Guild Wars would just feel so slow. Is that a paid indicator? Yeah, these are all paid indicators, correct? Yeah. Am I still in a trade not closed out? Yeah, we'll give your boot camp to someone else, Lady Liquidity. Yo, what's up, Factors? Shout out Brad, Matt, Neon, Farina, and Slacks won the Aqua 50K. Just passed phase 1 in 3 days. Truly life-changing for you right now. Don't sleep on these giveaway jackpot. Awesome, man. Awesome, awesome. Used to love the Battlegrounds, but all your friends said not. Yeah, I actually played competitive 3v3s for a little bit. I was a Frost Mage. There was a time when that was part of the meta. I just ran around sheeping people. Oh, Tori's the goat. Yeah. Did I play Albion? I did not play Albion. The games, Frost Mage, still pretty good. I played. Okay, so I started off. I played Ultima Online. Then I played EverQuest. Then I played Anarchy Online. Then I played Dark Age Camelot a little bit. Then I played Aeon. Guild Wars, Aeon. Wait, which order? Aeon, then Guild Wars. I think about the same time. And then Rift. I was huge in Rift. Guild Wars 2. We ran a World v World server for like 3 years, very competitively. And then Black Desert Online. Then I played any MMO since. And WoW. I always had a WoW account. But I played sporadically WoW. I wasn't super into WoW a lot. I started in, I think, like 2012 during Cataclysm and played a little bit. Anarchy, yeah, Anarchy Online on dial-up, dude. That was the shit back in the day. Guild Wars 3 is coming out. Dude, the only thing I hate about Guild Wars is that it is a commitment. You can't just casually play Guild Wars. I mean, they try to make it where you could. I can't. We were all into Siege Combat. It was just, we had a 24/7 thing. We had factions all our guilds all around the world in our massive server. We had coordinated meetings with people. It was like running a business. It was that bad. It was that crazy. Guild Wars 3. Crazy, crazy. Guild Wars 2, I mean. You were LOW leader on... Wait, you were a guild leader on Guild Wars 2? Which server did you play on? Resealer, what are you talking about? Albion was cool. Hunter for life. Hunter squad. There you go. Hunter is a good class. I always play finesse classes. I'm such a PvPer. I always play like mages or something that requires you to do a lot of inputs to fight. So finesse is like you have to be really, really good at PvPing, and you usually like mages or, you know, glass cannon sort of types where you got to get in, get out, do your shots. On Guild Wars 2, we were on Jade Quarry, and the name of my guild was called Mixed Martial Arts and Crafts, MMAC. That was us. So if you ever saw in WoW, that was our guild name. So Mixed Martial Arts and Crafts. We had like this, there's some merch that we made. There's like little ninjas like knitting. That was our guild. And that was also our guild in Arcage. Oh, I forgot to say Arcage too. So Jay Quarry. Yeah, we were on Jay Quarry's server when they were the first place server. So we stacked, we all came from another server, but me and 2 other guilds, we stacked up on Jade Quarry during transfers. And it was us and Blackgate and I can't remember the third. Diamond, what the hell was it? Crystal Desert or something, I don't know. There's like 3, so back in like the first couple years of play, we ran the Jade Quarry Alliance. Oh yeah. You want to say you're on Jade as well? Yeah. So we were like the big guilds that went to Jade Quarry. We were like the 3rd of the big 4. We were like the 3rd largest one. We all came from Arcage and Rift. So we had a really large group already. I was the leader of that group. Way back in the day. All right, so ARB is still positive, so the potential's still up. But this has been a great trading day, you guys. About 17K richer. I can't complain. I don't think I have any more trades in me. I think I've done enough today. Feels bullish. Everything's fine. Monthly maps cleared up, so that's kind of nice. Is sim trading an MMO? It kind of feels like it, doesn't it? This is one of those talks we don't ever trade. Yeah, like you get distracted when you're not trading, right? I should stream Apex one evening. Dude, we should do game nights like we used to. On maybe on Fridays or something. Well, actually no, Neon's streaming now. We used to stream sometimes gaming in the afternoons, but hell yeah. Yeah, Guild Wars is like a game where you had like this territory that you were constantly fighting for. You had to claim territory. You had to claim strategic points. It's just giant server battle. And it was like hundreds versus hundreds of people. And it was 24/7. It never stops. You log into the war. It was constantly fighting. So we had like made friends with guilds and other time zones. And so we had coverage around the clock. We had meetings. It was so nerdy. Like, okay, you guys, we need y'all to cover the west, you know, the west part of the fort for like the next 3 hours, and you guys come in at 6 and y'all cover it. It's an investment. It's fun, but it is definitely an investment. You need to know life that game for sure to get the most out of it. Have you ever thought about using my indicators in AI trading bot? I thought about it at some point to automate liquidity pocket trading. Am I gonna play Arcade Chronicles? I thought about it. You know, it's not an MMO, right? I was so sad when I found out I couldn't be a pirate again in Arcade. It's more like a Crimson Desert with multiplayer capacity, like a not massive multiplayer, but like a multiplayer campaign game. So the static spells, Guild Wars 2 was depend on your weapon. I hated that most about Guild Wars 2. And I played the sorcerer class or whatever it was, the mage class there, and it was completely useless in a lot of instances. You had to keep respecking in your weapon a lot to try to, it was annoying. Prop firms don't allow bots. Some prop firms allow bots. I think Blue Sky allows bots. I think that's where one of the things they told us that they did allow. They allow trading bots. That's so crazy that I made 17K in a day. I just started the account challenge. I'm going to scale up as I get bigger. So as I get a little bit bigger, and this 100K to million challenge, you'll see me have 100K days in about a month. So stick around. Once I build enough buffer, I'll take the risk to make 50 to 100 a day. I didn't play Baldur's Gate 3, although I bought it. I do like Baldur's Gate. That's a fun game. Does Lucid allow trading bots too? Okay. Am I done for the day? I'm pretty much done for the day because I don't have another entry. But what I do is I wait. Like in this environment, VIX is still above Contango midpoint, so it's sensitive. All Trump has to do is say something about Iran, and we get a very wicked red candle. That's what I'm waiting for. I don't need to get a couple inches on this. I want to grab a mile. So any dip to areas like this with all the bull indicators, I'll just grab it. So what I do is I wait. And I'm just armed and ready. Blah, 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 Iran. Okay, let me get back in. You know what I'm saying? Just wait for it. And if I miss out on the last few inches of this, I don't care. I've milked enough out of this market today. Can you make a small account challenge live? I did it. I've done it for like the last 10 years, 2 minute. And I found, so kind of these days we've got like a whole team of teams on the reason our YouTube channel is going viral because we have the best people in the world managing it. And we're doing the correct things to get our channel to go up. What we found over the years is that when I do my small account challenges, the hardcore folks here love it. The new folks jump in the middle to understand what's going on. It's not even a popular thing. The real trading challenges I've done have actually hurt the channel. Like views, viewer retention, all of that. Because what happens is I trade it very cautiously. I either get my trade and I spend most of my time waiting. Most people show up and want to see what trade I'm in. So to sort of engage better as a streamer, I'm going to focus my stream just on the prop accounts and trading. If I'm not confident, I'll just trade micros like I've been doing, but always be engaged in something. The smart way to trade a real account is actually not to trade. It's to sit here on a stream and talk. But unfortunately, it doesn't grow your channel. So we're in channel growth mode. So the goal becomes the small account challenge I'm doing. I used to do like 5K to 50K or 100K to 10K to 100K sort of thing. All the time. And it actually hurts the channel. So we're not doing it anymore. I'm doing it off screen for the science of stream growth. To retrieve the bootcamp giveaways, you go to the Rock Suiter Discord and you talk to Slacks in the contest channel. The builder plan on My Fun and Futures is pretty good, right? Builder plan's kind of the opposite of the rapid plan. It's like a 1 day pass, 2 day payout sort of thing. I think it's 1 day, 2 day. It's almost like the better Lucid Pro, if that makes any sense, which is a 1 day pass, 3 day payout. Let me double check if I'm right on this. And I think there's a DLL, but don't quote me on that. Hold on. Yeah, there is. So it's like a Lucid Pro. There's a DLL, no consistency, 1 day pass, and then 2 day payout, 2 day payout. What's the benefit of this? It's a 1 day eval pass. You can YOLO pass it and go fund it and then just make your payouts. It's a cheaper plan than I tit for tat than a rapid, I think. Wait, hold on. Builder 1500. Builder 2000 is 150, and the rapid is like, oh, actually, it is more expensive. Okay, hold on. There's no discount on it right now. Oh, that's why there's no offer on it right now. Normally it would be cheaper. I was wondering why it's not cheaper, but there's no offer on it. Yeah, so it's like something like Lucid Pro, where it's a quick pass, and then you spend like 2 days to get your payout every time, and it usually puts DLL on that, so you could pass your eval immediately, go fund it in the same day. It's not a bad plan, but with the rapid, the builder, especially if there's no sale, there's no reason to get the builder over the rapid. If the rapid's 50% off today, you'd want to get the rapids. So code SCORE for the next 2 hours is 50% off of a rapid or 40% off a rapid if you're an existing customer. 50% off first time. Rapid's the best account in props. And you get one for half price. One. So everybody should get one. Claire Obscura was great. Dude, I bought Claire Obscura. And I'm like, sweet. So I like lay in bed with my Steam Deck. I like to play a game or sometimes I fall asleep. And it's not really worked that well on a Steam Deck. It's real glitchy and the graphics make it run slow. So I haven't been able to play it yet. I've been waiting to finish up Crimson Desert, and I'm like, maybe I'll just run through it really quick. But I heard it was really, really, really good. My all-time favorite prop plan is still the MFF Pro. Nah, these days it's the TPT Pro or the My Fun and Futures Rapid. Those are the bests. Or Blue Sky Launch. Those are the three goats. Or Lucid Pro. That would be my fourth place. What amount do I consider a small account? Well, that's subjective to people, right? Small. When I say small account, I'm talking like I start with something moderate, like 5,000 or 10,000 bucks, and then I try to grow it to a certain target, 50K or 100K, and I would do the whole journey live on stream, and that was the central focus of my trading. Like here, I'm still doing the journey. It's just not the central focus of my trading because I spent a lot of time sitting out on that challenge, and it's really not as exciting. So I'm doing it off. I'm doing this one off camera. But I'll give you guys the daily updates on it. So so far on my live account here, the net lick, this is the account number. It's a live account, NinjaTrader account. I started with 100K. I've made 31,378 in since this weekend. So it's Thursday. 83% win rate. 522 expectancy on a 100K account is balling good. That's like fucking amazing good. So far, I've been lucky. Haven't lost yet, but lucky. You flipped a dead account from 4 to 51, bro. Wait, you had 4,000 bucks and you turned to 51K? That's nasty. Do we get another downside whoosh fan? Are you sure? With all the things being bullish, you want a downside whoosh fan? I don't think I want to put one on there, man. I don't want to jinx this. This is looking good for most people. There's no evidence we're coming down. You hoping on a Trump tweet there? Last time it worked? All right. I'm going to give you a small one because I don't want to jinx it for the rest of the bulls in here. I'll give you a tiny one. This is not me saying I think it's going to dump. This is just for you. I'll give you a whoosh shower. That's fine. But this is not me saying it's coming down, everyone else. All the indicators are still pointing up. You need it on NQ? Okay. All right. Got some more giveaways to do. We got a little bit more to go. Shoot, it's like mini bonanza today. We got 4 Blue Sky launch accounts today. Oh my god. Oh my god. Launch is, I'm having so much fun with the launch. This will be my second payout with launch. Everybody type in launch really quick. I just requested payout number 2 from a launch. It has to be 4 payouts total from Blue Sky I've gotten in the last month. So let me request another $3,000 payout. Let me see if it allows me to take more. Oh, I'm still pending on my last payout withdrawal request. Okay. They're taking about a day to confirm my requests. So hopefully they speed that process up. I'm used to the instant payout thing. Type in launch, guys. So I just put in, I put in an offer a couple days ago for this car. It's priced real, and again, this is an investment because I think these are all going to go up in value. But y'all, I'll show you a picture of my new car I'm gonna get. I'm so excited. I'm talking to the guy right now. I'm just gonna move on it. It's high fives. I wanted to get to 550, but it's already low enough. Like if you look at the, so I'm gonna get an SF90 Spider, orange. Oh yeah, this is gonna be my new car, guys. And then I'm done buying cars for a while. It only has like 300 miles on it. The guy never drove it. He's a beaut. So we're working out the details right now of this. Now let me tell you something that's really crazy is that look at this. They're all going up crazy. Now the SF90 sticker price, the Spiders are about 700K. So they usually hold their value pretty well, but look, a lot of them are selling close to 700 still. So for whatever reason, this guy's trying to sell close to 6. I could flip this for maybe close to 100K. Some of these really high spec'd out carbon fiber SF90s are selling for high 6s. So I'm gonna Like, it's the lowest one on there. And it's also the color I want, but I don't know if the color sells. Hard to sell, harder to sell. I think that orange is beautiful. What's ARB doing? Yeah. ARB is still positive. So, am I going to come up to Utah to pick up the car? That'd be kind of fun. But no, I don't want to put any miles on that car. You kidding? 300. It's got 349 miles on it. And it's the cheapest one of the lot. So the guy that's selling it must be in a bind. I don't know why he's not selling it for 630, 650 with no miles on it. It's an actual steal. I'm going to make 100K right out the door. So that's weird. I wanted to buy an F8 Spider to invest. I mean, an F8, yeah, Spider to invest for the same reason. But I can't find a good one that I like. They're very harder and much harder to come by because it's a much more in demand car. The F8s, the gas guzzlers, in the world of hybrids are insanely popular right now. The inventory is so low on those things. And those cars sticker for like the 400s. And look, their cars are stickered for like 450, and the Spider is almost 700,000 for an F8. The market is massive on F8s right now. So look, they don't have any. Look, they've got like 7 or 8 of them. Private equity is buying most of them up. That's what they're doing, trying to control the supply. All right, so Blue Sky Launch, guys. Blue Sky Launch has been inducted into our Hall of Goats. Blue Sky is one of the top ranked firms in prop score. I think it's 3rd place, 3rd or 4th place. The launch account right now is just like my funded futures, Rapid and TPT Pro, the one we're giving away right now. Let me show you what it is. The launch is a 2-day pass with no DLL. Fantastic. Funded is 1-day payout. No DLL, no consistency. Sounds like the other ones we just talked about today. Goated accounts. What's the difference? They give you the buffer step of funded in a separate step rather than achieving it in the funded, which allows you to reset just your buffer rather than reset the whole thing. Now, let me explain what that is. In TPT, you pass your eval, you go funded, you have to achieve the buffer and then get your payout. It's still an extra step. They just don't say it that way. And if you fail at any point, you have to reset the entire thing for 1,500 bucks. Blue Sky segregated out the buffer as a second phase, however, and if you are in the buffer phase, you can reset your buffer for just 250, which makes it cool. Also, in the buffer phase, they are end of the day drawdown, whereas TPT and my funded are trailing drawdown. So the buffer phase is even easier in this account. And it's an activation fee model, which means the overall cost is cheaper on the eval side and you only pay when you pass. So we thought that Blue Sky would be a very cool introduction to you guys because it's just like the big dogs, but it's at that activation fee model where those of you that might are like used to trading Apex or whatever, you're probably done with Apex like everyone else here is. They've moved on because Apex, in my opinion, is the next fast track. I would avoid it like the plague. But you're like, I did like the $20, $30 accounts though, and only activate whenever I pass. And we're like, well, we try to find one that's better with better rules and better options, better payouts. And then that's where Blue Sky popped in. It's the perfect like TPT Pro Lite. It's like the cheaper version of a TPT Pro. Apex has germs. I still can't wash the stickiness off my hands. Tips on hitting 40% consistency after hitting 50% profit target on one day and then giving most of it back on day 2. Wait, hold on. So you basically are what? You're up like 10% on your profit. You still need to make 40. You can still trade up to that same amount that you did on that first trade. You just can't go over 40% total, right? I wouldn't change how I trade. I'd still trade the same. All right, a couple more of these. But yeah, that's currently what I'm trading right now. I just requested my 4th payout with them to total about 10,000 in the first week, which hasn't been bad. As far as the journey goes, I'm enjoying it. For me as a trader, I like to get the big fat payouts like I did with TPT and my funded, but these are $3,000 payouts, which is, it's still good. So for like what I would tell people is like, if you're just barely getting started with props, this is great to go. You're not going to make a windfall P&L, but you're gonna have good ROI on a smaller scale. You know, with TPT, I'm paying in like, you know, 30, 40,000 to get 300,000 out, or 50,000 or whatever. Play big, get big. With Blue Sky, it's like put in a couple thousand, get like 10 back. You get that same scaling, but on a smaller scale. It's great for people on a budget. Where my payouts in TPT like, just pass your eval in 150K. You can make $50,000 per day with TPT. 10 by 5. I mean, sorry, 5 by 10. At 80% payout split, you can take home a net of 40K. So you can max out 10K on each one of those accounts per day. Is it smarter to buy the booty camp first before Rocket Scooter to give yourself time to learn? It's probably better to do both, because you can have the platform to play with while you learn, which is much easier than waiting for the stream to ask me questions. Just got a Luciflex eval. Now, in terms of position size, should I be doing like one mini position? It always depends on what size of the eval. A Lucid Flex, one NASDAQ contract is plenty for a 50K Lucid Flex. You don't need to go any more than that to hit your targets. Remember, Lucid Flex, you just need to hit your payout target, and then you can make, once you go fund, you need to make 250 a day to get your payout. Take 3,000 max, 1,000 min, or sorry, 1,250 min. So you got to land between 1,250 every 5 days and 3,000 every 5 days. You don't need to trade any more than a mini. You can make $250 with a couple micros. All right, a couple more of these. Like I said, Blue Sky is the one I'm trading now. I actually enjoy it. Is it my first pick as a trader? It's not my first pick as a trader because I'm a big ballin' badass trader that makes a lot of money. But if I was a new trader, new to this would be my first pick. This is the perfect place for a beginner because it's cheap and the payouts are good relative to what you pay in. For me, you know me, I like to play hard and play big. TPT is still my favorite, but we're talking splitting hairs. You're talking the difference between first and third place or neck and neck. So I'm very much enjoying the Blue Sky path. Full honesty, I love it. All right, cool. That's 4 of you guys. That's it. Free launch accounts. We got a couple. I think we have a couple more my fundeds to give away. Like I said, this is going all the way up to DD band probably. I know I gave you the whoosh shower, but I kind of fought against you on that one. I wasn't endorsing the whoosh shower. Maybe at upper green line. I don't know. I'm gonna delete the whoosh shower, like I told you. ARB is still way positive. That potential to go up. Remember all those accounts. Remember Apple, Meta, Microsoft broke above half gap. I explained what arbitrage was, right? So see how when you broke above half gap, the next that's what it accounted for, right? So we had a huge push there. Meta had a huge push there when ARB went positive. Microsoft, same thing. ARB is still great. Like nothing is bearish yet. So I would be afraid to short this. I really would. I wouldn't even try to fade it. What's that bing bong sound you hear sometimes? Oh, that's my company we wrote our own software to communicate to each other. So it's a notification sound. Like that's how we coordinate like the giveaways and you know all the deals and stuff. Like, you know, it's not just me memorizing all this. There's literally like a team of people that are constantly in the know. When you guys ask me questions, like if you ask a question and I don't think of it like it's a TV show, it's a producer in my ear. If you ask a question and I'm not answering it, they'll answer it for me, and then I got the answer. So we run our stream like a TV show. There's a whole team of producers behind the scenes. So the bleepy bleep you hear, it's not me getting liquidated. It's one of them sending me a message probably. Is a bleep bloop. Yeah. That was a news thing. It's producers whispering in my ear. Breaking news, Matt. We have a flash sale going on. Bleep, bleep. Would I prefer blue sky, propeller, orbit? Personally, I like the orbits. I don't dislike the propels either. I like the orbits a lot. The difference of the propel is a 3-day eval stage. Hold on, let me go here. 3-day eval stage versus a 2-day eval stage. Pretty much a similar buffer. And then similar rules when you get paid out. Like funded's the same. The main difference is that the propel is going to be slightly cheaper than the launch all-in cost. The all-in cost is cheaper on the propel, but they add an extra day. That's the only give or take. They're very similar otherwise. So if you're like, launch would be like if you're really trying to save money and you want those same day payouts, they're great. If you fail a lot, if you're better at passing and you can really nail that extra day on that eval, then propel is going to save you a little money. But with blue sky, since you're not doing 5 accounts, I don't think it's going to save you much money. It saves you a lot of money when you're trying to flip 5 accounts for profit or 20 accounts. But when you have 3, I would go the launch route. 100% I'd go launch over the propel. If they had 20 accounts you can trade, you'll see some savings on propel if you're passing a lot, not failing a lot, because the activation fee makes the overall cost a little bit higher. And if you're able to pass them all very quickly, you're going to pay a lot more for the launches for the same day payout experience. But with the propel, it's a good idea if you have a lot of accounts. With 3, you're not going to kill yourself over a $20 price difference on 3 accounts, right? On 20, it might add up, but I would say launch is the way to go. Yeah. Which platform is a flash sale? My funded futures flash sale until 12:30 Eastern. You've got another... Wait, I'm sorry, till 12:30? Hold on, let me check the time here. Let me get this right. Sorry, till 1:30 Eastern. So you got an hour and 20 minutes, guys. Code SCORE. Ah, dude, my triceps are so sore. They did like a tricep and chest workout yesterday or 2 days ago, and I'm still sore from it. Ah, code isn't working. SCORE. It should work. It's 50% off. First time purchase of a Rapid. First time ever. 40% off if you're an existing customer. What's the yellow line at 29,829? The yellow line is a margin buffer limit pivot. It just is a high volume pivot that comes from another technique we teach. It's treated as an interrupt to bull side. So if I'm longing, I usually exit along or trim very heavily there, and I usually have to wait for confirmation before I keep going. I never hold a trade through it. There's always going to be volume. There's always going to be resistance. So an example is, as markets rally, I use them as pivots for like the end of an upside move, like how far up we go. Here's an example, overnight. Had I longed into it, you see how it hovers there for a couple of hours? I would have exited my long. That's a perfect aiming spot for your reward side on your trade plan for risk and reward. Like this morning, boom, boom. See how it hovers there a little bit? There's a whole thing that goes on there. I don't have enough time to explain it, but we teach you in the bootcamp how to calculate it. Is my funded futures for 50K and 25K only? That's it. So the sale is only for 50K and 25K. And it's just here. It's just for us. It's nobody else gets it. Only the SCORE peeps. They love us. They love us here. We love them. They pay me $1 million to say that. No, I'm just kidding. We love MFF. I'll go on their show in a minute. Single stock futures. Yeah, I saw the news. CME Group is relaunching single stock futures. They cut them out. I forgot the exchange that used to or the company that used to run those things, I think they stopped it in like 2021, 2022 after COVID. And CME Group picked it back up, single stock futures. Now you can go buy NVIDIA futures. All the benefits of trading NVIDIA with all the tax breaks of futures. We're gonna have risk interval on NVIDIA. Our strategy is about to get so much cooler, guys. Imagine understanding risk intervals and catalysts on stocks now. And then go to futures. That'll be pretty kick-ass. The potential of what we can create, what new tools we can create that exploit risk intervals on futures sounds cool. I'm only starting to begin to think there's a lot of potential there to create some cool stuff. Can I use TradingView with Blue Sky? I believe so, because it uses the Trade-of-8 API. All Trade-of-8 stuff works in TradingView. What was the super special first time ever announcement today? Was there a first time ever announcement today? Did I say there was a super special first time ever? Or did props group people say that? I don't even know. Brad did yesterday? Oh, I think he was hinting at the My Fund and Futures sale. Brad did? Well, he was talking about that, I think. It was the MFF sale. Sorry, yeah. Nothing else exciting. Nothing crazy. We didn't hire the new streamer yet. We're working on it though. You didn't do the downside we found on NQ? Oh, on NQ, you want it? I don't know, man. ARB is still going up. I don't think it's... I wouldn't be bag holding this, man. I'm not giving you advice, but I'm going to be saying there's no pivot on it. But here's a shower for you if you need it. Here's a whoosh fountain. Good luck to you guys. Does Top One do the drama of sending a video before getting payouts? I haven't heard of that through Top One, but if anybody here has, please let me know. Brad said I had a crazy announcement this morning. MFF 50% off Rapid. It's the biggest sale they've ever done on Rapid in the history of MFF, and it's happening here only with us. That's pretty big. They normally do 20% with all the influencers. We told them 50. What's the next trade I'm waiting for? Right now in the bull market, I'm waiting for Trump or somebody to do something to make the market dip so I can jump in. It's just too slowly inching higher for me to find anything good out of it. In this environment, because we're still sensitive to news, all it takes is one Iran tweet to get the market doing this again. And then I will play the pocket the same way if that happens. Once I milk most of the upward move for the day, only newbies get up here and pick up pennies in front of a steamroller. Because while you might make a little bit and a little bit and a little bit, it takes one tweet to wipe out a whole day's worth of work. So I know because the destination is higher, I just wait for something. There's going to be something most days. Old man can't shut his mouth up about Iran. And then we get in on the dip. Buy funded TV, yeah, in 10 minutes I gotta go. My funded future sale is only until 1:30, so you got about an hour left. But yeah, guys, I'm really enjoying playing Crimson Desert. It's not really like the most fun game ever. It's fun. It's not as fun as Skyrim was. It's not as fun as Witcher 3 was. It's definitely not as fun as Red Dead 2, but it's the same kind of game. Giant open world, millions of things to do. It's like they blended all the elements of all those games into a super game that has no heart, but it's still fun. Red Dead had heart. You could feel the characters. These characters are bland and boring, but it's endless time killing, like a Zelda game. Zelda, you're not invested in the characters either. You're just killing time, adventuring, killing stuff. You can do anything and everything. Zelda's the same story a million times over. I never cry when you kill Ganon for the 20th time. But I'm excited for some new games to come out. It is such a vast game. I'm not, like I said, many months and I'm barely a quarter through it. Witcher 3 is one of my all-time favorites too. That game is dope. The new DLC when The Witcher 3 is coming out in 2027. Massive, massive expansion for Witcher 3. I'll have to reinstall that game, man. That's so excited. Crimson Desert scratches that manly itch to explore the map. It does. Like to just go everywhere and like you know, when the map's all cloudy, to walk through the map so that the map is all explored. I cover every square inch of the map. I don't want to see clouds on it anywhere. I never read the Witcher books, but I'm sure I would have loved them. Witcher 3, not Richard 3. The Witcher 3. The game was epic. Do I copy trade? No, I don't copy trade. My strategy is not to copy trade. That serves me so well to spread out my risk. Copy trading is not what you should do when you're given multiple trading accounts. Yeah. Well, Iran is making threats again, so maybe we'll get that Trump dump. I'm telling you, in this market, this environment, I just wait. You're always gonna get something, and whether it just pops straight up and I miss it, I didn't miss it. I mean, I made some money today, 17K. But if it dips, grab the bottom. Boom. 160 hours to Witcher 3. You don't have halfway through, dude. There's so much to do. When you get like me and you get all Gwent obsessed, and you just play Gwent for the fun of it. I spent a lot of time playing Gwent for the fun of it, even after I beat everybody in all the tournaments. But then they made their own trading card game app on the App Store, which is a whole different version of Gwent, which plays like Magic the Gathering. You build decks. It's super competitive. I played it for a couple seasons on my phone, just when I'd be on my phone, like on an airplane or something, I'd play it. It was actually a really well designed card game. The one in the card game inside of Witcher 3 was like a little basic, but the Gwent card game outside of Witcher 3 is actually very well made. It's different. Gwent, yeah, dude. Gwent was cool. Did you play the actual Gwent game, or are you talking about the one inside of Witcher? The actual game, the Gwent game itself was pretty cool. But like any trading card game, you have to be like up with it, up to date with it. Read the patch notes. The meta is always changing. U.S. and Iran exchange intense new attacks after Trump says ceasefire is over. Yeah, you know. So dumb. Back to it. So anyways, upper DD band is the limit to the. If I was long all the way to here, this is where I would exit my long trade. If I was still long, the one I did earlier, I closed early so I can still draw on my screen. Again, some Magic the Gathering. Only when I was like 12 years old and 13 when it first came out. When I was a kid, it first came out. I was in middle school, and we used to play at the math tournaments, my buddies and I. But the thing was our math teacher was like super Christian lady, like the kind of person that would stand outside of a bookstore picketing against Harry Potter, saying it's from the devil. She was that bad. And so we couldn't play Magic the Gathering around her because she said it was demonic and that we were going to go to hell, and she would like confiscate our cards. I don't think that's I think these days she'd get fired for doing that kind of thing. But I went to school in the time when we didn't live in the pussy world we live in now, where teachers actually discipline kids, would spank them, put them in corners, shit like that, like the stuff we need to do again. But she was a little overkill with the whole overly religious thing, like, give me your magic cards, they're the devil. We're like, it's a weekend. We're not in school. Well, yeah, you're with me. I'm your chaperone. Technically, this is technically school. So we had to sneak away to play Magic. What's up, Big up? She said it was demonic. She wouldn't let us play. But technically, if you are killing the other people's cards, you're killing demons. So that's kind of cool. That's like Christian-like. What's up, boy? What's up, boy? What's up, boy? So I played for a couple years, but I didn't get that into it because I was broke and my family didn't have money. And it costs a lot of money to invest into decks and cards. I had a few starter decks and that's it. was an second edition, I think is what it was. What's the edition that I had my decks from? I probably still have some of those cards. But I had maybe like a stack like that big. I was a broke kid. There was a resale store. I forgot what it was called. It was called something's Attic in Pearland where I grew up. Linda's Attic or something. It was like a resale shop / antique shop. You can buy old clothes, old whatever. But one of the people there was a collector. And so part of this whole antique shop, there was a little tiny card case where they sold individual cards as well as decks and packs. So we would go there, and that's where I was buying my packs from. We couldn't buy them at like a Walmart or anything at the time. You could only get them at like comic shops back in 1990. They weren't mainstream yet. So we all would go to this resale shop, and they had like, the guy had a Black Lotus, you know, like old school, like beta Black Lotus, which is probably like I don't know, $1 million card or something now. We used to always be like, wow, he's got a Black Lotus. The card, yeah, they were asking about Magic. Did you ever play Magic? You played Pokemon, didn't you? DD band short isn't a setup. It is a scalp setup only. When the ratio is greater than half, DD band can be a scalp. I would, if I ever tried to interrupt the bull trade by scalping, it is a small trade only. I'm talking like less than 10 points. I get a little bit and I get out of the way. It will likely resist a little bit, but it's more likely to break through it. Okay, guys, I am running out of time. Neon's starting in 2 minutes. Neon's awesome. Hang here with him. He's got a ton of giveaways to do. We got still an hour left on the My Funded Futures. I made 17K today. The 2-month win streak still goes on. We're #1 for a reason, guys. Our channel is growing. This is the biggest stream week we've had in the history of stream weeks. It is bigger than the last week by 20%. We haven't plateaued at all in this 4-month growth streak we've had. I'm incredibly excited. Thank you guys for being here, hanging out with me. I love you all to death. It's been so much fun trading alongside you, my friends. But I must wish you farewell. But Neon's coming in to hang out with you guys and do some more giveaways, do some trading. Don't forget, Brad is live tonight. And I will see y'all later. Thank you, guys. Have a good one.
Afternoon stream, let's get it. Neon on the mic, yeah. Neon stepping in, yeah. Session wide awake. Night shift laid the ground. Matt set the play. Now it's midday money. Structure on the screen. Neon seeds acting holy, price moving clean. No FOMO.
What's up, baby? Let's get it. What's good in the hood, baby? Who's here? Motherload. I already got chat loaded up. I'm all organized right now. Motherload, TRSU, DRVJ. What's good? What's good, babies? Let's get it. NQ Tyler, D Evil, Daddy Day Trading, Omega, 6 Eyes, Duerto, MLO, JB14, Kairos. What's up, people? What a beautiful day. What a beautiful week. It's been such a good week. Such a good week. Feeling good. Awesome morning. Awesome week, awesome morning. I was really expecting my stats to drop off with this forward testing experiment I'm doing, but they're solid. Accuracy's lower than normal, but still proceeding nicely. So no complaints on that. Only one little execution you know, I think I took one setup I didn't really love this morning. Other than that, all good stuff. We got a bunch of giveaways to do. Let's see what we got here. We've got 6 giveaways: My Funded Futures, Blue Sky, and Lucid. Someone said, how's backtesting going? Backtesting's going good. I did some adjustments just to make sure. The contract rollovers were correctly handled. The data shifted a little bit, but if anything, it firmed up. If anything, it firmed up the information. So really good stuff. So backtesting going great. Still don't have the. I have intra-session MHP and hedge pressure levels, but I need to go through and check them. But I'm looking for someone with a second copy of those so that I can make sure that the data is clean. Because for the overnights, I had copies of. For the overnights, I had 2 copies, and then I compared them to each other. And you know, it's manually entered data, so there were discrepancies that I went in and fixed. You know, maybe someone types a date wrong, or there's a little typo or something like that. So I need 2 copies of data before I would be able to do anything. I only have 1 copy of MHP and hedge pressure intra-session right now for the last year. I need a second copy before I can run that. Welcome to the room, guys. The room shows up. We're gonna do a giveaway in a few minutes. Let me see. What did yeah, we got My Funded Futures has a crazy sale going on right now. My Funded Futures is for a rapid 50% off if it's your first time, and then 40% off if it's your second time. If your MFFU P card's been taken, prop firm card, if they took your P card. Okay. Hey, something cool. So, you know, because I'm doing this forward testing on this adjusted execution pattern, like trades within trades and all that stuff. So someone said, can I give you access to the copy? Copy? What copy? Copy trader? I bought my copy trader. I barely use it. I mean, I do use it, but I'm not using it. No, that's not true. It's not that I barely use it. I haven't really been using it this week because I'm forward testing, so I'm basically not taking much risk. All these people type in TRSU. That's awesome. Hey, something cool I discovered. So because I'm doing this test, I've been trying to deep dive a little bit into my stats. And you know what I discovered? Blue Sky, they have like a really in-depth trade dashboard for stats. So it's like a free trade journal. So you can like really go deep dive into your trades. Check this out, watch. Because I was just trying to, you know how I do that Tradevate thing sometimes? So when I'm forward testing something, I'm a little bit more looking at my stats. So they have this dashboard thing, okay? So in your trade, if you are trying Blue Sky, if you go to trader.bluesky.pro/my-stats, or you could just click, like you can click in to get more details. Look at all this information you can get. So you could see it's like a full dashboard, you know? So you could see your profit factor, you could see your win rate, you could see your profit loss ratio, you could see your equity curve. This is just for this week with this with the test I'm doing, but it's good enough to, you know, you could really see some cool information. They got this cool calendar, right? So you can see it's like a calendar of your, you know, this is kind of pointless, but it looks cool. It's like a calendar of your days. It says how many trades you took, what your P&L was, sort of thing. And then it says like your day win rate, your best day, your worst day. That's pretty cool stuff. Your worst day, if it's negative, whatever. So this is like a free trade journal. And then if you go down, hey, look at this. Like, I can't believe this is free. This is really cool stuff. Like, I kind of do this myself once a year in Excel. But the fact that they have this in their dashboard for free, it's very cool. Very cool. So the forward test is going fine. 68.4% accuracy. So I think it was as expected that my accuracy is dropping a little bit with the forward test, but whatever. It's a small sample size, so if anytime I'm above 65, I'm pretty happy. Even 60 is fine, but you know, I ideally want to be 63 to 71%, so that's fine. It even breaks down your performance by day, but they have the wrong time zone, so this becomes useless. Someone said 12 trades for $87. So this is not a, this is risk adjusted. So don't think of this as like, I'm not really looking at the dollars. I'm looking at the dollars compared to the risk. For instance, net P&L, $712. This account has $2,000 drawdown. That's the same as making $700,000 on a $2 million drawdown account, right? It's risk adjusted. I don't care about the dollar. I care about risk adjusted. So I've made almost 50% of the drawdown, right? So, yeah, it's risk adjusted. I don't care about the dollar part. Okay, right, because it's a liquid instrument. In my main account, you know, it's different size. This account, it's a prop account. It has $2,000 of drawdown. What are you supposed to do with that? You can either trade it so that you blow it if you have 3 losing trades in a row, or you can manage risk correctly. I manage risk correctly. That's just how I'm programmed. I don't like to YOLO accounts. That's just not my style. So look at all these stats that you could see. Average win, average loss, best win, best loss. It's so cool. Max win streak, 9 winners in a row. Max lose streak, 2 losers in a row. Average win streak, 3 winners in a row. Average losing streak, 1.4 losers in a row. This is so cool. I can't believe it's free. I wonder if you can, it's pretty cool if you could import your executions from another. Obviously, they're not going to allow you to do that, but like they obviously put a lot of work into this. I think that's it. I think that's it. They kind of restate stuff a few different times. Yeah. Oh, there's time of day. So you can see like what time of day you perform best, I think. Performance by week. I think that's it. But this is really cool. I was just kind of poking around in there, looking for my credentials so I could just take a look at what the accuracy was. And I was like, oh my God, like this is so cool. So if you have a Blue Sky account, check out the little dashboard. It's really cool stuff. Check out the dashboard. This is cool stuff. And hey, it's free. I'm surprised they don't like advertise this more, because I couldn't believe the amount of data. Usually I wouldn't care about having this much data, but because I'm forward testing something, I do care about like what the numbers look like. So the numbers are healthy. The numbers are healthy. I can't ask for any better of a forward test. 68%, 2 profit factor, and I'm up almost 50%. I'm up almost 50% in 4 days. So no complaints. So that's cool. So in celebration of that, in 20 minutes, we'll give away a Blue Sky account. How's that? But anyways, I figured I'd share that because I was like, oh, look at this. This is cool. The fact that they have that little dashboard. So good stuff there. Trade A said, Neon, what's up? What's up, Jay? What's good in the hub? Man, we're just stuck at high a day. Hopefully we get some sort of crater. I'd love to see this market absolutely collapse. I'd love to see the market just go, oh my God, no! That would be so fun. Can we get that? That would be fun. Let's see what we got. Someone said Blue Sky launch or what? Let me see. Let me see what it is. It is the giveaway. Man, I thought we'd be getting a lot of Blue Sky. I thought we'd be getting a lot of accounts with this thing. It's 50K orbit. 50K orbit. The best, honestly, all the accounts are good. The launch is good if you need a few tries to pass an eval and you want to save money. The propel's good if you kind of want a TPT-like account. And then the orbit's good if you just want to get to funded in one day and you want to just have no consistency in the eval. Buyer Jerome said, let the index fund owners make some money today too. No collapse. Yeah. Oh, look, some action coming on at the high. A little bit of volume at the high. We got volume at the high and we've got price velocity. Volume velocity and price velocity both speeding up at the high. So, at least there's interest up here. Super liquid session. Like insanely liquid session. For those of you who are on the velocity beta, I'm sure you probably knew it right away. We're 3 minutes into the open, and I told you guys, I said when you have a liquid session, you'll start to notice, because at like 9:30, like early in the session, all of a sudden you'll see price stabilize. And look at this. There's the open. There's 1 minute. There's 2 minute. There's stability. And it just stayed stable. This isn't a volatility meter. It's kind of a, it's not huge volatility. It's measuring micro volatility. And that's how you can gauge how stable the market is. Who's on the velocity beta and immediately saw like, ooh, stable liquidity, baby. Look at that. Look how liquid it was. Man, I love velocity. I love it. Helps me read the market so much. Someone said, do I use ARB on NQ? I don't use ARB. No, I don't use ARB on anything. I don't use ARB. I get decision fatigue. I have enough going on. I don't need another thing. I don't need another thing. Someone said when it's stable like that is an environment where minis are easier to play than micros. Well, when it's liquid like that, it just means that you're more stable. Like when it was so liquid, I was buying, like today, I was kind of buying, I bought the high once. Because I was like, it's so liquid up here and there's so much buying pressure. Like we were breaking through a level and I was like I'll buy the high. I don't care. It's so liquid. The market wants to go up. So like there was a point this morning where I pretty much bought the high. Someone said, what is velocity measure? It's proprietary, but I mean, in some sense it measures NASDAQ speed moving across 5 points, but there's a filtering algorithm in there, but it's NASDAQ's speed at which NASDAQ covers a certain distance, and the anchor distance is 5 points. But there's more to it than that, but holistically, that's what it is. Someone said, did I take a loss if I bought the high and the market fell? Would I have taken a loss? Yeah, I would have stopped out. I stopped out a couple of times today. You know, I didn't look at my individual accuracy just for today. Let me see what my individual accuracy is just for today. That's a great question. Let me check. Because I got so excited about that dashboard thing, I didn't look at the individual accuracy for today. Let me just look. I'll screenshot it. I don't like to look super granular at my stuff all the time, but because I'm forward testing, and sometimes when I think about it while we're streaming, then it pops into my head and then I want to see. But I try not to make a habit of looking all the time, because I have a personality that I kind of can start to obsess or like just fixate on something, and I don't want to do that. 72.73% today. Okay, cool. Why does it say, oh, you know what? I must have taken a trade last night, because the gross P&L and the total P&L are different. So I guess it subtracted last night's P&L from the total. But anyways, it's still helpful to see the stats. Let me see. I didn't look at it. I just kind of glanced at the accuracy. I didn't really look at the numbers yet. Let me look. Let me make it bigger. Okay, that's too big. So this is the first time I'm looking at this. Let's see what we got. 72.73 accuracy. Run up 174, drawdown 97. That's perfect. 2-1. Largest win 153, largest loss 80, average win 41, average loss 46. Standard deviation of winners is bigger than standard deviation of losers. Means nice clean stop outs and then letting winners run. Yeah. Successful forward testing continues. That's fine. I mean, I can't ask for anything better than that. Usually when I test this execution pattern, it falls flat on its face. Maybe it's just because I'm trusting it more. I don't know. Well, you know what? My accuracy has dropped off, so I guess not in today's session, but overall on the week. So I guess it's doing what it's supposed to, but maybe I'm just giving it more time. That's cool. Someone said, do you want access to the velocity meters? Well, it's in beta. It's in beta. It's in beta. We have over, let me see. Just trying, I think. Let me see. I know the server can handle more users, but since we're in beta, I just don't want to overload it. Let me see. We only have 130 people logged in right now. We've been having over 150, so maybe we had a few drop off. So yeah, we can open it up. So I mean, it's technically open, but I've just been holding requests. But we can open it up. So if you do want access to it, I'll just open it up for the next. If you send an email in the next 15 minutes, I'll make sure you get responded back today with the code. So the address is velocity.neoncucumber.com. If you want access to the beta. So if you send me the email request within the next 15 minutes, I'll, let me see, 12:49. So by 1:05. Okay. 16 minutes. We'll do 16 minutes. Next 16 minutes. If you want access, velocity.neoncucumber.com. Go there. You could download whichever one is for your computer, Mac or PC, or Intel Mac, and then send me the email. I'll send you the code. Let's see. Look at how liquid this market is. Insane liquidity. So crazy. The market has not been this thick in a month. This is insane, crazy liquidity all of a sudden. Someone said won't work on iPad. You know, it would work on iPad, but here's the thing. When it goes into production, it's going to have a data bridge that you connect to your NinjaTrader, or a data bridge that you connect to your trading view. So yes, you could do the beta on an iPad technically, but in production, you're going to have to install the little NinjaTrader or TradingView connector to feed your data into it. So there would be no point in doing it on the iPad, because it wouldn't work in production. Because you wouldn't have NinjaTrader on there. Someone said, what's the email? Just go to velocity.neoncucumber.com. The instructions are there. velocity.neoncucumber.com. My email is neon@neoncucumber.com. Okay. 9 minutes till our giveaway. Let's do it. 9 minutes. Tastes like doom 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 doom. What a trash. Someone said you have TradingView and NinjaTrader for your iPad though. Yeah, it's from a technical perspective, it won't work on the iPad. Technically, it won't work on the iPad. The beta can work on an iPad if I wanted it to. But in production, no, because you'd have to connect it to a desktop version so that you can connect your data into it. So, you know, I just want to keep it close to production. Like the whole point of the beta is to make it production ready. I did see someone in there. So I did see someone said, can we have an invert so that up is faster velocity, higher velocity, and down is lower velocity? I might do that. The only reason is like, otherwise, then it's going to be different than the way it was designed. Well, it's not that it was designed that way. It's just that that's how I've used it always. So that's how I talk about it. So like any tutorials on it and all that, they're all going to be down as fast, up as slow. So I kind of want to keep that. But what I think I am going to do is I'm going to write an algorithm that will assign a liquidity score. So for people who don't want to interpret the data and they just want a liquidity score, I'm going to write an algorithm that will assign a liquidity score. That's going to take a while because I need to see it in a lot of environments. But I think I'm going to write an algorithm that will have a liquidity score. So that will help some people. You know, you could turn on or off the liquidity score and it will assign a liquidity score. So like if all of a sudden, like today, the liquidity score would have been high and you would have easily been able to see that. Like I know how to read the data, so I don't need that, but it sounds like with people's questions I've been getting, liquidity score would help people. Writing a model for that wouldn't take long, but refining a model for that would take long. Because I wouldn't want to adjust the model. I wouldn't want to adjust the model. Someone said, have I been tracking the afternoon win rate? Yeah, you know what's crazy? It's a little bit above morning. I don't know, maybe it's just because there's less volatility and things are sharp. Yeah, it's above 70%. I just like went back through all the streams and I kind of just compared it against my main account, because sometimes I might not take a trade in my main account, so I wanted to see if I missed any. But yeah, I did do that. I did that a couple weeks ago. I was just curious what my afternoon win rate is. When I first started the stream, there was a couple of times where like I would mix up, you know, because like I'm not used to multitasking. Like when I'm trading, I'm just like in the zone. So I'm almost like, you know, you're doing a giveaway and then there's a, you know, there's a setup or something. So like the first week, and then the third week, the first week, I think it was 0%. There was only 2 trades, but And then from then on, it was above 70. But I remember one trade in the third week or the fourth week. Because I remember, like, I was taking notes on, like, you know, how it... Because when I first started the stream, one of my things was I didn't know if I was going to be able to sustain doing it because I needed to make sure it didn't affect my edge. Because, like, my main priority is, you know, my edge. So I was, like, taking notes and everything. And then, yeah, after that first week, there was just... I think there was one trade in the third week where I kind of... I, like, flipped my target and my stop or something. It was something weird. I think, like, my entry was where the target was supposed to be. And the stop was where the entry was supposed to be. You know. Just a spectrum brain getting a little tripped out. That was all. But the more experience, the more, like, you kind of get used to it. Multitasking, talking, doing a giveaway while you're trying to read a setup. You know, I'm sure it'll get more and more normal. That'll be my new normal. After a while. Pat just said, you received an email from NextGen that they want to move you to live, but they want to refund your active accounts. What? And not give you the profit? That sounds... No, that don't sound right. Is that what they said or no? Boosted Dime said, just tuning in. Can you help me understand what I'm eating? It's just yogurt. It's yogurt with like some chocolate powder. And crunched up score bar. Yogurt, chocolate powder, and crunched up score bar. Yeah, Greek yogurt. Eva. Hey, Eva's in the house. What's up, Eva? Said, when am I uploading the B-Dog interview? I have to finish the overlays. So hopefully this weekend I'll finish the overlays. I just want it to be really clean and easy to follow. Because I want it to help draw people to Rocket Scooter as well. So, like, there's a couple of times when Brian's talking about MHP, he's talking about yellow lines, stuff like that. So it's more about the overlays, like, because the interview was very clean. Brian was really able to speak through his experience with the competition and the setups he took and everything. So it's not really editing the interview, it's more editing the overlays. So someone watching it can, like when he's talking about MHP, it's kind of like, it shows what MHP is. When he's talking about a trade that maybe during the session, it kind of like shows the chart and then it shows like an arrow and stuff like, you know, where things went, all that kind of stuff.
Here I am again, facing the wall.
Because otherwise, someone who's not deep in our community, they won't really be able to follow a lot of the stuff. Yeah, so not editing the interview, it's more like putting the interview in a presentable way. Okay, hey mods. Hey, N Vanderast, are you part of the Rocket Scooter community? Like, are you a stream watcher or are you a Rocket Scooter subscriber and a Prop Score Discord member? Because we have reps that know people at NextGen, so they can talk to NextGen about that and just see what's going on. N Vanderast, that's for you, brother, sister, other. Hey, Ann Vanderast, I am Liquidity too. He's one of our reps. He works for PropScore and he knows all the people. So they're talking to them. I don't know if they're talking to NextGen or if they're talking to you or talking to both of you, but we're on it. Whatever we can do. You know, obviously we can't tell them what to do, but we'll find out what's going on. because we want to, obviously we talk about them and we've had good experiences with them, so we want to make sure the community does as well. Hey, and Vanderast, I don't know if you just saw in chat, I am the Liquidity 2. That's one of the Prop Score family members who works here. So that's the person who seems to know what's going on. Okay, cool. All right, it's giveaway time. Let's get some suggestions for the code word. What do we have, people? Let's not have it be a session again where we're just stuck in one spot on the chart, please.
God, steal my resolve for the love of the game.
Damn. You know what's lame? I have the rule. The first thing that sticks out is the first thing that sticks out I have to use. The problem is the first response, like no one responded fast. So the first response just sat there for like over 5 seconds. So of course it stood out because no one responded fast enough. So the code word's yogurt. I don't know if it stood out because it's appropriate or if it stood out because it was the only option. But it stood out nonetheless. Boosted Dime said low latency connection. It probably lives near Vegas. Maybe there's just less hops. Maybe there's less hops. I can't believe this. Where did this day come from? Let's look at monthly maps. They're probably super healthy. Hey guys, I just need to let you know there was just an error with the giveaway engine. So if you just typed in the code word, you need to type it again. Stand by. Okay, it's monitoring now. So if you typed it before 5 seconds ago, you need to type it again. Okay. Just letting you know. Alright guys. 3 more minutes. Beta. I'm accepting beta. If you're interested in the beta, 3 more minutes on the Velocity beta. Neon. Sorry, velocity.neoncucumber.com. And then there's an email address. You email. The downloaders are there. And then the email itself, email address that you need to email to access the code is there. It's neon at neoncucumber.com, but what a liquid session. All right, this is going to be a blue sky orbit. Okay. Blue sky orbit. Let me just confirm. Yeah, blue sky orbit. We got some good accounts today. All right. I'm going to go to the Blue Sky website. If you do go to the Blue Sky website, it's bluesky.pro. BLUSKY. I would always be nervous about starting a company where there's 2 spellings of the company because people might have a hard time finding it. But if you do have a hard time finding it, it's bluesky.pro, or if you're like me and you use Google just to, because that's how you kind of do stuff, I would have typed in blue sky trading, and then it would have been this first one, because apparently that's what Google thinks. You click on it. You're looking for the, probably don't want it, maybe they probably won't love that it's a sponsored result because then it costs them, but whatever. And then it's start your evaluation. If you hit buy challenge, it's a different user experience. That's to actually buy it. So you want to, what's going on here? You want to go to start your evaluation, and then it will look like this. And then you could kind of browse through. So this is the orbit, 1 day to pass, 40% consistency. Let's see, if you scroll down. Oh, you know, if you scroll down, it's the second one down. It's the second one down. Use the second one down so they don't get hit with an ad fee. Use the second one down. Don't eat up their Google ads. Okay, cool. Here we go. Yogurt is the code word. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pick a winner. Look at this rally. Look at this rally. I would have liked to buy a dip, but there's just no pivot. And I was just like, meh. Meh. Albert. I just feel like, you know, even though it was positive expectancy, even though it was a good, like, even though buying the high's fine today, I just feel like it's like a 55, 60% setup. It's not 65%. So I just feel like, not a good move. Just set myself up for long-term smokage if I do that. Albert said you're here. Hey, Albert. What's up, my dog? You won. 50K orbit. Congratulations. Back in love. Very nice. Let me see if there's any other information I can share from the back test yet before I have everything put together. Let's see. Oh, you know something that was conclusive in the back test? Something that was conclusive in the... Hold on, let me just... Where's the opens above, close above? Okay, here we go. Something that was interesting from the back test on overnight levels. Overnight setups, hedge pressure and monthly hedge pressure. The most profitable setups are MHP, opens above, buy when it taps it. MHP, if it fails, overshoot, buy a reclaim. And then hedge pressure, if it drops into it, it was actually neutral. I know it worked last night, but like, you know, coin flip, sometimes you're going to get heads. But it was really for hedge pressure. It's only if it fails pretty deep and then reclaims. That's profitable. Just buying weekly hedge pressure is neutral over the course of the last year, at least. And consider it's been an up year. That's very telling. And the number of instances that happened was first touch overnight hedge pressure. First touch overnight hedge pressure, opened above, touch. Accuracy, if you use a 40-point stop and a 40-point target, 44%. So it's actually negative. And it happened 147 times over the last year. So that's a pretty decent sample size. First touch MHP overnight, it's happened 230 times, and 54.8% of the time, a 40-point stop and a 40-point target worked. But guess what? You know something that was conclusive from the overnight from the back test on the 6 p.m. to 9:30 a.m. So if you use the overnight levels from 6 p.m. to 9:30, you know something that came back very conclusive? Like if you scalp and if you trade with a, you know how some people they order, like I do that. I trim my trades as they move in profit. I kind of trim out. On overnight trades over the last year, at least long only, if you use less than a 35-point target, you kind of, the edge falls off a cliff and you end up almost break even. Just for example, here's a perfect example. Here's a perfect example. Overnight, first touch MHP. Check this out. This is interesting. First touch overnight MHP. If you bought the first touch when it opened above every time, if you use a 40-point stop and a 27-point target, now I tested this across multiple arrangements, but this is where I got the conclusive result, was all tight targets brought the edge near neutral, and all wider targets brought the edge up positively. So 40-point stop, 27-point target, that's a 59-point. It's around a 60% break even, 59.3, maybe 59.5. It had less than 1% edge. But if you use a 40-point stop and a 40-point target, it had a 55% edge. So 5% over neutral. That's not the case for regular session. Regular session, that's sort of trimming out as it moves in your favor, using some shallow targets. If you're a scalper, it works fine statistically. For the overnight session, if you use a shallow target, you're getting crushed. The alpha falls off a cliff. So that was really interesting, conclusive. The other piece of now these are big N numbers. Okay, these are big N numbers. Let me tell you. Okay, listen to this. This is how big this is. The N numbers are actually pretty good. The number of times you touch MHP from the top in the last year, 230 times in the overnight session. The number of times you touched hedge pressure from the top, 147 times. The number of times you retested, the number of times you failed and then reclaimed overnight hedge pressure between 6 p.m. and 9:30 a.m. the following day, 343 times. Yeah. So I mean, there's pretty big numbers on that. And the cool thing is that the levels are also valid intra-session. It also came back conclusive. Intra-session, weekly hedge pressure overnight dynamic, and monthly hedge pressure overnight dynamic. The first touch from above, it's a coin flip. So it's got kind of an invitation, at least for me. First touch from above on overnights, intra-session, if you open above, see what happens. I'm not trading it. And then something else that came back conclusive. I also tested the distance that you open from the level, how that affects whether one side is sticky or not. So what does that mean? If you open 20 points above MHP, overnight MHP, versus opening 80 points above versus opening 100 points above, how much does that affect whether you're gonna say, oh, I think by 9:30 in the morning we're gonna be above or below it? So for the most part, let me find where this filter was. Open below sessions, does it come back? Here we go. So if you open above or below the levels by 0 to 25 points, it's kind of a coin flip whether you're gonna be above or below by 9:30 a.m. the next morning. 25 to 50 points, it's still kind of a coin flip. 50 to 100 points, it starts to get sticky above but not below, which makes sense because, you know, if you open 50 to 100 points below, but it's in an up year, which we've been in an up year, the chance of recovering that level by the morning is going to be higher than if you open 50 or 100 points above it. The chance of getting below it, it's going to be less because you're in an up year. But the interesting part was something that you can kind of lean on, and that was conclusive in the data. If you open 100 points above or 100 points below, there's pretty much a 75% probability that you're going to stay on that side. So that's cool. That's cool. So I did try, I started summarizing. Within 25 points of a level, a coin flip. 50% across all 8 scenarios. Standout stat, 100 points plus from the level. It's very sticky and a meaningful signal. 87%. 87% close above. And the end numbers were over 100. So basically, if price opens 100 points above one of the overnight levels, it stays above that level 87% of the time. So it's a strong directional read. Yeah. So that's cool. And the strongest setup. Hey, guess what the strongest setup is? Failed and then reclaim MHP New York session. That's a huge stat. My dogs, listen to this. Listen to this. How much edge that setup has. Okay, I was salivating when I read this. Listen to this. Overnight dynamic monthly hedge pressure traded during New York session. First touch from the top side, coin flip. But guess what? If it fails below and reclaims, it's got 11% edge. 11%. With a 40-point stop and a 40-point target, it wins 60.9% of the time. And guess how many times that happened in the last year? 483. Mwah. We all knew MHP was a beast, but it's nice to see it in the numbers. Someone said, how do I define a reclaim? 20 to 30 points. 20 to 30 points. 483 instances. Let's see what else was really strong. Oh, held retest is also got a decent amount of edge. Meaning if overnight MHP shows itself to be support during New York session, then about 55% of the time the next test of it will work. That happened 489 times. So almost 1,000 setups in the year just trading MHP overnight dynamic in New York session. 1,000 setups, and one of them has 61% edge. 11% edge with a 40-point stop, 40-point target. It works 61% of the time. When it held, improved itself, and you took the next trade at it, 489 times happened in the last year. It held 55.4% of the time. Nice. Scotch, and also, hey, guess what? I will tell you this. Okay, I will tell you this. I calculate a raw edge score. So the raw edge score of MHP New York, the raw edge score of overnight dynamic MHP being traded in New York session is plus 9.7. And the raw edge score of MHP New York session, if it shows itself to hold, taking the next trade at it, is set plus 7.7. What is the raw edge score? And why do I use a raw edge score? Okay. You can't just test it with a 40-point stop and a 40-point target, because it might be a data artifact. You need to test it with a bunch of different stops and targets, and then punish it if it's not consistent. If it's not consistent, across a wide range. Like if you can use a 40-point stop and a 40-point target and it's this home run setup, and then you use a 45-point stop and a 40-point target and the edge falls off a cliff, you got to punish. You got to punish it for that because you want it to be consistent, stable edge. Consistent, stable edge. So I create a raw edge score. So what's the raw edge score? The average margin over break even, meaning if break even for a stop combination is 53% and it scores 68%, there's a big margin, okay? So I take all the above break even margins for all the brackets that I test, okay? And then I unify them, so I average them out. And then I multiply that by 20% of the worst bracket. Why? So I punish it if it's not consistent in the score. If it's inconsistent across brackets, I punish it. So it gets a worse raw edge score. Because if something has true raw edge, it shouldn't be super sensitive to, like, if you move your stop 2 points, the edge should not fall apart. If it does, you will see it in this raw edge score. One thing, I'll say this. I only use stop and target geometries with a 30+ point stop distance because all stop combinations with a tighter than a 30-point stop on NASDAQ, they bring the accuracy and the edge of the level almost to neutral. So basically, if you trade NASDAQ and you frequently use less than a 30-point stop, unless you're just trading order flow and you're just really reading the tape and constantly out and in and out and in, if you're truly relying on the accuracy of the levels being sound, if you use tighter than the 30-point stop on NASDAQ, the structure of the trade, no matter how much edge the level has, it falls off a cliff, basically falls to neutral. So I know that, and like pretty much anyone who watches knows NASDAQ and runs a simple backtest can see that. So none of the stop combinations have tighter than a 30-point stop in the math. But anyways, yeah. So the highest raw edge scores, MHP New York and MHP New York retests after being held. Failed reclaims, and then if it shows support, it holding. Yeah, but also one of the most important things that I got out of this back test was I can't trim out profit on overnight moves. I'm basically killing the edge. So it's like, if it doesn't make it to 40 points, then oh well, but this target needs to be at least 40 points. Otherwise the edge falls off a cliff. 35 points, sorry. Because as banger of a setup as MHP overnight is, if you don't use at least a 35-point stop at the end of the year, it's break even. And that was over 400 instances. So, oh no, over 200 instances. Yeah, so. Like, why do I do this? Why do I do this stuff? Of course I enjoy it because I'm a geek. But the main reason I do this stuff is because... like, I'm always trying to work on my game. Because what happens is, like, you know, when you first develop your edge, you probably have maybe like let's say you trade 1-to-1, you probably got like a 55% accuracy. And then maybe after a year, you're at 60% accuracy. And then maybe after 5 years, you're at 63% accuracy. But then, like, how do you get from 63 to like 65, 66? It's like now that I know some of these stats, that'll probably push up my accuracy trading those levels for the next year by like 0.5%, 1%, maybe 2%. Because like I'll trade them, I'll stay out of the way when I know the edge is not that great. Like there's some of the numbers, like the raw edge score. Let me give you an example. The raw edge score of if MHP overnight, if you touch it, if it holds, and you take a trade at it, and as long as it doesn't bounce like crazy, but if you trade at it, and let's say you trade it 40 point stop, 40 point target, and it bounces 40 points and it comes back to it, that second time it comes back to it, that setup has edge, but the edge falls off a cliff. The first touch, the edge is like 5%. The second touch, if you take the second trade, it drops down to like 3%. So like it starts to fall off a cliff, and it's when the edge starts to diminish, it means it's a little bit more sensitive to like year over year sort of stuff. Regime change. This is an up year. Is it a down year? That sort of thing. So like something like that, maybe I would take 1.5 size on the first touch, and maybe I would sit out the second touch. So my accuracy over the course of the year trading that setup, maybe instead of being 64%, now it's going to be like 66%, 67%. So the reason I do this kind of stuff is I'm like, you know, can I squeeze out another % of accuracy this year? Can I do it? Can I get a 0.5% accuracy more this year than I did last year? So that's why I do this kind of stuff. Because I'm trying to hit those setups that got edge, and I'm trying to sit out when the edge is not there. You know, I always say, wait for the edge to show up. I'm like, how do I know it's shown up? This is how I know it's shown up. Someone said, can you get MHP on your own charts? Yeah, you just got to get the Rocket Scooter platform, my dog. Scott said, you thanks for the fish, but you wish I would teach backtesting class. Yeah, I wouldn't teach my backtesting process. Because it's very nuanced. And it's my own method. The way that I score, yeah, the raw edge score, the stop and target combinations that I test, the brackets that I used for you know, distance from open, the brackets that I use for how high is a bounce to call a reclaim, you know, how, you know, the brackets for how deep a pullback is before it reclaims, stuff like that. You know, there's a lot of effort that goes into creating the model, so I wouldn't just give out the model. But I do share the information. I share the results. I share the results. But I wouldn't just take years of work and be like, here you go. Someone said I'm gatekeeping. Yeah, I'm gatekeeping. I'm gatekeeping like thousands of hours of my life that I spent refining things. But I don't gatekeep the answers. I don't gatekeep the answers. But and anyway, teaching backtesting, it's like, who wants to run a backtest if someone can just give you the information? You know, I'm up till 3 a.m. running the backtest, and then it's like I'm just like, hey, MHP first touch from the top overnight. It's a coin flip. It's like, thanks for the free information, dog. Probably what's going to help me most is that, and also on this particular backtest is that, and making sure I don't use shallow targets on overnight trades. I'll use a 35 or a 40 point target on overnight trades. I won't trim as it moves in my favorite like I do regular session, because now I know for sure the edge falls off a cliff. I might as well not trade if I'm going to do that. Alternator said you've been running a backtest for 12.5 hours on your PC. You wish you had some beefy servers to run this on. Just rent servers. You can rent good servers for like maybe like $400 a month. Or you could do it by time. If you rent the servers by time, it won't be $400 a month. You could just rent kind of the compute resources. You can, you know, probably get it for like $50, $100. Because you don't need it for the whole month. Yeah, don't run it on your own computer at your house. Poor computer will be getting smoked. Someone said, what about the largest 1 minute candle resilience at time of touch? So I have my own volatility meter that I use when I trade. Largest 1 minute candle. Hey, you know what? Hey, Brandon, thanks for bringing that up, brother. Hey, Brandon, hey guys, say thank you to Brandon. Brandon's a legend. Oh my God, I can't wait till tonight now. I'm gonna test that. Okay, so Brandon asked, I think this is what Brandon was asking. Does it make a difference if you use a fixed 40-point stop and a fixed 40-point target across the whole year? Or does the largest 1 minute candle in the last hour, does that save you money? Does it make you money? Like, can you just trade with a 40-point stop and a 40-point target at these levels? And after a year, would it have made a difference if you used the largest 1 minute candle in the last hour at the level instead? What an amazing question. I think that's what Brandon was asking, but my God, do I want to know the answer. I ran it from my own volatility meter. Like, I ran it for the values that my volatility meter gives me at the time of the level touch. And there was a little bit more edge. It was like a percentage or two. But let's see, how much do you really lose if you don't do that? Someone said, what is MHP resilience at touch? Unfortunately, I wish I could do that. I can't do that. I don't have that information. But Brandon, guys, thank Brandon for that. Even if Brandon didn't mean that question, I think he meant that question, but at least that's how I interpreted it. But does using the largest 1 minute candle, I'm just going to make a note so I don't forget. Does using the largest 1 minute candle from the last hour as a stop versus a fixed stop distance actually change the edge outcome? So let's see, if you really adjust your stop for volatility or not, and if you use that as your metric, does it make a difference? Oh my God, I can't wait to check. I know my volatility meter did make a difference. It wasn't huge, but it was about 1.5–2% of the edge. What a great question, because people always trip up about where they should set their stop, how much should their stop be, when has the level really failed, that sort of thing. So we'll find out. Someone said, because, oh, okay, hey, one thing. Okay, hey guys, there is one piece of conclusive information on that I do have. One piece of conclusive information on stop distances. This shows up in back tests all the time. The rocket scooter back test, when I back test seeds. This is consistent, is that, here, I'll just draw it for you on the chart. I'll just give you an example. This is a consistent thing in back testing. If you're trading around pivots, if you're in an up year, then using volatility adjusted stops from the start of the year till the end of the year, you will actually end up higher P&L curve wise. Like, if you don't use volatility adjusted stops in an up year, it's pretty consistent that like adjusting your stop for volatility in an up year for the most part will get you to a greater end of year P&L. But using volatility adjusted stops does create bigger tails on the way up. Right? So what I mean is that, like, you know, let's say this is your P&L curve with using like fixed stops. Your P&L curve on using volatility adjusted stops will be, you'll have bigger tails. The reason you have bigger tails, so you have bigger drawdown risk. The reason you have bigger tails is because tight stops, like a 40-point stop versus a 65-point stop, even if the 65-point stop is correct for the volatility of the session, if it ends up being a red session, the tighter stop protects the downside more. So what happens is your green days are less green, but your red days are less red. So your P&L curve is less volatile. Your P&L curve is less volatile. So it protects you more on downside days. So it can help psychologically as well. And because we're trading a liquid instrument, where, you know, until you get up to like, once you start getting up to like 20, 30 minis, depending on your execution style, you know, you do get more slippage. But for the most part, it's a very liquid instrument. So sometimes with understanding tail risk like that, it's like, maybe you just trade with more size, and then you end up at the same place because you're trading with more size, but you have less tail risk because of the math of the tighter stop. So anyways, so that all to say, I will run that back test and just see how it compares. I've run that back test on seeds before, but I've never run that back test on rocket scooter levels. So I imagine it will come back similar to what it does with my volatility meter and what it does with seeds levels, meaning you will, with volatility adjusted stops overall, the edge will be 1 or 2% more. You know, which can be significant. It could be 20% more edge of the total edge, but Melinda said, do I know if the boot camp runs from 1st to 1st of the month or 30 days from the time you buy it? I think it's 30 days from the time you buy it. Yeah, I think it's 30 days from the time you buy it. Hey, great questions, guys. I'm excited to do that. That'll be nice for us to know. I will say this to the community once again. I'm looking for help. When I ran the back test on these overnight levels, it was because 2 separate people sent me the overnight levels from the last year, and then I was able to compare their data, clean it up, and run the back test, right? Because you can't just run the back test on like, if I guess I could get it from Matt, but I haven't talked to him about it. But like, unless you're getting it from the initial source, because I don't know if they even have it. But I got it from 2 sources. I compared it, I cleaned the data, and then I run the back test. There was almost no errors, but I wanted to know so I could correct it. But if anyone has hedge pressure, monthly hedge pressure, New York session futures numbers for ES and NQ from the last year, or farther back if you have it, I'm looking for it. I'm looking for as many copies of it as I can get. I have 1 copy, but I need at least 1 more copy. I mean, or if someone wants to go through all the Rocket Scooter streams and write them down in a spreadsheet, I don't know. But as of now, I can't run a regular session hedge pressure month. Like, I ran it on the overnight levels, but I can't run the back test on the levels that were the regular session MHP and hedge pressure because I don't have the numbers. So if anyone's got it, share it. The community will be very thankful for it. We're trying to help everyone out there hit an additional, I don't know, 2% of accuracy this year. That'd be nice. Wouldn't that be nice? Let's see if there's any other questions. Let's see. Really said, you guessing you trim out the bulk of the position around 40 and then leave a couple runners? Me personally, I'm not super big on runners. I usually leave maybe 10% of a position as a runner. But if it's a small position, then there's not enough to do that, so I just close it out. Janet said, where do you purchase Rocket Scooter? You have futures data from Rocket Scooter from your broker, but you do not have options equity data. Yeah, you don't need options equity data, Janet. So what you do, Janet, is in the Rocket Scooter platform, when you buy it, the link is in the description of the video. It's rocket.place/Matt. But hold on, where are we at? Okay, yeah, nothing going on. And then what happens is you can buy for $10 a month. You could buy equities data through Rocket Scooter, and that just makes it so within the platform you could do something like this. Here, I'll show you. See on my chart on the right side where my mouse is? Watch, I'll type in NVDA. You know, I can open up NVIDIA because I have the little $10 subscription to do that. But if I want to open up a futures contract, I have to have a connection entered here. So long as your broker supports CQG API credentials, which if it's AMP or Optimus, one of the mains, it will. If not, you could just deposit $500 in one of those places or $100, and you can get the credentials with an account with them. You don't have to trade. You could just open a brokerage account for the data connection. But then you connect the data, and then to bring up the future symbol on your chart, you go to RI/DD. You scroll down to the symbol. So in this case, ES. You just confirm you got it on the right contract. And then you click the ticker. And then it pops up right there. That's what you got to do. I'm going to make a video, a nice clean video explaining that. So I could just point people to it. Okay. Brandon said if ATR is too high or something, maybe it's just better to sit out. Yeah, I could check that as well. Let me just add that to my list. That'll require a lot more nuance and testing, but I can write that. I mean, I have brackets for like the stickiness of the opens above, opens below, based on the distance of the open from the level. Because if you open 5 points from a level, yeah, okay, in the statistics, it's going to be opens above. But that's kind of a way different scenario than if it opens 100 points above. Like I said, if you open 25 points above or below, it's basically, there's no edge in determining what side you're going to open close. If it's 50 points, there's almost still no edge. If it's 75 points, it's inconclusive. If it's 100 points or more from the level, it's conclusive. That side will be sticky. So that's for the overnight levels anyways. But yeah, so that's something I can definitely look at. How do you connect NinjaTrader? Someone said, how do you connect NinjaTrader? So there's two ways to use Rocket Scooter with NinjaTrader. Number one is with the NinjaTrader indicator integration. It's in beta, but it allows you to draw the Rocket Scooter levels and stuff on your chart. The second is if you want your stuff to show up in the Rocket Scooter platform, you need to have an account with a vendor that supports CQG API credentials. What most people in the community do, myself included, because my live accounts are with NinjaTrader brokerage, and I've been trading with them for a long time, and I wouldn't want to switch just for this instance. So I just opened an account with Optimus, put $500 in it, got my credentials, entered them in. So I'm not trading the Optimus account; it's just sitting there, paying for my data, and that's what I entered in. So that's how you would do it. You got to enter in credentials from a supported broker. So I was in the same exact boat as you. I just opened an account with Optimus and did that. Let's see if there's any other questions. Let's see what we got here. Liquidity says, what's a small position for me? Just curious for both props and personal. Small position for me on props would be 1 or 2 micros. And on personal will be probably 5 or 6 minis. Maybe it could be 4 minis. But, I'll trade anywhere from 4 to 30. 30 if I've 30's got to be really liquid environment. It's got to be really good setup. I'll probably have a cushion on the session already. But that would be my absolute full size. And I have that max set with my broker as well. Just so I don't go over it. Let's see what else we got. Someone said, remember to set up AMP before you sign up. It takes 3 to 4 days to set up AMP. Yeah, it's not like overnight. Lee Brown said, can you pay $10 through Rocket Scooter and trade your real money broker on TradingView that way? I don't really know what that means. I don't use TradingView, so I'm not sure what you mean by that. I think I would know if there was something like that. You still need to, if you use TradingView, you gotta use data through TradingView. Someone said, what does the yellow line value on NQ mean under RIDD? I don't think the yellow line value... well, I think this is just... I think for calculating yellow lines, I thought you only need risk interval. I think you only need risk interval. I'm not sure what YL is. I don't use yellow lines, so I'm not the person to ask. I don't use yellow lines because they almost always line up with the seeds zone. So I found it didn't make sense for me to use them. Because if we're rallying up and then we're hitting a seed zone, I'll be like, okay, I think there's going to be a reaction here, and that's what I use. And you could see up here, we had the Varus band, we had a seed zone, and you could see that pullback. So I use the seed zones. Because they're, they work really good, and they're probably similar to yellow lines. See this? See the bottom of the seed zone, and then you see the bounce, and then you see the top of the seed zone, and you see the bounce. So they're kind of like my version of yellow lines, I guess. Before Rocket Scooter, that's all I would trade off of. Now I use that and Rocket Scooter levels. Say, what are yellow lines for velocity? It just means the velocity scores 30 or more. The higher the score, the less velocity. I know that's backwards, but that's how I built it. It's been like that for 10 years, so I just never changed it. What was my strategy before Rocket Scooter? Same exact kind of thing. Trading pivots. Not much different, but just different pivots. They're derived from a different algorithm. The Rocket Scooter levels have more edge. Mine are usually 58 to 64. But they're also there's not as much. Rocket Scooter has more edge. But I use both. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Liquidity 2. Hey, thanks, brother. Yellow line value is the distance to draw a yellow line from when the move happened. So the yellow line value in the tab, it is important. Skydoc says, anyone else had trouble downloading the velocity beta? I don't think so. There's almost 150 people logged in right now, so I don't think so. because otherwise all those people wouldn't be logged in. Someone said, why do I trade the PM session? Oh, that's a good question. Why do I trade the PM? Well, now, obviously, because I have the stream, but I traded it before. So my routine with the PM session has changed. My routine with the PM session has changed. So for pretty much my whole career, it was that, well, it changed more about 2022, because up until 2022, I was working on seeds. So, like, I would trade in the morning, and then in the afternoon, you know, I would still have the charts up because I was testing seeds. So, like, I was just glued to the desk for always because I was working on that algorithm. But then from 2022 until I started the stream, because seeds, I haven't touched seeds since 2022. What I would do is I would trade my morning session. When I was done executing my morning session, which, you know, sometimes it might be an hour after the open, 2 hours after the open, 30 minutes after the open, whatever. My routine up until I started the stream was I would then set alerts at levels. I would set alerts like 30 points before a level that I'm interested in trading. And I would just set alerts. And if I'm home, you know, I would get the text message that the alert fires. And if I was leaving the house, I would take a laptop with me. And when the alert would go off, I would check the chart. And, you know, maybe if I get 10 alerts a week, and maybe there's, you know, 2, 3 afternoon trades I would take a week of the alerts I would get. When I started the stream, it's kind of the same thing, meaning, like, you know, I know what I'm waiting for, but I'm not setting alerts. I'm here. I'm hosting the show. So that's how I trade the afternoon session. And then why I trade the afternoon session is because there's still edge. You know, the edge shows up in the afternoon. It doesn't show up obviously as much in the morning, You know, the afternoon edge, it might only show up once a week, might show up 3 times a week, might show up 5 times a week, might show up 0 times a week for a whole week. It just depends. But the edge does show up in the afternoon. So that's why I trade the afternoon as well. Get a large sample set, different conditions, kind of normalizes your equity curve. Because let's say there's a 3-month period where the morning session is just wild, and there's just a little bit less edge in the strategy. Well, you know, maybe it'll balance out in the afternoon sort of thing. So it's just more hours of the session to try to normalize the edge. But I haven't changed my, you know, I don't change my style for anyone. We were at all-time highs. Like 2 or 3 weeks. It's been like 2 months now. We were at all-time highs. And there was no pivots and there was no setups. And there was no setups for a whole week. And, you know, there was a few people in chat who were like, dude, like, are you going to take a trade? I'm like, yeah, when the edge shows up, my dog. If you want me to just mash the buttons and do something, you know, I ain't your guy. And then I explained to everyone, I was like, you know, I'm going to save the risk that I would have been putting on this week for next week. If the edge shows up, maybe I'll put on more risk next week. And I did. And I had one of my biggest weeks of the year, the next week. So, you know, I just trade how I trade. Someone said, what am I looking for now? What I'm looking for now, I kind of said it at the beginning of the stream. I'm looking for just some craterage. Like, I just want us to, because we're just at a trash spot on the chart. I can't trade this. I don't even want to trade pullback to DD band, to be honest with you. When we were at, let me move over on Rocket Scooter. When we were at, let's see. When we were here, this is where I was like, oh, I kind of just want us to crater. Now, if we did crater, I don't really know. I would read the flow here, but I don't know if I would be that excited about that setup. I'd probably be more excited about trading this pocket. You know, but just a deep pullback, an overreaction pullback on some sort of catalyst. We generally have a really intelligent audience and community. Like, our people ask such good questions and all that. So for the most part, like, the people who are on our shows, you know, like, they're here because they actually want to learn the craft, or they've learned the craft and they just want to be around like-minded people. You know, people who respect the craft of trading. Oh, what's going on? Some sudden volatility here. Huh? Please. Someone said, do I label the zones on NinjaTrader? No. So the Rocket Scooter platform creates the zones. Oh, you know what? They're actually off right now. Hold on. That little add-on's not here. Must be because I restarted. Let me see. What did I call it? Draw? I think I call it draw RS zone pivots. There we go. There we go. They were actually off. So I just wrote a little add-on that takes the Rocket Scooter zones and then just draws them as lines instead, because I don't like to see the zone. I just like to see the pivot. So like this white line, it's a bear zone top. This black line, that's a bull zone bottom. I don't like to see the zones. Stugzo in the house said, are we in a trade? Nah, not right now. There's nothing really going on. Nothing really quite going on right now. We're about to do a giveaway in 10 minutes. The only available setup to me up here was this seed zone, but I just wasn't not really feeling it at the highs here. I mean, it would have worked, but it's just, to me, diminished edge. That would be like 60%. Okay, what are we gonna do? Okay, giveaway in 9 minutes. Let's see if there are any other questions. Adam said you sniped that candle. Nice. Little snipage. Hey, Thunderdog, if it's not being presented correctly to you in the NinjaTrader add-on, if you right-click and you go to the settings, you just gotta change the shade color for your bull zones and your bear zones. That's all you gotta do. It probably just has them at a color that's very similar to each other, and then you can't tell. That's probably what's going on. I would imagine that's what's happening. Hey, look, this is hilarious. So, Septi JW, who, you know, I give this person credit for basically saying that they're having issues with, I think it was impulse trades and then being trigger shy on good set, like, you know, kind of trigger shy, impulse. So, prescription for something like that is to, you know, use ChatGPT, give you random times and random direction, maybe 10 a day, and on a paper account, you know, 40 point stop, 40 point target, and just let it happen. Or he did it on ES. So you get your mind used to letting things resolve, and you would start to realize after, let's say, 100 trades, you know, maybe 10 sessions, 10 trades a session, that you end up basically break even. And then you do the same activity, but instead of having random entries, you just do the entry at a level that has edge. And yeah, over time, you'd start to see the edge of those levels realize itself. Just like I told you the edge of the level of the MHP in the back test. Like if you had just taken it all 242 times over the last year, you know, that's what your accuracy would have been. And you would just start to see it realize itself, and then it just starts to change your brain. So anyways, JW said you carried out the experiment today with random entries on a paper account and came out positive 5 points on ES, haha. So look, and I said, you know, there's a good chance since you're doing it now, you're going to come out a little bit ahead. Blind monkey, right? We're in an up market. So, yeah. Someone said that did the B-Dog interview post yet? No, the interview, like Brian, the interview itself was really clean and organized. It doesn't really need editing, but it needs editing from an overlay perspective, so that as certain things are being talked about, there's an overlay so that people can understand what's being talked about if they're still learning about the platform, like a yellow line, MHP, stuff like that. So the overlay, so that someone watching it is not just like lost. So that's what's being finalized. Hey, Septi JW, glad that helped, brother, sister, other. You know, 10 days, 10 trades a day, get 100 trades. Hopefully you're logging the results of each of them. Plus 40, minus 40. Win, loss, win, loss. It's kind of like flipping a coin. Kind of like flipping a coin, but just trains your brain. So you're not a scoundrel out here, jitter-fingered. All right, 5 minutes till the giveaway. Suggestions for the code word. What do we got? We're stuck at highs. Can we get a tweet? Can we get a tweet?
You don't see me now. You don't see me.
Keith Matthews said, cool, so interview in time for next year's tourney? That's mean. That's mean, dog. That's mean. The back test kind of consumed me a little bit. So. You know, because I got to prioritize edge enhancement over everything, so. So I've been working on it, but like, you know, when the back test is running, I'm working on it, that kind of stuff. Code word is choose me. Choose me lol. Code word is choose me lol. Choose me lol. I didn't put the ... in there, but I thought that was close enough. Choose me lol. To believe. Dun, dun, dun. You don't know me. Velocity. All right, let's see what we're giving away here. We're going to save the last blue sky orbit for power hour. Lucid funding. Ooh. We got a Lucid Flex eval 50K. Whoop. That's the sound of the police. One of the top firms in the industry, Lucid. Use code SCORE. Hey, guys. Use code SCORE when you're buying stuff. Or if it's blue sky, SCORE and SCORE 30. I wish it was just one code. I hate when there's two codes because that confuses people. But use code SCORE, or if it's for other plans other than launch, use code SCORE 40, SCORE 30. It helps us get more giveaway accounts. If no one uses our code, then they're like, we can't give you giveaway accounts. No one's using the code, dog. So use the code. Poor favor. It helps us get accounts. Someone said, what's the percentage of DD days that close above upper DD? 4%. 4% of days close above upper, 8% of days close... I think it's 4. 4 upper, 8 lower. Is that right? 12% of days total close outside. I believe that. I believe that's what it is. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. EA Sports. It's in the game. It's time to pick a winner. Pick a winner. I was happy with that one. MG Alpha Structure. MG Alpha Structure. Where you at? MG. Someone said 8.4. Hey, I appreciate that. Did they respond? Guys, stop typing choose me so this person can respond. They're here. They're here. Hey, MG, congratulations. 50K Flexual from Lucid. The brand name is Lucid. 50K Lucid Flex. One of the best accounts out there. They currently took away DLL, the daily loss limit, or we always want to say this just so we don't leave anyone out. If you're from New York, daily loss limit. Okay. Okay. Cito said 8.7, solid improvement on the game. Yeah, I've been working on breaking up the voice for the game part. Let's look at monthly maps. You know, I did not look at monthly maps today. It was so liquid, I was like, I don't even care what monthly maps are saying. But let me look. It was just too liquid to care. Oh, look at that. Accumulation. Very cool. Very cool. Same story. Same story. Bulls be scooping it up. How far are we from the highs? Oh, nice. We're still staying in the range. I tell you what, man. This sort of ranging action, ugh. I like it. Like some people, you know, some people, they look at a chart like today and they're like, oh my God, it's like it's all over. It's just like, it's so, you know, it's all over the place. And then Rocket Scooter fam's like, what? All over the place? What do you mean? This shit is clean, dog. Actually, I guess trend people probably like today as well. You know, people who like ride a 9 EMA for the whole day sort of thing. Like no shade to them, you know. They trade with lower accuracy, and then they have like one day every now and again where they just smash it out of the park. How did this end up here? They have like one day out of the year when they just like smash it out of the park. Not one day out of the year, one day out of the month where they just smash, like they just have huge, massive day because they ride the trend all day. This is the day for those people. And then they're probably mad that they got stopped out here when their 9 EMA broke. Yacht said the market just said VWAP, you're not needed today. It's a trend day. D's Cut said you follow a guy who trades 2-minute 13 EMA and he's profitable every day. Probably not mechanically though. Like most people who have EMAs on their chart who do well, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm not saying one strategy is better than another. I'm saying people who ride EMAs, like that's their strategy, they trade them mechanically. Those are the people that like, they have these one big day every now and again where it makes up for all their losses. If they can make up the losses. People like who make money with EMAs every day, they're really just using it as a visual anchor on the chart to read price and momentum and order flow and the rhythm of the market around. Like they're not mechanically trading the EMA usually. You said he waits for the 2-minute for the breakout of the pre-market high or low or previous day and then 2-minute retest. Yeah. So not mechanically off the EMA. So you just made my point. No shade. I'm saying you basically just made the point that I was trying to make. I appreciate it, brother. Thank you. Could you imagine how cool that would be? Wouldn't that be cool? If you could just add an EMA to your chart and just be like, man, just buy when it pulls back to that thing. That would be so fun. That's like 20 lines of code and then you can retire. That would be sweet. First, I'm going to restate D's Cuts statement, and then I'm going to answer No Bully Investments question. So D's Cuts said, obviously making a joke, but I think it's funny. You full port the 7 EME retest on 15 tick time frame, and you said, blows your account every time. Anyways, so That's funny. But let's answer no bully investments question. So you say you're new to Rocket Scooter. You're a profitable trader. Now will this help you fine tune, and where do you start? Hey, no bull. Guess what? I was in your same exact boat a year ago. I've been trading a system for a long time. Solid edge. Stumbled upon Rocket Scooter after a friend told me about these streams that were going on YouTube, and I looked into it, and I used Rocket Scooter to enhance my edge. So yeah, it can help. Even if you're already profitable, it's not like, you know, you can't find more edge. So it depends what kind of strategy you trade. If you're already trading pivots, this is going to be like, you know, a no-brainer. If you trade some other strategy that's like ORB or moving averages, MACD, something like that, this will be a big deviation, but you can use it for confluence. Or maybe you'll use the Rocket Scooter levels, and then you'll use your old system for confluence because your old system already had edge. So what sort of what's your edge based off of? Like, what is your profitability based off of? What is your, do you trade pivots that have edge? Do you trade, it's not overcomplicated. No, it's not overcomplicated. So you know what, let me just give you a brief example of what this system does. Let me give you a brief example of what this system does. So if you just look on the left of my screen, right? If you look on the left of my screen, what the system does at the beginning of the session, all these lines that are on the chart, let me highlight them. These lines that are on the chart, the system draws them at the beginning of the session. I didn't draw those lines. And what we have is we have statistics of how often those we close above and like what the reactions are at certain levels. So like there's a very high see this green line? There's a really high probability of a bounce at that level. And then right below that green line, there's two additional levels that there's a really high probability of bounce at. This top line is called the DD band. And then these two lines below, one is called monthly hedge pressure and one is called bear zone top. The name is not super important. All you need to know is that there's a strong probability, and we have the probabilities. Strong probability of a bounce at that level, and that level. And they were all clustered together. And you could see when the market came into that area, right, big move out of it. So what the system does is it draws levels on the chart at the beginning of the session. The levels have statistical edge, and then traders frame their trades around those levels. And that's how that's our alpha. As pivot traders, that's our alpha. We trade levels that have edge. It's actually really simple. It's not a very complicated way of trading. It's a very consistent way of trading because you don't need a trend. You don't need this, that, like, it's very frequent with this kind of strategy. Like you go on green streaks. Your red days are not too crazy, you know, unless a whole bunch of pivots fail. But your red days are usually controlled. Your green days are usually very frequent. So that's the strategy. Let me know if you have any follow-up questions, but there is a boot camp that goes over how to trade the strategy. There's a boot camp that goes over how to trade the strategy. And then the link's in the description. And I don't know if a mod can just type it in. I can type it in myself. Stand by. Let me give you the link. One second. Okay, I just put the link in the little chat box. Hey, no bull investments. Just to give you an example, okay? My accuracy has gone up since I started using Rocket Scooter by several percent. And all like it's almost like a binary. It was almost like a digital change in my accuracy. Like usually it would be normal for me after a morning to look at my accuracy and be like, oh, you know, 63, 64. Now it's frequent that I'll look at my accuracy after morning. It's like 66, 68, 71. So like the numbers have all shifted up, probably 3%. So it's really good. Even if you already have Edge, it's really good, man. It's so good. I just ran a back test. Let me give you an example real quick. I just ran a back test. I haven't published the results yet because I still need to, like, you know, put them in something that's digestible. But I ran a back test on this platform that it gives you an overnight level. It gives you an overnight level. And there's one of the overnight levels that it gives. That's called overnight monthly hedge pressure. If you open above it, which you did 230 times in the last year, if you simply just bought when it tapped that level, there was a 55% chance of it bouncing. And that's in a liquid instrument like NASDAQ. You could literally just trade that one setup for the entire year and you're made. Or if that level fails and then it gets reclaimed, so of the times it fails, if it gets reclaimed, so of the times it fails, if it gets reclaimed, that happened 343 times. Okay? It happened 343 times. It worked 57.4% of the time. That's insane. Like, these are real numbers from the last year. When I saw these numbers, because I only just, like, I've been trading the system for a year, but this is the first time I've run a back test on anything. When I saw these numbers, I was like, oh my God, like, this is insane. Crazy. Crazy edge. D's Cut said, are we autism maxing with all this data? I am autism maxing. You know what? I am. It's part of my edge. My spectrum brain's part of my edge. But yeah, the numbers don't. You can't fudge the numbers. Over a sample of like 750 units, you can't fudge the numbers. Scott said, what percentage do I look for it to be a go-to trade? Anything with consistent edge across... Oh no, did I just close that document? Hold on. Anything with consistent edge across a wide sample of stop and target distances. Because I do filter. Like, I do manually filtering, and that brings up the edge. Like, if a level has... If a level has 55%, 58%, 61% neutral, unbiased, like uninterrupted edge, meaning you've not done anything to filter in real time. If you've got experience as a trader, you're probably going to be able to lift that a little bit, because you'll be able to sit out some conditions. You'll be able to push a little bit harder in some conditions. You know, some trades you'll take smaller size, some trades you'll take bigger size, based on other confluences that give you more or less confidence on a specific instance. You know, those stats are on NQ only. I didn't run the ES backtest yet. Those are on NQ only. Honestly, I think the ES backtest will probably come back even more positive, because people love the ES levels. I'm going to run the ES levels as well. I'll run the ES levels tonight, probably. Skydock said, am I going to take bounce off DD, upper DD? No, we're too late in the... No, I don't want that trade. I'd want it somewhere more in the middle of the range. I'm not interested in the DD band bounce. I'm not really interested in that. Someone said consistent being 57%. Yeah, like if a level, yeah, I mean, even 54, 55%, that's a lot for, if you have a large sample set, if you have I mean, I'm not saying 250 and 480 instances is large, but it's large enough. Now I want to run the numbers for like 2022 or a down year, but I don't have the data for where the levels were at. So like, we won't know. I won't know. I'll keep running the backtest like every 6 months as the conditions change, and I'll be building up a database. But hypothetically speaking, like a level in a liquid instrument with 56% edge, mechanical edge, it means like you don't have to filter, do anything. It's like you can almost just like mindlessly, if you had mindlessly traded MHP overnight to the long side over the last year, not even thinking about it, just mindlessly done it in one of the most liquid and difficult, difficult meaning for people to, it's a competitive instrument. So for you to have something that's got 5% edge or more, that's crazy stuff. That's crazy stuff. Because you could take size. Because the backtest assumes a resting order. So the backtest assumes resting orders. I'm like, dude. I was salivating when I knew they were good, but I was salivating when I actually read the numbers. I was like, oh my God. That's why I love this game. Someone said, hey, Bob asked a good question. Bob said, when you do the backtest, how do you figure out the futures rolling thing? Because MHP and hedge pressure are based on future price with current expiration date. You need to like unadjust. Make sure your data is not adjusted. You don't want back adjusted data. So what back adjusted data means is, there's a difference between back adjusted and non-back adjusted data. And if you run the back test on back adjusted data, all the numbers are going to be wrong. So you gotta make sure you set up your initial data set that it's not back adjusted, and that the contract rollovers in the data set were what you used or what the input levels use. So Matt does the same thing I do, or I do the same thing Matt does, and Matt and I do the same thing a lot of people around the world do, is we roll over on the weekend. So that's how the input numbers are, because the overnight hedge pressure numbers, they assume that you roll over, like you're on the new contract on the Sunday going into the week. So that's how I formatted the input data. Gabe said, have I ever tried Italy? Hey, Gabe, my dog, I have tried it. It's good. The Roman style. The Roman style, right? The Roman style is good. Hey, the business lens said Matt claims 90% accuracy of MHP, but backtest says 55. No, Matt doesn't say 90%. No. Matt says 90% close side. He says 90% close, not 90% bounce. Matt's very clear about that. He's very clear about that. So you would have misheard him. I'm not throwing shade, but you would have misheard him. Just to explain, what he's referring to with his 90% is if you open above MHP, there's a 90% chance you close above MHP. He's not saying you won't get below it. right? I'm talking about the 55 and the 61 and the 63% that I'm talking about is if you open above and if you take a trade at the first touch with a fixed stop and a fixed target, that's the percentage I'm talking about. It's a completely different number, but both are impressive. And the one that matters a lot is this one, because that's the one that makes a difference on how much money you make and how much drawdown you take and how much size you take at the level and all that. So they're both correct to some degree. Depends on the backtest period. It depends on the distance. Like the 90% might not be accounting if you open 2 points above it. It might be counting, you know, if you open at least 25% points above it or 50 points above it or whatever, you know. Because the numbers actually came back quite conclusive on that. If you open a significant distance, like 100 points or more above MHP, you would, over 75% of the time, you would close above it. And this is with the overnight levels, so I'm sure the intra-session levels will be even better. Gabe said, does the backtest take into account the conversion ratio between futures and equities each day? 2 thumbs up. It does. It does. It's a clean backtest. Takes into account the conversion, and it takes into account rollover. Come on, Gabe. Gabe, I think Gabe was just quizzing me. Gabe was trying to find out if I'm a hack or not. Come on, Gabe. No, it's a good question, though. It's a good question. Dun, 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 dun. Hey, you know what? You know what's funny? We always play the MHP song, and you know, on my Twitter, I put a comment a couple months ago. I said, if I could only trade one setup for the rest of my life, what would it be? And I said, MHP. MHP. Yeah, you know me. Why? Because the numbers don't lie, my dog. That's so crazy. It's so crazy. Matoski is a beast. Matoski's a beast. That level is so good. I can't wait to test the intra-session MHP level, but just knowing that the overnight MHP level has still so much edge in the New York session. Because there was a while where I didn't have it on my chart. And there was a while I didn't have it on my chart because I get decision fatigue and I don't know the stats behind it. And a trader said to me, who I trust, they said, dude, it seems to be like really solid. And I asked him a couple of questions about it. I was like, all right. And I just got really intrigued to know what the numbers are. And now I keep it on my chart. Gabe said you want to see the backtesting results for equities and stocks. Yeah. I don't. The reason I don't is because that will give me too much to think about intra-session. Like, I comfortably don't care what any of the stocks are doing. Like, I do not care what any of the stocks are doing right now. Because I have resilience and the futures chart, you know what I mean? So I don't want to run that back test because it will give me too much to think about. Because, like, let's say all of a sudden it's like, oh, this is what the NVIDIA MHP, individual MHPs come back as. I feel like I'd be wanting to look at them all the time intra-session. I'd be like, I wonder where Apple is. I wonder where Nvidia is. I'm like, you know what? I'll probably end up just... My edge will probably just fall off a cliff because I'll have too much to think about. I'll have information overload. I'll have information overload. Like, I would probably actively not want to look at it. But I know why people would. Like, my edge is stable, so like I'm not looking to like switch up the way that I trade. I'm just looking to basically with the backtest, I'm looking for sit out edge. I'm not looking for new setups. I'm looking to see what I should not be doing. So like one conclusive thing I got from the backtest, I should not care. I should ignore MHP overnight and MHP weekly when the price comes down into it. If it opened above it, I should just spectate for the first touch. And if it fails and reclaims, then I should be taking that trade. But the first touch, I might as well flip a coin. Right? So it has edge, but it has edge on 2 of 3 setups. If it shows itself to be support, then the next trade is very solid. If it doesn't show itself to be support, but then it gets reclaimed, then that trade is solid. When it's trying to show itself the first time, it's a coin flip. But like for overnight, for the overnight open, it's far from a coin flip for the first touch. You know? So those are the things I look at. Sit out edge. I always talk about sit out edge. That's how I find sit out edge. Like, I'm not trying to add trades. I'm trying to remove losers. I'm trying to remove losers. If I take 1,000 trades a year and I have 68% winners, I want to keep the same number of winners and just remove some losers from the losing column, and that'll drive my accuracy up. I'm not trying to add winners. I'm trying to remove losers. That's what I'm trying to do. Someone said, would I be publishing my backtest results on the Rocket Scooter site? It's an independent backtest, so I'll probably just maybe I'll do a backtest presentation, or you know, maybe I'll post it on post it somewhere where people can download it. It's an independent backtest, so it's not, you know, it's not officially endorsed by anyone. Let it burn. Mark said, do I have Varus band numbers? I have Varus band numbers, but I only ran them on intra session. I have to run them on extended session. I have to run them on extended session, and I also have to verify the risk, all the risk intervals. Poison. 20 minutes till power hour. Let's get it. Scott Trades Future said, can I share the levels that were shared cleansed? There were community members that submitted the levels. So I would just say, just post on Discord, and they'll, you know, they'll probably supply them, because it's not my data. It's someone else's data. I cleansed it, but it's someone else's data. Like, you know, I trust the cleansing process that I go through to do the data, the analysis. But like, if someone else wanted to do a back test, it would be better if someone else wanted to do a back test, it would be better if hopefully they can get the data from different sources, and they would cleanse the data, and then the data would the results would match up. If someone ran a backtest on the exact same two sources of source data, like I trust the source data. I do trust the source data, and I trust my cleansing process. But if someone else wanted to do a backtest, maybe they do it on the same data, but then they do the cleansing process themselves, and we land at the same place. But it would be even cooler if they got the data from another source, and then the results landed at the same spot. Even though I'm extremely confident in the backtest results, but someone said, will I ever do stats on DD bands overnight? Oh yeah, once I have all the levels. Yeah, once I have all the levels, absolutely. Hey, Hughie, the My Funded Futures Rapid to me, I have the Rapid 50Ks. I have the Rapid 50Ks are awesome. The Rapid 25Ks are awesome. I've never traded 150K accounts because I just feel like the profit to drawdown ratio, because of the way I trade, it would take extra time for me because I trade based on the available drawdown, and I really try to manage the risk as if it's a normal account. So on the 150K accounts, the problem is that the target is 9,000 and the drawdown is 4,500. So I've got to make 200% before it's at payout or past. So it just takes a long time. So that's why I prefer a shallower profit to drawdown ratio. Brian B. Dog said, if I'm willing to share, do you just give the data to AI and then let it help backtest? I wish. AI can help you write a program, though. AI can help you write a program, but it cannot. You can't just feed it the data. You can't just feed it the data, unfortunately. It's pretty. It's kind of intense. Like it's not that difficult. It's more about just like knowing what a good backtest is, and then it's more about knowing what a good backtest is, and how to get clean results. And then the coding part of it is like, not really that difficult. It's almost like, you know, if you're building a house, like, you know, designing the structure of it so that it's load bearing, and so that it won't blow over in the wind. Like, there's a certain planning process that you got to do so that your house won't blow over in the wind, and so that it's stable, and so that everything works correctly inside the house. But then once you have like the architecture for the house, you know, hammering the nails in and you know, putting the joists in the right spot, that's the coding part. And that's the part that AI can help with. But you got to design the house first. That's kind of the difficult part of the backtest. You got to design the house so that you have a clean end result. You know, it's like data science sort of thing. Yeah. Right place. My girl texted me. Let me see what she said. I haven't talked to her in a few days. A couple of days. When was the last time I talked to her? Tuesday? What's today? Thursday? Wow. She sent me a picture of this office that she's at. Wow. Mike H, what's up, G? Oh, Mike H said, gotta at least say good morning. Oh, yeah, I'm not like have to text every like morning, good night, you know? I don't do that. I'll just call her, or she'll call me, and we'll catch up. Every single time. Mike H says, my good morning text at 50% or less. We've been together 5 years. She travels probably 30 or 40% of the year. And I've probably sent 5 good morning texts in 5 years, so maybe 1 per year. That's just not our relationship. Like, we're close, but like, you know, when she's off doing her thing and I'm off doing my thing, I'm not like, what are you eating for lunch sort of thing. That's just how we are. I don't know. But she knows I'm literal. She knows I'm literal. And she also knows when I do text her good morning or something, or that I'm missing her, she knows it's not like because I'm just like filling in the daily text requirement. It's because like I'm thinking about her, not thinking about that she might be mad that I didn't let her know that I'm thinking about her. I'm literal like that. She's the best, man. She's the absolute best person. I love her so much. Let's see. I practice sit out edge on the texts. Dude, how are we just gonna hit sludge? This has been like... Oh, I guess there was there a nice short yesterday? Was there an afternoon trade yesterday? Yeah, there was. But anyways, we've been hitting sludge at like 1 p.m. every day. Come on, man. Should I put on a 50 tick chart? Do we need a 50 tick chart? Let's put on a 50 tick chart. Super volatile. Gotta get those ticks, baby. Gotta get those ticks. 10 minutes to power hour. We're gonna do another giveaway as soon as we hit power hour. Hey, Gamma said over 1400 P&L today, the biggest day by far in your eval. Still got a bit to pass. That's cool. That's so cool. Love that, brother. That's a cool name, Gamma. I was driving and I saw a car that had the license plate Gamma. That's cool. Guys, smash the like button if you don't mind. I'm trying to get to 4,000 likes. Let's see if we can get up to 4,000 likes. That's how you do it. 4,000 likes, that's the target. B-Dog said hold on for dear life. I'll use a 5,000 tick chart, no problem. But like a 500 tick chart, a 100 tick chart. I'll use a 500 tick to read the tape sometimes, but like not to trade off of. Just to see what's going on the tape. Ooh. Ooh, ooh. Keith Matthews said Gamma was around before Matt voted him off the island, and now what? So is this the same Gamma that you're talking about? Probably a different person, no? Because I don't think you can unban, because no one will see your message. You're a different Gamma. Uh-oh. Was the other Gamma doing something naughty? Sensei said, have I tried Forex? No. No, I haven't. I mean, it's just another instrument, right? It's just another instrument. But nah. Because, like, there's so much opportunity in there's so much opportunity in index futures. So, to me, I'm like, well, what's the point? If I ran out of liquidity on an instrument I'm trading, then of course I would look for another instrument and see if I could exercise my edge on the other instrument that's more liquid. But I don't think I'm gonna run out of liquidity on NASDAQ. I mean, who knows? Maybe like 10 years from now, I'm like slamming on 200 minis and I'm just like, dude, this just ain't enough liquidity. I gotta find something else to trade. But I think, you know, with my current size, it's just fine. No reason to switch. And I've been at my current size for like 3 years. I haven't really changed my size in 3 years. So I'm pretty happy just where I'm at right now. Just grinding out my edge. Caesar's in the house. What's up, G? What's good in the hood? Mike said the old Gamma seemed like a decent guy, always had his SL on screen. Stop loss? Stop loss, or does that mean like shalom or something? What does SL mean? Stop loss, I think. Got it. Well, because it's you, Mike H, I thought you might be saying something dirty. I don't know. Levi Jones said, why would I not increase my size after 3 years of consistent edge? So basically what happened was once I got to a certain size, I started to get a lot of slippage. So it's a good question, Levi. It's a really good question. I started to get too much slippage. So, and the slippage would cost me quite a bit on the entry and the exit. So what I did, I started this last year and I finished it at the beginning of this year. I wrote an algorithm that it chops up my orders, like just millisecond, like it chops up my orders. It's like a machine gun, but it chops up my orders, and I do get less slippage now. So now I'm at a point where, yeah, I could size up more. But for the main 3 years that I wasn't sizing up, it was because I would start to get too much slippage, and I would have to start to trade differently. And, you know, that was why. But I did create the tool that I need, so the slippage isn't really as much of an issue anymore. So I could size up more if I wanted to. But I only finished that tool like 6 months ago. And like I started the stream like a month or two after I finished the tool. I started the stream like a month or two after I finished the tool. So I'm not going to start sizing up when I'm starting this whole new project where I got to figure out how to multitask while I'm reading the chart and reading the action. So that's kind of where I'm at right now. So that'll probably be a project for 2027. Sizing up more.
I used to chase the morning light. Now I'm running from it. Whispers echo in my soul since you walked away. The city's cold and unforgiving.
Someone said how many points of slippage? Like if I would put all the orders, before the algorithm, before the execution algorithm, it might be like 5 or 6. It might be like 5 ticks. It's almost like fake. It's almost basically what happens is you get sniped out. The market maker, they're allowed to split the book into nanoseconds. So if an order comes through and it's all one lot, like if you submit an order for 30 minis or 10 minis or 15 minis or 20 minis, if you submit it in one order, basically there's like a on the books, there's like a nanosecond where you get a trash fill, but like the market, no one really sees it happen. But if you submit the same order across 0.5 of a second, a half a second, if you submit the same order in like little chunks, random milliseconds apart from each other, you get a way better fill. Because most people don't have the technology or the know-how to create something to do that. Like most retail traders aren't doing that. So there's ways around it. So I worked on a way around it. Because it's worth it. You could save like $1,500 on a trade by tightening up your slippage when you're trading with size. So, you know, if you take, you know, I don't know, 6 entries a day and you can cut that in half, you know, could be $3,000 that you saved. So, someone said, is it a Ninja Trader script? Yeah, it's a Ninja Trader. It's a Ninja Trader add-on. Yeah. It's a Ninja Trader add-on. Well, yeah, because it doesn't like run in Ninja Trader. It's like, it's separately coded, but it submits the orders. It manages the orders. I called it Lock and Load 44. I had it on my screen for like my first, like, well, no one would know what it is based on looking at the screen because it's the code underneath that does the thing that saves the slippage. But then it was like taking up space on the screen, and there was, you know, there was no point in it, in having it on the screen, because it's just basically it just looks like trading buttons. It just looks like trading buttons, and most people don't have, like, most people aren't looking to solve that problem. So I was like, you know, I don't need to have it on the screen. But yeah, anyways, but to answer your question, Levi, because that was a great question, that's why. I couldn't just say, all right, I want to size up. I hit what I thought from my execution style was the limit. When it started to cost, the slippage started to cost me more than that it was a problem that I need to fix it somehow. Skydoc said, how do I attach coding to the Rocket Scooter platform to do backtesting? I don't. You gotta use your own tick data versus an input data set of what the levels are, and you need to create a program to do the backtest. 302, guys, it's Power Hour. No one said anything about giveaway. No one said anything about giveaway. All right, let's do the giveaway, La Familia. People's in the house. 700 people in the house. Guys, smash the like button. Is it too much to ask? Really? I'm trying to get to 4,000 likes. We're at 967. Can we get 3,000 more likes? Motherlode said I'm just that interesting. I don't think so. I don't think so. All right, let's go ahead and let's do a giveaway. What do we got? Blue sky. We're gonna do blue sky towards the end. Someone said down, 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 down. We need the market down. Maybe. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Guys, guess what we've got? We've got 3 My Funded Futures 50K Rapids. What? Are you serious? Dude. I usually max get 1 of these. My Funded Futures 50K Rapid? Oh my god. Dude. That could be a few G's. Let's get it. Andre Bates said, can we talk more about the market? We've been talking about the market and strategy and stuff pretty much the whole time. There was a little bit of talk about that I don't text my girl enough, but for the most part, that's what we've been talking about all day, dog. We talk about alpha when there's questions about alpha. Let's get, what do we got for code words? Mike said, do I want to know the secret to the market? I'd love to know the secret to the market. Let's go. You got something that works 100% of the time? Let me get that, dog. Let me get that. Hey, you know what just jumped out? Spoon full of honey. Spoonful of honey just popped out. That's the code word. Code word is spoonful of honey. Mike said, measure the wick from the base. Measure the wick on your chart. Measure the wick from the base. It ensures the correct probabilities. Measure the wick from the base. Scoundrels. Almost there again. Almost there again. Imagine Michael Scott. Could you imagine Michael Scott from The Office listening to this song? Does anyone get that joke? Here, I'll play it. I'll play the song. Michael Scott from The Office. Could you imagine him listening to the song? The song is called Almost There Again. You do the math. Some people got it. Some people got it. Someone just said it with all exclamations. Let's see who it was. Sinister Scalper. right, here we go. Just one more softly in my head, says the lyric. Okay. Michael Scott would have a field day with this song. Here we go. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Welcome to the Neon Cucumber Show. Pick a winner. Raido? Raido? I don't know how to say this name, but you just want a banger account, dog. Wow, Raido's here. Hey, congratulations, Raido. Low latency connection. Already responded in chat. Raido, you won a My Funded Futures. I don't know how to do a K. 50K Rapid. Congratulations, brother. We got 2 more of those and 1 blue sky orbit. I wonder if it's orbit or O ribbit. I should ask them. Is it orbit or O ribbit? O ribbit. Blue sky O ribbit account to give away. 2 My Funded Futures Rapids and 1 Blue Sky O Ribbit. So we'll do that during Power Hour. Ribbit. What animal makes ribbit sounds? Is that like a frog, right? Ribbit. Almost there again. Almost there again. What does the fox say? No, I don't know what the fox says. I don't know what the fox says. It's raining money at my cloud said, can I add the names to the drawing bank again? Yeah, we're gonna do another giveaway in 10 minutes. And then I'll add the names again. Well, I don't add the names. They get added automatically by the giveaway engine. Yeah, I don't add them. They get added by the giveaway engine. Who's excited for the Conor McGregor fight this weekend? I can't wait for UFC this weekend. It's going to be cool. It's going to be good, Sam. Who thinks he's going to get smoked and who thinks he's going to win? You think he's going to get smoked? UFC. Let's see who's on the card. Someone wants to hear the Indian song? I got you, dog. MHP, it's in the green. Is that what it was called? I'll play that in a little bit, no problem. Oh, Bimlet's, Patty Bimlet's fighting? King Green's fighting? So the co-main event and the main event are good. The rest of the card, Corey Sandhagen, I don't care to watch him fight versus Mario Batista. Brandon Royval versus Karavna, I don't care. King Green versus Terrence McKinney. I mean, I don't really care about that fight either. This is kind of a weak card. Cody Garbrandt, that dude's got a glass chin. Poor guy. He won the belt like 5 years ago, and then he just developed a thing where if you just touched his chin, he would just get knocked out. Poor guy. That poor guy. His brain must be big or his skull must be small. Because even if he shakes his head wrong to try to get a fly off of him, he probably just passes out from getting knocked out from his brain moving around too much. Poor guy. What a bad symptom to have as a fighter. But anyways, long story short, what a trash card. Like, I'm embarrassed for the UFC. I'm embarrassed for them. that this is what they put together. They're just leaning on 2 fights. Come on, Dana. You fell off, dude. Am I the only one who thinks that? Like, does anyone look at the card and think, wow, this is pretty trash except for 2 fights? Am I the only one who thought that? And I watch a lot. Like, I'm not like super casual. Like, I watch it. Brandon says you think the card's pretty good. Yeah, I just can't get behind it, brother. Can't get behind it. I'm excited, but I'm not like, oh my god. Like, the main card is half of it's trash, in my opinion. Someone said 5-minute ATRs at 3. You're sleepy. I don't believe you. But it is probably really small. Let's check. That's what she said. Let's check. ATR. 20. It's about 20. Probably about 20 if you take an average. Tragic. Oh yeah, let me check my volatility meter. What do I got? Yeah. 29.5. I got 29.5. Largest 1 minute candle from the last hour. Let's see. 31.25. Yeah, pretty much the same. Oh, you want to know something cool? Do you want to know something really cool? I was at a social event that my girl asked me to go to, and guess what? The person who manages all the production, the main director of photography, the DP, and he manages all the DPs under him. He's the director of photography for the UFC, so he's the one who scopes out the camera angles, all that. He was telling me about like how he picked the angles and stuff for the White House event. It was so interesting. It was so cool. It was so cool. Boosted Dime says we love a good DP. You sick. But anyways, he was telling me about all the different custom rigs and stuff that they set up for the White House event, and he was telling me about everything that they did for the Sphere, Las Vegas Sphere event. It was so cool. Like, I was sitting there, and this guy, I don't know. I just was like, oh, you know what? Okay. Oh, here's what happened. Here's how I came to find out that that's what he did. So we were sitting there and we were just like hanging out, whatever. And people were just talking about what they did. My girl was saying she had a work trip, and we were talking about we were from Philly. And the guy's like, oh, I was just in Philly. And I was like, oh, cool. Like, what do you do? What were you doing in Philly? Were you there for work or pleasure? And he's like, yeah, I was there for work. Cause we were, and he explained like a lot of that structure, that big thing that they brought in, the landing spot for it came from Europe, but the landing spot for it was Philadelphia. And then they like moved parts of it to White House. So he was in Philly, and then they were doing a plan, and he was telling me how much planning they do for like camera angles and all the different walkouts and stuff. Oh, it was fascinating. Because, you know, when you watch that show, at least I do, because I like photography, I wonder, I'm like, damn, like how much planning goes into all this? Because when they're at a space that they never been at before, they still make it look really good. Like, there's not shadows, and the camera angles and everything's really organic. And so I had so many questions for him. It was really cool to talk to him. Someone said bro's lying through his teeth. No, he knew all sorts of details. He knew all sorts of details. Like, he knew about the kind of cameras that they use. Because I was like, oh, you guys use a lot of Sony. Because you see a lot of Sonys in the walkouts. So I was like, oh, you guys use a lot of Sony. And he's like, oh, yeah, that was me. Like, I'm the one who got them to switch over to Sony. They use FX3s, they use FX6s, and they use Viennas. But like, he was telling me about the FX3 rig that they use for FX6. I think they use FX. Yeah, I think it was FX3 or FX6. I think it was FX3 rig that they use for the walkouts. He was telling me all the details of it. Like, you know, you wouldn't just be able to talk about that unless you actually did it. Rotating around a little seeds pivot here. Someone says, "What's the squiggle line?" This squiggle line is the half risk interval band away from VWAP, also known as the 0.5 Varus band. This is regular trading hours VWAP, not extended trading hours VWAP. I use it as like an overall altimeter of where we're at vertically in the session. I find it really helpful for that. Just to know like kind of how stretched you are from the average price paid for the session. And then you can trade off of it as well. But I just use it as an altimeter. 318. Someone said, where to get neon seeds? It's just my own algo. That one's not available. But since I had a good experience with, we're still in beta with Velocity. Once Velocity goes to production, then maybe seeds next. Someone said, what do I think of Josh Hokit? He's cool. He's, I think he's good for the sport because he makes a spectacle of himself. And then it draws people in. Velocity's currently in beta. Someone said, is Velocity available? It will be. It's in beta. We have users on it. We have about 150 active users in the beta. The business line says, will Matt fire me for selling my own stuff? No, I mean, if the community's asking, hey, like, what's up with Velocity? We want it. I mean, that's why I have the show. It's my own show. If people want a tool I'm using, you know, I can offer it. But it's a free beta anyways. But yeah, I'm not here for charity. Someone said, do I think it's reversing here? My read is neutral from here. There's nothing really going on. I got a totally neutral read here. Someone says short on the DD band. No, I mean, all the momentum has been to the upside all day. There is a short scalp at upper DD band that you can take. I don't take it unless there's other confluence. But hopefully we get a nice strong sudden pullback. A rug pull. If we get a rug pull, That would be awesome. It doesn't look like we're gonna get it, but if we do get a rug pull, that'll be tradable. A nice deep pullback rug pull. You never know. Like, you've always got to be present. Just because there's nothing going on doesn't mean something can't all of a sudden happen. Melinda, no, the chat doesn't allow links. It's like locked. That's a YouTube thing. What a tight range for so long. It's literally right here. I haven't moved. Hey Joe, that's actually a really good question, Joe. Joe, that's referring to the I believe, the New York. That's the New York Open. New York Open. Billy the Kid said, how's the day been treating me? Oh my god. Beautiful day. Such a beautiful day. Beautiful week. It's been such a nice, clean week for me. And the nice thing is, I got to see different, like, there was a couple of down days, like down trending mornings where I got to forward test my project I'm working on. Today was kind of a mixed bag. So I got some really good data. I got some really good data this week. It was really helpful. I was kind of surprised, to be honest, that it was. It hasn't been that volatile on a micro scale. So once it gets more volatile on a micro scale, that will also be very telling of whether that's going to work or not. Drop watching. So what's the difference between forward testing and back testing? Well, first of all, what I'm forward testing and what I back tested, they're two completely separate things. Back testing is testing previous events against, some data set. So like the first previous event data set I was testing against was the overnight levels and how they perform in the overnight session and how they perform in the New York session and how they perform with certain setups. So like the setups that I tested, there's 4 setups that I tested. And then I tested nuances of those setups to make sure that the data was clean. But just to give you an example, the 4 setups I tested: first touch, session opens above the level, buy long at level. Second setup I tested was held retest. Level was passed. Level just passed a held test, meaning the level held. And then buying long at the level after the level held. Reclaim, level showed weakness and broke. Price reclaims level, buy long at level. And then the 4th scenario I tested was first reclaim. That means session opens below the level, reclaims the level, and then buy long at the level. So those are the 4 things I tested at a very elementary core level. And then across those, I tested different stop and target geometries. I also tested if opening above or opening below had any impact. I tested if target distance and stop distance reduced the overall edge of the level a lot. try to filter out which ones have neutral edge, which ones are sit out. So that's what a back test is. You're looking at previous data to try to gain some insight in things that can help you in the future. And then if you were to forward test something like that, it's just basically trading with the levels. But what I'm forward testing is just a little bit different execution pattern, because I flow in and flow out of trades, and that doesn't really match my personality style, but it's just part of my edge and the way that I've always traded. And I always try to get away from it, and I was never successful. So every year or two, I'll make a run at it. And it's just, it's executing with a little bit more mechanical, mostly in the exit, a little bit more mechanical in the exit on the stop, and partly on the target as well. But part of it is also, rather than sweeping in bets and keeping the entire trade open through the bets, it's more having a separate stop for each level. And even if you increase your bet size at lower levels, you would let the first level stop out. So it's somewhat of a semantic thing, but it just changes the cognitive sequencing of the way that I think about the setup. And because like when I'm flowing in and flowing out, let's say there's a level up here and there's a level below, I could just trade the first level and then scale in at the second level. But the way that I trade sometimes, like I'm sizing at the first level and then trading a move around the first level. But then let's say I have too much conviction at that first level and then it's moving towards the second. I'm reading the tape gets heavy. I trim out of that trade and then I would add the size back lower. That's how I trade. It gives me a higher accuracy, but it is a little bit, on the trades where there's clustered pivots, it's a little bit unstructured. So to bring structure to that, it would be, you know, the first trade has its own separate stop. So you kind of, it's kind of trades within trades, but you forget the average. You let the first one stop out, even if you plan on trading the second level. It's just a little bit of a different approach to it. So that's what I'm forward testing. You can't really back test that because the forward test is more about how you think and how you react and how how you're kind of reading your ads and your trims. Mm-mm. 1 minute till 3:30. We're about to do another giveaway. Love me. All right, let's do a giveaway. Let's see what we got here. Let's do another My Funded Futures 50K Rapido. Suggestions for the code word. What do we got? What do we got? Hypnosis said, am I going to put my results together? Yeah, I'll create something that people can look at. Like a summary. Okay. Code word is, you have to put the space. You have to put the space. Code word is fell. Code word is fell. That's a double negative. Code word is fell. Say that 5 times fast. Guys, smash the like button. I'm trying to get to 4,000 likes. There's the instructions on how to hit the like button. Can you guys do it? I appreciate it. 640 people in the house still. That's cool. Let's see if we can get to 4,000 likes. Just need 3,003 more. Can we get to 4,000? What do you think? We're over 1,000 now. I like that. Hit the like button if you haven't already. I'm trying to get to 4,000. My funded futures 50k rapid. My funded futures 50k rapid. My funded futures 50k rapid. All right, let's check it out on propscore.co. If you don't know propscore.co, or if you want to save a syllable, you can call it propscore.co. That's kind of up to you. But if you prefer single syllable, propscore.co. But I usually say CO. I'm inefficient with the syllables. My funded futures, go to accounts on this site. It's like a credit score for prop accounts. So it decides a numerical score based on multiple factors. Prop score is the overall score, and then it has a simplicity score. You know, approximately how easy might it be to get to past the eval or funded. Our overall ROI, the drawdown per price per time in market, and then a review score, which is not factored into the prop score because it's, you know, it's not database. But anyways, and then if you sort by score, look at this. My funded futures 25k rapid is the top ranked, and then my funded futures 50k rapid, what we're about to give away, it's ranked at 9.9. Now don't take it lightly that it has these high scores. It's not easy to get a high score like that. It's difficult. So that's cool. I'm really excited to run that back test for the last 1 minute candle, the largest 1 minute candle of the last hour versus a 40-point stop. I'm super excited to run that. I keep thinking about it in my head. I'm going to write it. I can't wait to run it. Okay. Can't believe I didn't think of that. I guess I was just thinking about my own volatility number. But people will love to see that. That will help. That will help everyone, I think. Here we go. 7, 6, 5, 4. My screen's trying to turn off. No. What number was I at? 3, 2, 1. It's time to pick a winner. Learnt trading? Learnt trading? Congratulations, my dog. I'm in the mood for some. Gabe said triple B. Let's check VIX. VIX just dipped below triple B. Hey Gabe, thanks brother. Let's keep an eye on the market here. VIX just dropped below triple B. See if we're going to get a reaction there or what. Learn trading. Thanks, Gabe. Learn trading. Hey, congratulations, Learn trading. Use a winner. Click the link in the description for the Discord. Go to the Claim Your Win channel, and the mods will hook you up. I started watching in the background. I've seen it like 6 times. I started rewatching Entourage because I know it. I've watched it so many times. So every like couple of years I'll rewatch it. Like in the back. So I've got it on in the background. Because if I'm working all night on coding or whatever, I want to have something on in the background so I feel like I'm still relaxing. So that's what I'll do. So right now I've got Entourage on in the back. Not like now, but like in the evenings, that's what I've got on. So I'll be watching Entourage. And I'll be watching Entourage and doing some coding. Let's play the Bhangra song. Was it called MHP? No, it was called One Room. It's called One Room. Nice. Habibi. Hola said this song is so unpleasant. Hey, it's not for everyone. I feel you, dog. I just thought it was cool. Can you set 2 charts on NinjaTrader with liquidity maps? I think so. I'm 99% sure. All right, we still got one more Blue Sky to give away, and then we've got another My Funded Futures Rapido to give away. For those of you who don't know, we teamed up with Blue Sky. They gave us a bunch of accounts. They scored really high on the site. So our people reached out to them and said, "Hey yo, where TF did you come from? Because we just entered your little accounts into our site." And our site says, "Hey, these are kind of banger. What's the deal? Are you actually good, or is it just like fake accounts and it's not real stuff?" And they were like, "Nah, it's real stuff." And then, we kind of researched it, and it seems like the real deal. So, they gave us some accounts to give away, so that's cool. Their accounts are. Let me open up the site. Blue Sky. It's Blue Sky, but it's BLU. It's BLU Sky. Okay, there's no E. Look for the alien. Okay, and then when you want to research the accounts, don't go to buy challenge. Go to start your eval, because that gives you a better overview. Launch account is basically the number. If you are a new trader or you take more than 3 tries to pass an eval, usually the launch account, it's kind of your account. It's kind of designed exactly for you, because it uses activation fee model. So when you pass the eval, then you pay the activation fee, so your overall cost is lower. At 4 tries to pass an eval, your cost will be 25% lower. And then the more tries you usually take to pass an eval, the amount of you'll save will continue to go up from 25%. Propel, that's kind of like, to me, I read it as, it seems like pretty much like a TPT Pro type account with a lower consistency, but it's a banger account, daily payouts, all that kind of stuff. And then the Orbit, I've seen the Orbit was pretty similar as well, but the consistency is not there in eval, so you can pass it in one day, and then the consistency in funded is 40 instead of 34. It's all the same to me as far as that goes. So I think the Propel is good for normal, and then I like the launch if you're learning and you are trying to not get smoked on fees for evals. Because, if you fail 5 evals from a normal brand, it's $500. If you fail 5 evals from this, it's a lot less. probably half, and then you just pay when you actually pass it. But even if you're learning, if you size your trades correctly, it should take you a while to blow an eval. Like if you're blowing an eval in a day and you're learning, unless you're planning to YOLO it, you're probably sizing your trades wrong. But if you're kind of just YOLOing it, then of course I get it. You're going to blow them a lot. You do you, boo. But just saying. Rocket Scooter works with NinjaTrader 8. Yeah, it does. I'm using it with NinjaTrader 8 as we speak. Oh, let's play Inside the Bands. Let's play Inside the Bands by Liquidity 2. This is in celebration of his Varus Band concept. MOC in 7 minutes. VIX tucked below triple B. You know, we're still kind of in the middle of the range. So the fact that we're below triple B, getting below triple B now on the market, but we're still in the middle of the range, so there should be nice pivoting action. That would be, I mean, I don't know, but I'm just hoping. It would be really cool if we end up suddenly in ideal conditions. Liquidity has been increasing in the market. So if we end up in ideal conditions, lots of liquidity, but still decent volatility and pivoting action, that's going to be really sweet. That's going to be really sweet. NQ Expert said, please explain market on close. If you're an institution, you know, a bank, a large player, you could submit an order to the market, and it's a market on close order. So you could basically say, you know, let's say you want to sell whatever, 800,000 shares of Apple. You can whatever. That's probably more than an order would be. But let's say you want to sell X shares of something, a large quantity. Let's just say $20 million of Apple. Let's say something like that. You could submit an order to the market maker and say, okay, like, I want this filled. It's a market on close order, and at closing time, they'll run this 10 minutes before they open, they'll start running this process. They're looking for the most liquid spot to fill all those orders. So they want to close the market at the most liquid spot. So it's a market on close order. It means you want to get filled at the close price. Someone said fake war news. There was news? I didn't really see much movement on the chart that I thought was news. Well, that's interesting. The life of a prop trader has its ups and downs. Someone said it's triple B bullish. I've never looked at it that way. It's more just an indicator of market conditions. I don't trade VIX futures. NQ Expert said that's what makes NQ slippage 10 minutes before the close. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So, everyone has their own way of trading market on close. My way of trading it, or everyone has their own way of structuring around market on close, because I don't trade it, but I include it in my trade plan. what you do is what I do, excuse me, is anytime there's a timed a volatility event at a known time, I pretty much treat it the same way. A volatility event at a known time, rate decision at 2 o'clock. Market on close 10 minutes before the open. CPI. You know, things that like people know what the timing of it is. The way I treat those volatility events is if there's a setup, whatever, 30 minutes, 45 minutes before that timed event, I'm still trading. You know, if there's a good setup and there's volatility or movement there. But what will happen is if we get to that timed event and we're leading into the timed event and we're still by my average cost, like when I trade hasn't really gone the profit area or stop area and we're around the average cost, almost always I'm exiting that trade. If it's just a runner and I've already taken most of the position off and I've got a runner going and it's far from the target, far from the entry, then I'll probably leave it on because there's enough room that timed event, some shenanigans around it won't really ruin my trade. But I usually don't hold, unless there's some specific reason or some specific conviction, I usually don't hold trades through timed volatility events if the trade is still near the entry price. Everyone's got their own approach to it. Some people love to slam on trades during it. That's cool too. That's not my vibe, but that's cool. 12 minutes till the close. All right, guys, let's do a NQ expert said very helpful. Hey, no problem, brother. That's what we're doing. That's what we do here, dog. I love the questions. Let's do another giveaway. We got 2 more giveaways. We're gonna do. Let's choose. Do we do My Funded Futures first, or do we do Blue Sky first? We'll do heads, Blue Sky, tails, My Funded Futures. Tails, My Funded Futures. My Funded Futures 50K Rapid. What's the code word? What do you guys think? Suggestions on the code word? Code word is, man, you know, I might have sushi. Maybe I'll do some deadlifts. I haven't worked out yet today. Maybe I'll do deadlifts and then I'll do, there's mock. Maybe I'll do deadlifts and then I'll do sushi. Maybe I'll do that. Code word is chicken tikka masala. Code word is chicken tikka masala. I might do deadlifts and then have sushi for dinner. I might do that. I went for a walk earlier. After my morning session, I went for a walk. Enjoyed this beautiful day. Damn, tomorrow's Friday? Woo, baby! If it starts, I don't flinch. I wait 1 beat, then I take that inch. When it dips, I stay awake, count that breath, let pressure break, no rush move. I let it breathe, then I step in clean with ease. Pull back, baby, I know when to pull out. Good times. Neon seeds, neon seeds. 9 minutes till the close. Damn, not even a hint of a setup this afternoon. Not even a hint. Measured hands and a steady arm. I've been burned, so I spot the signs. Now I trade the pullback like it's mine. When it dips, I stay awake, count that breath.
a break, no rush move. I let it breathe, then I step in clean with ease. Pull back, baby, I know when to pull out. Hold fast, baby, I know when to lean in. Neon seats, and I read it all out loud. When the setup sweet, I'm all in. Pull back, baby, I know.
Oh, look, we got 1,000, over 1,000 likes. I was trying to get to 4,000. I was hoping we'd get to 4,000. Reach for the stars, my mom said. She said, Beta, you reach for the stars, yeah? I'm kidding. My mom has a British accent. She doesn't talk like that. My mom's got a British accent. Isn't it funny? My mom's got a British accent, but when I like talk about things she said, I do an Indian accent. Oh my god. Like if my mom, the way she really said, reach for the stars, son. Reach for the stars.
It's another liquidity to banger. Yeah, you late to the board, I've been in position. I read that chart like a sentence, no fiction. You chase green candles, I wait for the dip, then I lean in, calm with a grin on my lip. You say this one's the one, I say watch how it folds. I buy your pen and then I let it sold. You hold that back.
All right, here we go. 22 seconds.
You still in debt, you see my line, you for that dread. Too late now, the room already red. When you're lost, I make more than your boss.
Okay, 20 seconds. We got 20 seconds till the giveaway now. 79 messages received in the last 6 seconds. 304 captured. This will be a My Funded Futures 50K Rapid. They had a sale today. Make sure you use code SCORE, SCORE, for the giveaway here. Here we go now. It's going to be 10 more seconds, and then we're going to do the giveaway here. Here we go in 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's a My Funded Futures 50K Rapido. Rendushu. 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 What is it? Is that a little cat? Is your picture a cat wrapped in a blanket? Is that what that is? A cat wrapped in a blanket? Hey, Randushu, congratulations. You won yourself a My Funded Futures 50K Rapid. It's a cat taco. My Funded Futures 50K Rapid. Hey, congratulations. The last account we're giving away is a 50K Orbit account. OR bit. Someone said, do I realize when I do a 7-second countdown because of the delay, by the time you hear it, you already picked, so it's not really a warning? Yeah, I know. It's a warning to people to make sure they have fast internet if they want to claim this prize. Well, yeah, I know. There's a little delay. But what can I do? People got to upgrade their internet. Oh, Devil said it's a 6-second delay only. So it's a 6-second delay. So you get a 1 second. You get a 1 second heads up. You get a 1 second heads up. Oh, you know what? Let's 4 minutes to the close. Should we play the anthem? Who wants to play the anthem? Who wants to play the anthem? Oh, this is a good song too. Who wants to play the anthem? Anyone? No? I don't think anyone does. Oh, they want to play it. In 3, 2. I still remember when Darb sent this to me. Oh my god. I lost my mind. So good. In 3, 2, 1. Let's turn it up.
Afternoon stream, let's get it.
Neon. I haven't played Tape Run Riot in a while, huh?
Session wide awake. Nice you flay the ground. Matt set the
Code word is the room shows up. Code word is the room shows up, obviously. The room shows up.
Like a warning light. If it's not a line, we let it slide. Patience, heavy discipline, sharp. Room full of killers, but we play it. When the clock strikes noon, liquidity rise and feel that boom. Calm hands on the play, red to green, we pivot that way.
The room shows up.
Yeah, the room shows up.
Man, I wish I held one runner from the morning. Just one runner.
Consistency of a chasing thrill. Chat moving steady, no chaos here. Green heart emojis when setups clear. If we win together, we lose compose. Trust the system, the blueprints close. Yeah. The room shows up.
The room show. I can't believe. Like, how did Darb make this song? It's so good. Like, it's a staple now. I love it. He even got silence when the setup forms, because like sometimes when I'm trading I get really quiet.
Midday pressure, but the room shows up.
Nice. The room shows up.
Calm hands on the play, red to green, we pivot that way, the room shows up.
Neon lights. Midday grind. Showing up. Banger. Where's Tape Run Riot at? Hello, old friend. Hello, old friend. We meet again. It's been a while since we ran the tape. Sometimes you've just got to open that terminal and run that tape. There once was a man named Kyle. He saw the risk interval and he said, I can do something with this. I can do something fantastic. I can find some edge in this risk interval. And born from the interval was the Varus bands. Alright, here we go. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pick a winner. Truey Jan? Truey Jan? Is that one of my cousins? Truey Jan? Hey, congratulations, brother. Brother from another mother, perhaps? I don't know. I'm not really good with names. I think that's from the same country as me. Hey, congratulations, brother. You're a winner. 50K orbit, blue sky. Very, very nicely done. Trujan says, yes, you are, cuz. One of my cousins in the house. What's up, G? Rigged. Very, very nicely done. Watch the current said, how do you request access on the site? Just email me. It's through the beta site, velocity.neoncucumber.com. Yeah, I'll let one more person, because we're kind of filled up with the beta. We got plenty of users on it now, so I kind of getting the feedback I need. But if you email me, I'll hook you up, brother. That is the close. It's 2 minutes past the close. So, great giveaways. There wasn't really much. There was no... We only had DD Band this afternoon. Not really a big high-edge setup, in my opinion. It would have only been a proxy trade from NASDAQ to... against... NASDAQ against ES. And to me, it was just not really right. And even here, like, you can see the proxy trades. The proxy trades were right here. But the overall travel, like, it was... You'd have to capture, like, 80% of the travel to really get anything good. And to me, like, yeah, it just wasn't really there. So sometimes it's just like that. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for having me. Thank you for the great questions. Make sure you go to Darb stream tonight. He's on a road trip. But he's still streaming. Until tomorrow, I'm out. Peace.